The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science, in health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since, and they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or perhaps good evening if you're watching us locally inside of the APAC region, and welcome to the start of the 2023 season here for Rainbow Six. In our Gamers Without Borders circuit, over the next 4 days, we're going to be having 4 regions duke things out for a whole heap of cash prizes to be provided, of course, to charitable causes, as well as one team from each region being able to qualify to the main G8 event. My name is Blue, and joining me here is going to be Stokes. Stokes, how you doing today? It's a pleasure to have you back. It's the first time two of us have been working together now in probably about 3 to 4 months. How you been, buddy?
You know, man, I've been really good. Had a little bit of a break, been hanging out with my wife, you know. Things have been good. Things have been good, dude. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, back with Gamers Without Borders, man. Gonna hand out some money to charity, have some good games of Rainbow Six Siege. I'm excited to get back into things, dude.
Speaking of those charities, we can go ahead and, I believe, take a look at those now and see what charities our teams are going to be able to potentially donate their winnings to, depending on where they end up placing. But before we get to that, of course, we are going to go ahead and take a look, actually, at our event schedule. Some of you may have already been following along for the previous games. As you can see, we're on the second little row, the second game now, Rainbow Six Siege, currently being played starting today and going all the way until the 14th. We already played things out for StarCraft 2, our CSGO women's event, and Rocket League as well. We'll be having our primary integrated CSGO event going on between May 16th and 20th as well. So plenty more action coming up even outside of the Siege circuit. Now we can go ahead and, I believe, take a look at those charities that I mentioned before. And indeed, here they are, the 6 charities that are going to be available for our teams to contribute their charitable winnings to over the course of the next few days, depending on where they place. UNICEF, the IMC, the International Medical Corps, Direct Relief, the UN Refugee Agency, as well as the King Salman Relief Center, and the World Food Program. Plenty to be given out, of course. Like we said before, we have a whole heap of cash going out to all of our teams. Stokes, why don't you go ahead and break this down for us?
We'll get the charity prize pool here for you. First place will be taking home $300,000 to their respective organization. $175,000 is second place. $75,000 to third and fourth. But the good thing is, no matter what happens, John, everybody's getting paid. Everybody's having something happen here for their organization of their choice. So some amazing things happening here, no matter what way you slice it.
Yep, absolutely the case. That is going to be because we're inviting 4 teams from each region, or rather, 4 teams from each region have managed to qualify for this sort of closed qualifier going into our main G8 event coming up in a few months as well. To talk a little bit more about that, in just a moment here, we are going to have a video that explains the formats, to stand by for that. But once again, plenty of action coming up, and I think we do have that video ready just about now. So let's go ahead and chuck it over to that and explain the format for today's event.
Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. Are you ready for some thrilling Rainbow Six action? Let's go over the format and take a look at how teams will face off in this tournament. 4 regions each form a group with 2 invited teams and 2 teams that were able to win the spot through an open qualifier. Teams will play out a single elimination bracket in best of 3 matches. Only the grand finals of each region will be played out in a best of 5. All teams will earn a share of the prize pool to donate to a charity of their choice. Additionally, the top 2 teams from each pool will advance to Gamers 8 2023.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our main host, Barney, of course, over on the main stream, I do believe, right now, breaking it down for us and explaining how exactly things are going to be working here. We've got 4 teams from each region that have co-opted their way into this event. One of them is going to be able to make their way through as well to the main event. You can see that right there inside of the middle of your screen. The winner from each region will qualify to our main Gamers 8 event. That's where teams are going to be able to earn, of course, direct prize pool going to them. That'll be aside, of course, from the charitable winnings that they'll be able to earn over the course of this weekend's event for the Gamers Without Borders event itself.
There's indeed some awesome things coming up with that as well. As we know, last year, a lot of amazing things happening and some crazy clips coming out of that event. And a lot of teams really chomping at the bit to try and get into this tournament this year. And you can see there's a laundry list of teams that were just at the most recent major here. John Wolves Esports, M&M, M80, Dark Zero, you know, Sandbox Gaming as well. And speaking of Sandbox, we're actually going to be looking into the Korea/Japan region here today with our matchup between CYCLOPS and Talon Esports.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at the brackets in just a moment, but Stokes said it best. The focus for today, as well as tomorrow, is going to be the top left and the bottom right of your screen there. Our European, as well as Korea and Japan bracket, with the Korea and Japan bracket being, of course, the initial scope of things. Here on this stream, we're going to be focusing on the CYCLOPS versus Talon matchup, and then over on the main stream as well, we'll be having the other matchup that you guys can see on your screen right now. The Sandbox Gaming versus Crest Gaming LST matchup. That'll be going on over on the main stream. If you're watching this one, just delete the A from your browser. That should take you right over there if you're looking to watch that game. But if you're here looking to check things out between Talon and CYCLOPS, well, you're in the right place. And obviously, we'll have our grand final, a best of 5 final, by the way, being played in each and every region. That'll be getting started tomorrow here for Europe as well. That'll be the second matchup on each of the streams today. Stokes, go ahead and break both of these down for us.
Oh man, you already know how excited I am. First of all, this is just like the icing on the cake to me coming back, is getting to experience all of these hotly contested matches, because we're starting off with best of 3 right into a best of 5. You know, this is going to be kind of vetting of sorts for all of these teams to see if they can try and make it through this grueling process. And we've got some really fantastic teams here as well. You know, you got BDS, you have M&M, we have Wolves from the most recent major as well. So a lot of big names coming out to play. I'm excited to see how all these brackets turn out.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for today and see when exactly each of these games is going to be played. We already talked a little bit about it, but just to make it totally clear one final time, especially here on the Bravo stream itself, these are the games in the order in which they will be played out. Starting out with Talon going up against CAG or CYCLOPS Athletic Gaming, of course. That'll be our first matchups getting started in just about 5 to 10 minutes here. And then we'll be moving on to our European Division matchup with Wolves going up against WYLDE. That'll be the semifinals here, with the other side of the bracket being played over on the main stream. And then we'll have the grand finals, both of which will be a best of 5, being played on the main stream tomorrow, folks. And with that out of the way, I believe we can go ahead and focus up on our first matchup of the day, which is going to be between CYCLOPS and Talon. So Stokes, let's get your opening thoughts on this matchup here, based on the way we've been seeing these teams perform over the last few months.
Well, it's going to be an APAC North gauntlet here, and from where I sit, my perspective, I really think that this is going to be CYCLOPS' game to lose. CYCLOPS has been a team that for some time has been able to make it to our international events and have played extremely well. They've been able to, catch some people off guard, never making it crazy deep to, the nth degree where we really want them to try and represent their region. But we have seen some amazing games from them, especially from the likes of, Anaton and Black Ray. So I'm really excited to see them try and get the ring, or get in the ring rather, once again here with Talon.
All right, let's go and take a look at some of the information for this matchup coming up now as well. As of course, once again, we've already talked a little bit more about it. Here we go with Talon and Cyclops. Stokes just breaking things down for Cyclops in terms of what we've been seeing out of them for the past few months. Of course, making it to SI 2023 and quite a few other notable events, but really been struggling past that point, only placing 5th inside of the Japan League and just barely missing out on the most recent major by having a 2nd place finish there. We had some decent stats to draw back on, but the real main draw for me was at least Cyclops, is the fact that we didn't really have any crazy standout players compared to the past. They've also lost a member of their team and replaced it with a different one since SI, but again, still holding that place inside Japan, and of course have now been able to make it to at least this phase of the qualifier. But going up against Talon, who are in a pretty similar position in my mind when we look at their kind of place inside of Korea specifically, as they finished 4th in the Korea League, so obviously very similar to Cyclops in that respect, but only maintain that same 4th position inside of the LCQ, so did not get nearly as close to the major qualification compared to Cyclops, which still leaves them in a little bit of a better position. Take a look at the stats for their most recent matchups as well. They're also in a very similar position where they don't have that outright shining star to look to in a best of 3 that's just killing it, specifically inside of the KD department right now.
Yeah, this is really going to be a fantastic, spot for them to try and see if they can work on some things here inside of this tournament, especially with the format that we've been given. A best of 3 right into a best of 5, right? That's huge tournament circumstances that we have here with the format that we've chosen. So a great representation of what could be to come here in the near future for these two teams.
I do believe we're going to have the map vetoes come up on screen pretty soon as well. The map vetoes themselves have already been done, so we'll be able to talk about that in a moment. It's actually going to be pretty interesting. A lot of I think free opportunities are going to be given to individuals over the course of this series. So both teams, I think, are going to have a good opportunity to correct on the mistakes I mentioned before, where they were kind of maybe a little bit restricted in their most recent matchups that we saw for officials anyway, which would have been at the tail end of the LCQs for both of these teams. So it has been probably about a month or so now before we've seen them play in an organized setting. So hopefully we've been able to improve things since then. We're just going to have to wait and see, of course, as we get closer to this matchup. Once again, hopefully getting started in just about 5 minutes or so, the first of 2 excellent matches that we're going to be having today. And of course, keep in mind that we're going to be having those primary matches going on over on the Alpha stream as well. They got the whole desk and everything breaking down their games also, so if you're interested, feel free to go ahead, hop over, check out the primary broadcast over on the main Gamers Without Borders stream.
Yes, indeed. A lot of action that we have in between these two streams, man, and plenty of games across the board as well. So and maybe you're not just only a Siege fan. You're also interested in Counter-Strike or anything of the sort. So many things to be had here with Gamers Without Borders, and as well at Gamers 8. So a lot going on, but let's get into these map bans now here, and John, and see where we're going to be going here today.
Yep, they're going to roll through the screen here pretty quickly. We'll have our first pick come up in just a moment. It's going to be a border selection coming in from the side of Cyclops. They're also going to be starting on the attacking side because of that selection choice, which again isn't necessarily the worst place to start on border as of the past few months. WYLDE then becomes the choice from Talon. They're going to be forced onto the attacking side. That one still playing out a bit more traditionally there, so it makes sense to see, of course, Cyclops making the choice to take the defensive start, and then finally heading over to Bank for the very final map of this series, if that is indeed going to be required to get ourselves the winner. Stokes, still feeling the same about Cyclops here in having a potentially assured victory now that you've seen the maps, or what's your thoughts there?
Oh, absolutely. This region, in general, especially when it comes to Cyclops, as they've recently, broken up into their different regions with Blast. I still think that Cyclops is a very dominant team when it comes to their aggressive play style, and it's going to be really up to Talon and what they do up against that. If they can't shut it down, these maps are definitely something where Cyclops can, probably pull this over in like a 2-0, honestly. Border and Villa are both fantastic maps for that kind of play style, a lot of different angles to abuse, but the good news is they're complete opposites when it comes to their size, right? So we'll have to see what they can do when it comes to these initial 2, but I really like that it rounds off with Bank here for this best of 3s, so we'll have to see exactly what can happen here with these 3 maps we've gotten.
Overall, like I said before, especially now that we've seen the maps, hopefully the point stance that I was trying to make previously, where I was saying we should be able to see the individuals, which may have been struggling in the more recent matchups, shine out a little bit more here. And speaking of those individuals, we can call attention to the rosters now, as we did not get a chance to put a roster graphic on screen earlier. So just to call that out one more time for anybody unfamiliar with those teams representing Talon today, should be anyway, unless there's any substitutions that we are unaware of. That's going to be Kanos, Marble, Misa, Sayora, as well as Royboy stepping in for them. And then meanwhile, for Cyclops, CYCLOPS, Athletic Gaming. It's going to be Anaton, Blackray, Suzuk, Arkali, and the newest member of the team, Chibisu, stepping in to fill out their roster, assuming that there are no substitutions that we have not been made aware of as of yet. Should be getting started in just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get ourselves into the game as we get ourselves ready for map number 1 to get started here in just a second. All right, we're going to go to a video to get that started right now, folks. Let's get into it.
제 시즈에서 가장 삭제하고 싶은 오퍼는 일단은 녹이라고 생각합니다.
If I can move one operator in the game, will be Grim.
Jaeger or big info op like Valk Echo would definitely have a big impact in the game, and it would shift the meta a lot. So that'd be interesting to see.
Any operator in the game, it would be Blackbird.
If I would remove a raider from the game, it's probably Azam because she's a little broke.
It'd probably be Mira.
I would remove Monty.
Costain,
Zargum, Villa.
Always been Bank.
시즈 오퍼레이터 중에서 실제로 갖고 싶은 가젯은 일단 그래도 역시나 발키리 이제 블랙아이가 가장 좋지 않을까.
one gadget in real life will be Lesion, so I can protect my back.
I think if I could have any operator's gadget in real life, I think Frost would be a great pick. Some easy home security. Never need to worry about someone jumping in your windows.
Probably one of the I would choose to have in real life is the Sledgehammer. Yeah, you can like break anything almost.
If I can have any gadget, I don't know why. I'm just going to go with it. The first one I thought it was Yana. Just being able to clone myself sounds pretty cool.
Rainbow Six Siege operator's gadget in real life. It'd probably have to be maybe Nook.
My favorite bomb site to protect, it's a basement on Oregon. I think it's easily to protect with only 2 stairs.
For me, is the bunker site from Oregon. It's just the easiest one. Sometimes you have a 3v5 and you can still win it in a pretty easy way.
My favorite bomb site to defend is probably AV on Villa. Just a fun bomb site to play.
My favorite bomb site defense is probably Locker's Basement. Because again, I think there's just a lot of variety. Like, you could roam, you could hold server, you could play full bunkered, and now there's like these little half roams.
아마 이제 디플러스의 우기맨 한번 골라보고 싶습니다. 뭔가 좀 풍채가 좀 약간 좀 우락부락하고 일도 잘할 것 같아서 우기맨이 가장 좋을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so I'm going to say like PSK. He has like some. How can I say? He knows how to do some barbecue. He knows how to fish, and he will make us survive. You know.
If I wouldn't need to, it would probably be Alamo. Just because it would be fun.
I was stranded on a deserted island. I'll stick to Coach. Let's go with Call Out, just because I think he's the GOAT. He's up there.
If I was stranded on an island, I'd probably have to bring Call Out with me. You know, he's just a strong man. You know.
If I was stranded on a desert island, I'd probably want Hungry with me. He's always an upbeat guy, and I think he knows how to get out of tough situations. So I think he'd be a good guy to bring along with you.
Right, and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream here at the Gamers Without Borders 2023 Rainbow Six event. We've got a massive amount of cash here between all 4 of our regions going to charitable causes, with our teams, of course, being able to select one of 6 charities to donate those winnings to. It's Blue and Stokes here bringing you the action, and we're just about ready to get started with our first game of the evening, or morning if you're watching us here from the US, as we get ready to jump into our first game here in just a moment between Talon and CYCLOPS here. Once again, just waiting, I believe, on a few players to get themselves readied up, and then we should be good to jump into our first map, which is going to be on Border. We talked a little bit about how some of these individual members of both teams have been restricted when it came to kind of just their general ability to frag things out here in their most recent games, but now may be able to improve that because of the map selections. Border, maybe not so much, but especially if we reach those larger layout maps like Villa and, of course, Bank to end the series. If we need that third map, I think it's going to provide those opportunities in spades to really both of the full rosters as they get their opportunity to kind of flex their muscles, especially on the defensive side with their own game. They're going to be given plenty of opportunities to really do whatever the heck they want when it comes to like the early game and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what both of these teams have done recently with their adjustments. You know, you touched on it earlier. Neither one of these squads being able to make it to our most recent major, and especially for CYCLOPS, that's kind of damaging, right, to what they had been going through for the last handful of years. It seems like their production level has been decently high. They've had some decent showings at some of the majors in the most recent years, and even, you know, online through COVID, it seemed like they were able to at least keep up with the times, but maybe things are changing. Luckily enough, though, obviously they are having a big change with Chibi coming in, so we'll see if he is able to try and help out the squad at all with that big change coming, especially with you know, what we'd seen from CYCLOPS previously. You know, Anaton, especially with the way that he would play the game around the Monty Shield and everything else, and what we had going on with their very unique play style. I want to see you know, exactly what they've done and what they've adjusted to kind of make themselves a, you know, more lethal threat.
They're definitely still keeping Anaton on that front-leading role, especially when you look at his statistics. He's still one of the front-runners when it comes to entry power for the team, to +3 in the most recent series. We saw them play in the LCQs. Blackberry as well is definitely another one to kind of keep your eye on, as he'll be helping him out quite a bit in that respect, with Suzu kind of being the more mid-round gunner. That's kind of the layout you're going to be looking for when this team tries to work their way into his site on the attacking side, and that'll extend to parts of the defense as well in terms of who's going to be maybe trying to poke their heads around with those more aggressive operators and who might be a little bit more closer leaning to the site at the end of the day. Talon, we've seen some similar setups for that like them, but we're going to have to wait until we get in-game to see how exactly they potentially tried to adjust things. Of course, like we noted before, it's been about a month since these teams have played in official capacity, of course, outside of the Korean and Japan League, so there is going to be some good opportunities for these teams to have expressed changes, especially when you consider the fact that we do have, just between this one matchup and the grand final best-of-5 that's going to be played tomorrow, if you win today, a very good chance of these teams to already qualify in for a massive prize pool event coming up in a few months at the main event at Gamers 8, of course, which is going to be going on over in the KSA in just a few months.
Yeah, and 8 maps to stretch your legs as well, you know, before any real thing is going on for this break period here, you know, for Rainbow Six Siege. So just a good time for everybody to really try and see if they can, you know, bear any fruit from these trees they've been working on. So see exactly what can come from that for CYCLOPS. But as for Talon, John, what do you exactly think of the South Korean squad?
Well, like I said before, I think they're in a very similar position to CYCLOPS, at least when you look at their position inside of Korea specifically. In terms of how that compares to Japan, we have to take a little bit look of a deeper kind of peek at that to see where exactly the team is able to evolve themselves. But at least in terms of where they hit the LCQ, we did see them kind of fall off there, only ending up making it up against a matchup against the eventual second-place team from that LCQ, and then we saw them kind of drop the ball there and end up getting knocked out in a 3-map series. So in terms of where they've been able to improve things since then, it's a bit of a big question mark for me, like I said before, because it has been that month or so since we've seen the team play in officials. So we're really just going to have to wait and see how this first map or two goes to get a much better look at what we can expect to get out of Talon in the long term here, especially if they'll extend their play into tomorrow's grand final as well, up against the winner of the sandbox game going on in the other stream.
Yeah, really, I think that really is the case, you know, especially for what they've been going through with their most recent, you know, play inside of the Blast games. So inside of their region, it seems like we had a couple of things going on, at least in their group, a good showing there, but nothing really coming when it came to the actual play-out tournament for that, where we actually saw them lose to Sandbox inside of a best-of-3. And, you know, given that circumstance and given what we'd you know, most recently seen at the major out of Sandbox, there is some life when it comes to this area currently in Rainbow Six Siege. So we could see some big changes coming. I think a lot of people learned a lot from this most recent major, and the good news for both Talon and CAG is that they got to sit at home, John. They just got to watch all of what has been recently going on. So this is going to be a pretty fun showcasing of what we have seen, kind of what their style is, and a blend of what these two things could bring for the near future of Rainbow Six.
I would say a great opportunity to kind of represent your region here as well. APAC obviously had a little bit of a disappointing run when it came to their overall placement at the most recent major, so another big opportunity to kind of make your mark for the region is going to be given at the Gamers 8 event, but only one slot available through this kind of qualifier we're playing this weekend through the Gamers Without Borders event, so because of that one, there's going to be quite a bit on the line, which means our teams are going to be quite cutthroat to earn that one and only spot out of the 4 that are here, and I believe potentially having 1 or 2 other teams potentially get qualified directly directly into the event from the region 2. So definitely going to be wanting to fight for that spot to try and get some much-needed revenge for the APAC region at the main event itself. So we're going to be wanting to see the best make it through because of that one. But it's not just going to be APAC, of course, and in this case Korea/Japan. That'll be fighting things out here inside of today's games. We're also going to be having those European matchups go, where some of our EU teams that either didn't get to make it to the major or didn't get to make it as far as they would have liked at the major will have their chance at redemption, and of course being able to make it to another international event too. And on this stream, once again, as we noted earlier with the schedule, that'll be coming up in the form of WYLDE against WYLDE, which is bound to be, again, in my opinion, should be a pretty decently close matchup as well. That one should be starting in just about 3 hours or so, pretty much immediately after the conclusion, of course, of this game between Talon and CYCLOPS. As we're going to hop directly over into that one, and there'll be a corresponding matchup for Europe going on over on our Alpha stream as well.
We're gonna give them some extra time to wake up. You know what I mean? It's still gamer hours for them. They're probably still all in bed. We had to stay up a little bit later. I think you just stayed up, didn't you? You just took a nice little nap and then just stayed up. I think it's, what is it right now? It's 4 in the morning currently in Las Vegas, Nevada. Correct?
That is very correct. It's a very early morning here to be gaming things out, and specifically to be casting in the middle of my house. But we're gonna make the best of it as we always do. So just waiting a few more minutes, I believe, for our players to start. Once again, apologize for the delay. I know we were slated to start approximately 5 or 10 minutes ago now, so we do apologize for that bit of delay to the game start. I think once more we are just waiting on all 10 of our players to hop into the server, and then we should be good to begin. Hopefully speed things up a little bit here as well. If we end up getting that 2-0 especially, of course, could be looking at a quick end to this series, but hopefully Talon are going to be able to give us that good show. Maybe upset outright as well. Like we mentioned before, CYCLOPS hasn't been looking as strong as they have in the past, and now as of the last month or so, struggling outright to make it to international competitions overall, as they fell just short by one matchup, only one measly little matchup, of qualifying in for the most recent Copenhagen Major. So, like I said before, revenge is kind of the key storyline here, and it'll be very much the same for Talon trying to really make their mark with a potential big upset against one of the Titan teams inside of this region.
Yep, so close yet so far away, but still an opportunity to make it into Gamers 8, and still a lot of prize pool left, not only for a charity of their choice, John, but also with future endeavors. They're going to have future returns on this investment if they're able to make it through here and win this best of 5 tomorrow. So have to see what can happen with that, but a lot on the line here, not only for today, but for our future circumstances.
Yep, absolutely the case, and all this is going to be playing once into a best of 5 tomorrow. We can take another look at the vetoes real quick, folks, as once again, we are still just waiting on that start of game. Oh, sorry, excuse me. We actually have a video, it seems, of some of our players. We just had a cool one earlier. We were interviewing some of the players, asked them some fun questions, and I believe we have something of a similar nature. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek at that while we wait for this game to get started.
Team BDS.
BDS.
I would say the Shaco.
Citizen.
It's a knock.
Evan. No.
I would say mute.
Mute.
Let's go. I would say the shields.
It was the ballistic shield.
I sit with Pengu and Bride, but I will go to Bride because he's the GOAT.
Shepherd. It was Team Empire.
It's a Team Empire, no?
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Bravo stream of the Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six event, of course. Just getting started now with our 2023 season with the run-up to Gamers 8. We've got one slot available for 1 out of 4 teams inside each of our 4 regions. So 16 teams total duking it out from all across the world over the course of this weekend, looking to earn one of those 4 spots that are available. And in the process, of course, we have a whole boatload of cash to be given away to one of 6 charitable causes that we showcased earlier as well, including some great ones like UNICEF that our teams are going to be able to select once they reach their kind of end phase of the tournament. Regardless of where that is, there will be quite a bit of money on the line for them to donate to a charity of their choice, of course, among the 6 that we have pre-selected. So lots of good stuff and good vibes going around because of that. Once again, we do apologize for the delay of game. We were just waiting a few additional moments here. It looks like we were having a small technical issue getting the game started. So once more, as usual, we do value your patience in staying with us here while we work to get that resolved, to get you guys started with this game, which once again, if you are just in fact tuning in, is going to be between CYCLOPS and Talon here. We've already talked quite a bit about these teams, and once again, just to kind of really quickly wrap things up in terms of what we've been talking about. Both these teams obviously not living up to their expectations, and for Talon still reaching for the clouds in terms of being able to make their mark inside the APAC region itself. CYCLOPS looking for redemption here. Both teams have been struggling a little bit from an individual basis over the past few months, and at least in the case of CYCLOPS, we've seen some roster changes hit the team as well from their most recent international appearance back at SI 2023. So looking to see if they're going to be able to carry that effort forward. They fell just short of qualifying for the most recent major by a single game, just one measly little series, one measly little map, unfortunately did not end up going their way, and now this is going to be their next best chance to qualify for an international event here this weekend up against the likes of Sandbox or our other team challenging them. That's currently going on over on the mainstream as well.
Yes, indeed. With what we got going on here and what we have going on a little bit later on today for our 2 respective regions, plenty of action to be had in between these 2 matchups, and down the road as well with the best of 5 that we'll have wrapping it up for not only this region that we have here, but also our European region as well. So we'll have to see what can exactly go down with these things. John, we've kind of already covered these bases when it comes to what these 2 teams most recent value has been. I'm really looking forward to see what the CYCLOPS have in the wings here, especially with the most recent change for Chibi. I want to see exactly what they can bring to the table. That presents quite a few different things that could be had. This team's been a legacy roster inside of Rainbow Six Siege for a very, very long time, and it'd be cool to see them try and bounce back and potentially strike at a higher weight class than they ever have.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like Chibisu is necessarily being used as like a heavyweight fragger. Just trying to pull up some of the more recent stats here, by the way. Apologies for not looking directly at the camera. But yeah, it doesn't necessarily look like Chibisu is being used as like a kind of like direct engagement operator, whatnot, more so being held kind of on the back lines in that anchor, potentially support position. But away from that, you're still looking at some of the more mainstay members of the team to, of course, fulfill those kind of front-running roles like we already talked about before when it came to the kind of entry power out of players like Black Ray as well as Arcully and Anaton as well. They're definitely the ones kind of picking up the heavyweight when it comes to that sort of play. And then you've got Suzu kind of being the mid-round trader as well. So those are going to be your highlights. A little bit more obscured, at least looking at just the stats when it comes to teams like Talon as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what that formulation and sort of setup looks like. We'll be, of course, getting a view of that, like we said before, in just a few moments once we get closer to the start of this game. And it's, once again, not going to be our only matchup here on the stream. We have another one for Europe as well. And it looks like we do have another video talking a little bit more about the story of one of our teams, I do believe. So let's go ahead and take a peek at that.
For the second year, we are thrilled to once again host Rainbow Six at Gamers 8 in Saudi Arabia. In 2022, the event was filled with some exhilarating moments. Let's turn back the clock and showcase some of those incredible highlights.
Then 10's elite attacker favorite, so are they. Oh, Shaiko!
Pojo Man secures it. Post-plant positions will have been well established. Okay, never mind.
Katsang needs to stick this next up now. He's already clutched a couple of big rounds. Headshot onto Katsang plant. So he has to be absolutely perfect. One Rotero, but it is a Rioed wall. I like this. Gets the intel. There's a player already in there. They've got to be careful. He had no clue. Dexter holds as they stick the kit.
Mad skills, and he knows about them. The yellow ping is there, and that C4 could be huge, and it gets two. Wild.
The qualifiers saw teams from Europe, North America, South America, and Saudi Arabia battle it out for a chance to compete at Gamers 8. In the end, it was WYLDE, Space Station Gaming, MIBR, and Team Falcons that secured their spots, joining the other 4 invited teams for an epic showdown. In Group B, BDS showcased an incredible performance with a flawless run through their entire bracket. In their second match, they even beat the then current world champions TSM in a highly convincing 2-0 victory.
Pojo will get aggressive and find one. CYCLOPS gets another one, but oh, here comes TSM. Here comes Pojo, finding 3, leaving it all down to LMs to close this map out right here, right now. SMG11 primed and ready, decides it's time for the shotgun. He's going brawling. LMs! Are you kidding me?
Meanwhile, in Group A, WYLDE faced off against Team Liquid, beating them 2-0, sending them to the lower bracket.
To go, and everybody knows he's going to be pushing these main stairs from blue. Corey shuts him down.
But Team Liquid fought their way back, making it all the way to the playoffs. With the stage set for the playoffs, BDS continued their win streak against Team Liquid, bringing them a 2-0 victory and securing their spot in the finals.
The timing isn't quite right. BDS, they're going to start to find a couple of kills before we see Liquid fight back. It's all down to PSK. Isn't a lot, especially when you're going to be going up against the might of BDS. Lems hits him with the swing. Who better to finish off the job here?
In the meantime, Team Falcons had an incredibly close matchup against WYLDE, clinching map 3 in overtime to win the series 2-1 and to secure their own spot in the finals.
But he'll get close to Joker. He knows a threat is there. So players are so close, and oh, he finds it. Corey falls. No response from WYLDE at all. And here come the Falcons. It's all down to Aces to keep his team alive, and he can't do it. Falcons book themselves a ticket to face BDS tomorrow.
In the grand finals, 2 Titans, BDS and Team Falcons, clashed head-to-head, with both teams desperate for the win. Despite the fierce competition, BDS's unstoppable win streak gifted them a 3-0 victory against Team Falcons, once again showcasing their dominance in Rainbow Six.
Clear they cannot have the confidence to move themselves into the site while the threat sits alive up above, but it won't work out for Jaylan. He'll be lost to Shaiko, and oh no, Jaylan, he took the case with him up there. Rafal closes it down with Shaiko, and that's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. BDS shut it down, and they will claim the championship here at Gamers 8.
Fantastic run for BDS, not dropping a single map in their entire group and going flawless in the final.
With their victory, BDS became the first ever Gamers 8 champions of Rainbow Six.
on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's, who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child, and investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on next. keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gamers Without Borders 2023 Bravo Stream for Rainbow Six. Once again, our sincerest apologies, as I know a lot of you at home have been waiting for this game to start, and I believe, fingers crossed, I believe we do have a start in the works here over the next few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We just had a little bit of a technical issue with the observation team, and I believe we have remedied that now, so we should hopefully just be a few moments away from the commencement of this series. You guys have not missed anything. I know, like I said, it's been a pretty long time since this game was originally slated to start, but we have not actually played out any of it, so you haven't missed a map or anything like that. We are going to be starting from the very beginning of this series. My name is obviously Blue, and joining me here on the screen is Stokes. Stokes, one more time, just to refresh all the viewers, as it has been a little bit of time. How are we feeling about this matchup?
Man, excited. You know, it's always a fantastic thing when we're able to see these two regions kind of clash, especially given their most recent circumstances, especially for CYCLOPS missing out on the most recent major, trying to bounce back and prove themselves here with Gamers 8. And we're going to get into it immediately here on Border, which should be some fun, you know, quite the interesting map, especially from the most recent major, so we'll have to see what these two can do. It's going to be the ban phase now, and CYCLOPS actually with no ban to start us off.
Yeah, it looks like, just a note to our production team, we may need to hop out of game here real quick. Yep, thanks very much. As it looks like we did see a call for a rehost from one of the teams, so once again, it's going to be probably quite a few times I might be saying this tonight. Apologies from us, folks, as we work to sort out those few little technical glitches here and get ourselves started. Make sure we are smooth past that point as well. Don't want to be forcing the teams, into any uncomfortable conditions or anything like that. So we probably just had to verify some game settings there, make sure everything is set up properly, and then retry that one more time, and then we'll get ourselves back into it. Hopefully, fully starting things out this time.
Yes, indeed, man. I mean, like, there's quite a few things that we can still talk about with these two, though. We touched on quite a few things when it came to their recent history, especially for CYCLOPS and their most recent change-out, you know, and Chibi coming in, trying to help out the squad, and their recent finish, in, you know, as second in Japan. But coming from the Talon perspective, you know, good in early beginnings when it came to their Blast showcasing, but nothing really, you know, coming down to the wire when it came through for the tail end of the year for them, or rather tail end of the stage for them there. Ended up finishing out 4th. So we'll see if they can try and get things going here today, and see if they can potentially change their you know, their fate, and see what they can get going on here for Gamers Without Borders.
Yeah, the big issue for Talon, of course, was their ability, or their disability rather, to extend that 4th place finish into any better placement when it came to the LCQs themselves. We saw a lot of teams do that. Maybe not so well inside of like the first phase of the tournament, but then maybe able to either rebound when things changed over to a best-of-3 format, or really was able to excel when they went up against kind of those like open bracket teams and whatnot there. We did not see that, unfortunately, from Talon, so it's all going to be about what they've been able to do in the downtime since then, which, to be fair, was pretty lengthy. It was about a month and a half ago now that I believe those qualifiers did finish up, so there has been considerable time for this team to improve on their game plan, but we haven't seen any tournaments since then, so we don't have any indication as to whether that's gone well or not. We're going to have to wait and see. You can see in other regions, of course, a good example to that would be teams like M80, of course, who had like the pretty lackluster finish of the group stage during the NAL season. They ended up like 6th or something like that, but then rebounded and actually took the entire regular season when we switched to best-of-3s and went over to the bracket. So that's something important to consider as well, with this format being very kind of long series intensive here, playing a best-of-3 and then going directly into a best-of-5 after only one of those. It'll actually be a good opportunity for these teams that have not been able to go to the end of a bracket and play out a best-of-5 to kind of stretch their legs in that respect as well. And that's a very different form of Siege, in my opinion, just with the length of play you need to be able to keep yourself fully prepared for. That can oftentimes overwhelm some players, and then we end up with like a bit of a war of attrition if you go like 4 or 5 hours deep into one of those series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not as finicky as well when it comes down to the one-off series. You know, that's the big thing when it comes to having a best-of-1, is that you can really catch people off guard. They're not really prepared for your play style, or, you know, something of the sort, and it doesn't really give them time to adjust down the line. And that's exactly what this tournament is going to give people, is, you know, time to adjust and try out some new things that we've been able to rehearse over the last month and a half of, you know, having this downtime, catching up on the major, you know, kind of hitting the books, yeah, in a way, John, with these refurbished squads.
Just to refresh everybody one more time on our schedule, it's important to note, obviously, that we are pretty significantly delayed at this point, so that's obviously going to affect our other game as well. Playing things out between CYCLOPS and, of course, Talon here. We'll be starting our first map as soon as we have the lobby ready to rock and roll for a second time. Then coming up after this series is finished, approximately probably about an hour, maybe hour and a half after the originally scheduled start time. Depends on how quickly this series goes, of course. We are going to be moving into that European series as well, which is going to be played out a little bit later on today, and we'll have the corresponding European series, more likely played during its original or close to its original start time over on the Alpha stream. They also have the Sandbox game that I believe is live right now. It has been live for some time, so if you're sitting here just looking at our talking heads and you want to see some gameplay, you can feel free to head over to the primary stream, where of course there has been at least some gameplay going for some time now.
Yes, indeed, man. Yeah. So, I mean, past that, you know, what else you got going on here, man? You know, we got CYCLOPS versus Talon. We got the little EU tidbit going on later today with WYLDE especially coming back. I'm excited to see WYLDE play. I haven't got to personally commentate them in some some time rather, especially for some of these players. So, going to be a pretty interesting day to say the least, even given the circumstances. So we'll see if we can turn it around here soon.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and of course it's important to remember what exactly these teams are playing for. We have quite a bit of a prize pool slated for this weekend. In fact, quite a bit just even on a region-to-region basis, but it is important to note, of course, those prizes are not going to be going directly to the teams themselves. They are going to be going to one of 6 charities that has been slated out by the organizers ahead of time, and the teams are going to be able to select that charity once they have reached the kind of end phase of the tournament for themselves, of course. So whether that's going to be the 6-figure prize pool, charitable donations, of course, that teams will be receiving in first place, or the still very generous, of course, I believe it was like $40,000 or $50,000 just to making it to this event. There's going to be something for those teams to obviously donate to one of the 6 charities and, of course, feel good about themselves. And if they make it all the way to the end of the bracket and win that best-of-5 final, of course, that is also going to be qualification into the main event at the G8 convention going on inside of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in just a few months from now. That is, of course, where the teams are going to be able to capitalize on their opportunity and earn the big cash prizes for themselves at the primary event once again going on in just a few months during the course of the summer. But enough of that, as once again I believe we should hopefully here just be a few more moments away from getting things started with this matchup once again between CYCLOPS as well as Talon to finally start things out here on the Bravo stream.
Yeah, here's to hoping, you know. I mean, you know, it's got to be right on the it's got to be right around the corner. It has to be. But you know, I think the good news is that we do have a lot of things going on with Gamers Without Borders when it comes to not only Siege, but you know, a lot of other things happening. A bunch of different titles, a bunch of different charities, and a lot of success stories here to come for hopefully quite a few of these teams. You know, we've seen a lot of recent history with these squads that they could potentially be preparing for a pretty big year later on down the line. So it looks like we've finally gotten some things in here. Talon versus CYCLOPS, and we got the bans coming through. I don't think we're gonna have any re-hosts thrown up. We'll see. Just give it a split second here.
Drone bugs not permitting, of course.
Fingers crossed here. Yeah, that'd be the next thing, John. They're like, Siege is like, Stokes, welcome back. We're going to christen you.
Oh yeah, really. This is actually Stokes' first cast, of course, in quite a few months as he took some time away, obviously to get married.
Yeah, they decided to put me on the stake. Yeah, actually, yes. Not that steak. That was a good steak. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was definitely a fun one. And actually, you got to come.
Yeah,
you got to come out, man. It was a good time.
It was a very fun affair. I was glad to be there. And once again, big congratulations to you for that. But you're back now, of course, and we're going to get ourselves ready for this matchup. Once again, we got the bans rolling out. No huge surprises in terms of what we see from the ban pool. The 0 ban, definitely one that kind of sticks out to me as more of an interesting one, but still makes sense when you consider how 0 specifically can contribute to kind of anti-roam, especially for the early to mid-round of teams here. If they're a little bit unsure about their intel positioning, he can really help out to kind of lock down some of those more particular angles inside of like security or trying to control East main area.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think that the awesome thing is, especially from the time that I finished up, or like, left off casting and came back. The ban list has kind of opened up a bit. People are kind of not freeballing in a sense, but they feel a little bit more comfortable going away from you know, those hard values that we have like held so dear for so long, which is like, you must ban this hard breach, you must ban this, you must ban that. People are a lot more, you know, opt to try and ban away some of the bigger pieces of utility now. And I mean, given the circumstances of how the utility works nowadays in Siege, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? We have so much secondary hard breach, we have a lot of different ways to try and get things open and try and break down these maps, and it's allowed for a lot of teams to try and hinder other pieces of people's you know, strategy not exactly as successful. So really cool that there's things kind of going on in that nature of things, and I really think that what we've seen here really does apply towards border. You know, I mean, you got the Ying, you got the Zero, as well as some other things really, you know, strung along here to try and limit some of the broader strokes that you can take on this map.
Kind of triangle of commonly banned out defenders, at least, has been left out entirely here as well. We're still seeing a lot of that inside of other matchups, of course, where it's going to be that combination of Valkyrie alongside a few other of those more powerful operators that were added in recently, like the Azami pickup, as well as, of course, the newest pickup as well, which is going to give that great capability to just counter out drone scouting entirely. Those three have all been left in place. That's going to give a lot of providence over to the defense and potentially kind of extend their reach. We're already seeing that in the form of Black right here, immediately going to be abusing the Azami utility by playing things directly out into security and just trying to harass the heck out of this early clear from Talon. So far it's working. Talon have been attempting to clear out Black Ray, but obviously those zombie barricades are blocking things up quite effectively so far. Once again, just taking the 90 angle here. Has pretty much the winning angle for that fight. No immediate way for Talon to counter him out, but they are going to still draw Black Ray's attention away from this one over towards the south main doorway as well, where there's still a little bit of fight potentially to be taken if Black Ray wants to get aggro. This is where that barricade comes back to haunt him a little bit, but he still has the confidence to take the duel and strike true on it, knocking out Marble, giving them the first kill of the game. However, leaves himself exposed now as he goes wild down the hallway. Misa is going to be able to exchange that kill back, while the CIG will take back control. Misa, though, keeping it even, as another kill is claimed by that player to even us back down into a 3v3.
Strong pressure here from Talon towards the fountain position. Clash will be able to walk this back and just gather some intel for them. It's going to be Anaton, the shield player, as always, for Cyclops, and they'll back up the info as well as R. Cully coming through on the long angle. They'll be trying to assist here. Not really the utility came to exactly help them. Roy's going to try and reposition over towards metal stairs, try and play this up towards beepers. We have some cross positions here, but the Clash is so powerful in this position, John. Especially now that, you know, Talon is down on the man advantage as well. Big issues here. You'd really want to see Roy, or rather Ray, try and help them out with this. But no concussions, really. He does have the concussions, rather, but no real angle for him to help from where he was previously for that problem that they were facing. They're going to try and go for the reposition now over here towards the main stairs. Let this cross now. Sophia might end up getting punished. Actually, no, it's going to be the plant coming through. Waiting for the drop here. To be a big play onto the Clash. Has the angle. Not able to get him down, though, and he's going to be able to lock him up. Gets the punch, though. Has to try and play in towards the hatch, but won't come through. Going to come on down to the Dokkaebi. He's locked up inside of vents.
Unfortunately, there's not enough player pressure remaining from the 2vx situation here, so at this point it's just nicely found by Sayora as the direct counter comes in against it. Unfortunately, now it'll lack for intel. Suzuk is going to be able to jump right out around the corner here and quickly trade out the hopes of the clutch from Talon and give Cyclops still control of this first round via the counter defuse. They're going to be taking the lead here, but it's only the start of the game, obviously, so plenty of time for Talon to rebound. It's still a very well-fought round, given the circumstances that had been put against them.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I think that the fact that they were able to actually get the reposition onto site was, you know, very beneficial given their circumstances. It was a solid position there by Ray, or rather Roy, and the key thing is they were able to exploit the positioning that we saw out of Cyclops, but, you know, given the circumstances of that as well, their player advantage really played back into that the tail end there, and really assisted them, especially with the Clash play. Although it didn't work out, it was able to suss out where that last player was, and when you're inside of vents in that kind of position, you're kind of in dead water there. They're able to kind of just swing that out pretty easily, and that's exactly what comes through from Cyclops.
CYCLOPS succeeding, of course, in a bit of the extended gamble by going for the first floor hold on round number 1, is now just going to kind of double down on things. When it comes to that extended upstairs hold, you can go directly for the site itself, into the second floor itself. A few changes going to come into the operator lineup, but for the most part, expect, especially the early round defensive focus, to play pretty much exactly the same, with a massive amount of utility, of course, and just setup going over here to BlackRay to kind of boost his setup on the inside of CCTV to delay that really clear from Talon, both over on the office side as well as on the inside, of course, of that CCTV area that I was just describing too, where they're going to try to block things off also away from Talon's initial clear. Speaking of which, Talon brings a very similar lineup to the table, still keeping Sayora on that Dokkaebi, of course, to try and play in for intel. That was kind of a core issue, especially going into the 2v3 portion of the round there, so they're going to want to keep that close to their pocket. And aside from that, a pretty straightforward loadout for the other 4 players as well.
Aggressive look here from CYCLOPS, though. BlackRay, all of his utility in his pocket here, John. Interesting position here. Probably trying to keep it held up so he knows where Talon is, you know, try and suss out where Talon is initially coming from, apply it later on, just to make sure that he is in the way of the actual offensive front. Trying to take things in from the south side. You have the Dokkaebi over on the bus side as well. I'm just going to be trying to suss some things out on the top floor with the drone game. Does also still have some of those logic bombs to try and assist. Fantastic position here for the drones. Will be able to at least find BlackRay initially, but they still have to try and solve this equation. The crossfire is getting built up, but what are you trying to exactly help him in this position? But actually, as soon as I say that, Misa will try and bring up the tail end here. Frag grenade out on the Yana and in, but it's going to be the Frost Mat. Doesn't check down. Not actually able to suss out Chibi. That Frost initially not able to actually find the Frost Mat either, just unaware. Has to try and be aware of the gunfight, and now those gunfights coming in hot and heavy for both of these squads. It's down to a 3 versus 3.
Refrags from CYCLOPS that are becoming the real issue here for Talon. It was looking like Talon taking some great initial control when it came to their frag work here of clearing out CCTV, and CYCLOPS was doubling, if not tripling down on that. Unfortunately, as with the most recent aggressive moves they've tried to make, they have really retaken that control, especially when you look at the HP for both Misa, who of course got recovered from that down Frostbat, and Marble, who was just injured in the previous fight as well. They've kind of lost their edge here, so they're taking a step back, playing it more heavily onto their drones play. For intel, Marble gets a spot through the 90 angle, unfortunately not going to be close enough to the position he needs to work that kill outright, so CYCLOPS continue to bleed down time. Thankfully, again, all this happening like at a pretty early midpoint of the round, so still plenty of time for that outright recovery to come forward here, as Talon is working it nice and slow, still around the 90 angle, trying to keep that pressure onto Office as well to prevent the rotations, but Arcully going to be able to win things out for himself instead, taking down Kanos. Now maybe 2 very low players remaining for Talon's assault here. The CYCLOPS trying to lock down the second site, more than likely will be successful in doing so, as indeed Suzuki and Anaton both strike true to end out the round and give the CYCLOPS that 2-0 lead.
CYCLOPS are doing a bang-up job of holding on to their map control right now, and the bad part for Talon is that they're kind of stretching themselves too thin. You know, you see them trying to assert dominance over multiple portions of the map at the same time. You know, we have a player working over on the vent side of things. We have a couple of players trying to solve things over inside of security, and that's all well and good, but there's no real help besides Yana coming in the window there for security to try and dislodge BlackRay inside of you know, Bookshelf, and that's really where the problem stems for Talon, is that there's just too many, you know, problems going on at once, and they need to focus on one initial thing and attack that issue. And once they solve that, then they can try and springboard from that initial, you know, foothold that they gather. But they're already focusing on to the later portions of their round, like getting control over archives and these other things, and they're kind of getting ahead of themselves, and it's kind of punishing them because of that.
More change-ups to the lineup for CYCLOPS as well to adjust for just the downstairs teller site now. Most notably, of course, we were talking about that triangle and how none of the operators inside of it have been banned out before. We're going to see the third point of it now come out. Of course, the Solus enters play for Chibisu, the newest member of CYCLOPS here, and he's going to be able to try and roam around. Was able to find 4 out of 5 of the initial drones from Talon as well, so a pretty sufficient drain of the drone count right off the rip here. And that is going to limit some of the droning options for Talon. Thankfully, again, we are playing on tellers, though, so at least in terms of just getting the angles cleared, you need to check the site itself. You're not necessarily going to need all 6 of those, but if Chibisu continues to take them out as liberally as he already was in the prep phase, maybe not so much.
It's kind of rough, though, right? Because you have to worry about security. You also have to worry about the top floor as well. So, like, you lose all those drones. I mean, granted, as well, they have the Doga and the Yana, right? So they can kind of help themselves out in that, you know, sort of a situation. situation, but the key thing is that the Cyclops now are way ahead of them in the info game, and Talon is kind of flying blind into this situation here.
In fact, they have both the Solus as well as the Pulse to feed them direct player intel if they're not.
And the Valkyrie. There's so much
the
info
Valkyrie
game going on
Valkyrie
here.
as well had been picked up there down at the bottom for Cyclops. They have that intel to build on as well. Good point there. Making it very, very rough here for Talon.
It may have been a minute, but, you know. Oh, speaking of, oh my. Only a minute off the board, my friends. And we're back into the business. Anaton, he'll strike upstairs, but Talon's already hit their mark. Chibi will go down. They're going to lose their Solus.
Pretty much instant response from Cyclops has been the recurring issue for Talon so far in the middle of these
Look at the
rounds,
drone game. Look at this drone game right now. The drones are completely just demolished.
Just 3 drones remaining here for Talon, all 3 being actively used at this point as well, so they are already on the board somewhere. They need to make sure they try and keep all 3 of these alive. It's still with half the round to go, and unfortunately now only 2 players remaining as 2 more kills are found out. Good snipe from Royboy here to at least stop the bleeding as Black Ray does go 1 for 1 on that aggressive exchange as he tries to play out there, but still down by 1 player. Anaton has been injured by about half his own HP, but he's going to be able to control that kind of disadvantage he's playing from now by just kind of packing away from the more aggressive positioning he was playing into previously and rejoining his teammates closer to the site. Oh, R. Kelly with another strike from down below as well. This one via Nitro Cell knocks out Royboy and leaves all the hopes for this round purely in the hands of Sayura. Just not going to work out as well as Anaton shuts it down from range. A few other teammates also helping out with that one. CIG continuing to dominate here with a 3-0 advantage over their opponents now.
Well, Cyclops with a dominant performance so far. Talon able to kind of pick up the pieces in a certain sense. We've seen them able to try and correct things, at least for their openers when it comes to some of these opening bloods, but not really able to make too much of it. It really seems like they're just trying to search for these gunfights, and it's not necessarily coming to them right now, John.
No, not the case, and that's something they're going to have to try and course correct on relatively quickly, as well as just the general improvements to the drone game. Hopefully just a symptom of the fact that we had Solus in play on the previous round. I hadn't been paying too much attention to it on the previous 2 rounds before that one, so we'll check in with it once again here in round number 4 and see if it's going to be a similar problem to what we saw back on round 3. And Talon will have a bit of an easier time clearing things out. Obviously, Cyclops has kind of leveled down their intel game slightly as well, considering what we have being played on the previous rounds, and that is also going to be quite easy for them. But they've already won this site, so they're just repeating on previous successes now.
It's going to be a setup on the basement floor here for Cyclops, although the defense not looking exactly like it'll be dedicated there, will it? But that's how Border plays out. We're used to this, a dedication to the top floor and extending these reinforcements towards some more of these pivotal panels that hold up the outskirts of this map. They also got the castle barricade to try and break up quite a few of the longer range sight lines throughout the entire map for a lot of these door frames and such, especially on the top floor. So let's see how Talon trying to addresses this. Has quite a few different ways to try and do this. We have quite a few frag grenades, some Gone 6s, as well as the Ash and the Sledge coming in here to try and assist. It's really just going to be up to the team play to try, you know, break this down here for Talon.
Slow play as somewhat expected at this point. Talon have not had the best record with getting off to the right foot, and even when they have, it's been pretty much immediately refragged by Cyclops, or at least played to an even pace. So they want to potentially slow things down here to a more analytical approach. We have seen them have some good early clear. It's like I said before, they just have some issues stopping the bleeding after that fact. The Cyclops want to stay aggressive, which they certainly have been of the tendency to do so, as you're kind of seeing right now. Once again, Black Ray playing it out directly at the beginning of the round, but this is really hard countered as Kainos gets the better of him. He's able to knock him down. And the first kill of the round once again goes to Talon, and this time it seems like in a much more clean fashion. No trades coming back out from the side of Cyclops. Doesn't really look like there's really any opportunity for Cyclops to find one either. So they're going to have to roll things back for the first time really in this game and try to play from the 4v5 disadvantage.
Well, in typical Siege fashion, as things get aggressive, it'll slow down all the same, all except for Anaton. He's going to keep us going. And as soon as I say that, with the Caster's Curse as usual, Marble will be able to pick up one, but actually it's going to be the gunfight right back on to Anaton. He was really feeling himself there on that door, but Be feeling himself too much longer. Talon in full control of this position now. I think CYCLOPS has gotten a little too aggressive here. They were feeling so dominant over Talon, and this is what they've wanted the whole time, John. This is what their play style has been telling us, right? They really want these aggressive looks, and look, Marble's even ready for that. Nice little swing here, and it's finally going to be Athelete that picks up something for CYCLOPS. An opportunity, though, right in front of him is Misa, quite low. A nice shot on to the person that actually has the case, but no. A nice shot here from the Ash of Talon will finally pick up their very first round on Border.
Arcala able to get away just a few kills there at the end of the round, mainly because he works himself past that drone, which was not being watched, of course, by the Talon members. Talon overall, though, with a massive improvement to their playstyle there on round number 4 as they slow things down massively, take a kind of very individual-focused approach to how they look for their kills, and that pays out in huge dividends. CYCLOPS are denied of most opportunities to refrag, say for 1 or 2 towards the end of the round, but by that point, we already had Talon with pretty good controls. We were down to like a 4v3 or 4v2, so they were just kind of trading things out to a win at that point, which is exactly how they win it out there. Good stuff from Talon. Now they just need to keep a hold of things and try to go for the outright rebound at a 3-3 score.
Athelete, 7-1 and 2, setting the world on fire. Chibi doesn't have to do all of much right now. I think Chibi was our Frost player from the earlier round that ended up getting that assist off of that play. We'll see if they can kind of get themselves together here for some of these later defensive rounds. Only 2 remaining here. And this one going to be dedicated towards the top floor, Armory and Archive. See exactly what they can get away with here. I love the Echo pickup, especially that they got going on here. A decent amount of delay, a little bit of, you know, that sprinkle of denial when it comes to the mute jammers as well. A lot going on with CYCLOPS' operator lineup.
Talon does ditch a little bit of their soft breach there at the last moment of the repick phase as well, and they're going to bring the Nook in instead to probably add a second angle to this approach. Probably very much needed when it comes to how CYCLOPS wanted to play directly in the face of Talon, so that could be a good assumption that the CYCLOPS are going to have a few holes in the back line of their defense that can potentially be abused, and more than likely will be correct about this as they play the timing on the Nook correctly. So we'll wait and see how that all comes together in the midst of the round itself here. The CYCLOPS is also indicating of potentially slowing some things down with the inclusion of that Echo that you had already mentioned. Royboy is on his way in, though, just starting for a direct insertion through jail. He'll more than likely lurk over towards East Main, or potentially just wait out the timer a bit more and try to go for a direct push-up battle from there. So we'll have to wait and see what his best path forward is going to be, because he's been slowed down there a little bit. As you see, there's a barricade in the way. It's going to be very not smart to just knock that out of the way at this early phase of the round, as it will directly reveal his position. Speaking of already getting into some fights, though, yeah, Athelete out here. Oh, there it is. It's going to be Royboy from down below. The Nook actually comes into play a bit earlier than you might have thought to affect some change here and just actually outright take down that security player before they can cause too much delay. Nice early kill happening there, too. Only about a minute burned off the clock before they could find that one, so Athelete not able to find anywhere near the delay that has been previously picked up by this player.
Here we go, Talon.
Continue to unfold from Talon. CYCLOPS getting the most recent one against Suzu. Finally, Chibisu now, the new pickup from CYCLOPS, strikes back. And Edison helps out as well with a few exchanges going back against Talon, re-equalizing it into a 3v3, although CYCLOPS still at a little bit of an HP as well as positioning disadvantage. The positioning disadvantage will soon be corrected, though, as it looks like most of their players are being allowed to back up and regroup.
Talon able to get the team play to work out initially, get those big pickups, but CYCLOPS fire back on the reposition, John. Talon attempting to extend themselves and take those fights, but CYCLOPS a little bit stronger when it comes to these later portions of the round. Frag grenade out. Oh, so close there for Roy. Oh, nice shots, though, but it won't be backed up. Marble will finally hop too. Able to take down Black Ray. Into the 2 versus 2 we go. Big rotations here from Roy, and what a flick. Nice transition here in towards Fountain. Marble will shut it down. And Talon, they've been able to bounce back in these last 2 rounds. Looking fantastic now. Really warming up when it comes to these gunfights. CYCLOPS not standing the test of time here on Border.
Great changeup to bring the Nook into play there. We still had the nades in pocket, so it's a good possibility we might have seen that first kill go off, although I don't necessarily think we would have seen the Nook make the entry from the same position had that player been on Sledge. Obviously helps out, though, at the end of the round, too, having that quicker scope, and I believe for that SMG instead of the rifle that Sledge would have normally had. Definitely makes that duel a little bit more palatable and a bit easier to sneak into there at the end of the round. So nice adjustment being made, and once again, just continuing to improve on the corrections we already saw used back in round number 4 that was as well, where Talon were able to kind of work more as a team pick their targets one by one and just slowly knock out the members of CYCLOPS. Whereas CYCLOPS is still kind of playing that pretty individually focused game when it comes to the way they're trying to swing their weight on the defensive side. So that's continuing to cause a few problems here now on the second go-around of sites, as they're at risk of losing this lead here officially at a 2-3 score.
Now, things are starting to hit some rough waters for CYCLOPS. We'll see if they can right this ship. Set sail to a new destination. Maybe get some sunshine going on here. Don't know if it's sunny for you as of right now, John. It's a little gloomy over here in Texas. So, but we'll see if hopefully we get some better weather today. Yesterday wasn't too hot. Today, we'll have to see. But as for Talon, it's definitely warming up for them as they're back out and onto the field here. And they've had some fantastic plays going on in these last couple of rounds. I've been enjoying the adjustments to their overall strategy because, you know, their initial rounds, we saw them a little sloppy across the map, trying to work a couple too many angles and not really working off of each other. They need to be tighter knit. That's what we needed to see. And, well, we've gotten that thus far. It's really been CYCLOPS that's been on the back foot, not really progressive. They've been reactive towards a lot of what we've seen from Talon, and it's left them stagnated. See if they can try and get some things going on for themselves now, as Arculli is looking to try and find that same demon that he had a couple rounds ago. Only 7-2. Looking for the shots here through the triple wall. Not able to find it. Found some magnets to the equation. A couple people on the other end of the wall, but don't worry, he's minus this soft paneling here. Buck probably going to continue to try and open this up. Does have to worry about the radio window as well, but oh, Marble, he gets too curious, John. Sticks his face where it doesn't belong, and it might follow through as well. Well, he's got the 1.5 back. It's a fan favorite, John. It hits its mark.
You said it best. Just a little bit too curious there for Marble. Did not have the proper secondary angle support, so did not really leave an option available for Talon to be able to trade that kill out. And now it's too late. The player's fallen back into the depths of Archives. They're going to have to work just as hard to try and locate it. As you can see here, they wrap the corner. Once again, that player has gone actually into a pretty risky position here behind the bookcase on the inside of Archives. Thankfully, again, Talon's been a little slow to kind of adjust the pressure on
Does he check it
specifically. So yeah,
does he check it?
That's the big question now, and he will. But still, the kill's going to go into the hands of Arculli regardless, and he'll be able to support. Won't get, but will support Black Ray as well around the corner in small office as he picks up a 3-piece at the end of the round to shut it all down. Talon faltering yet again, and that is going to mean that CAG have their lead assured at a minimum 4-2 here going into the second half.
When in doubt, 1.5 it out, I guess. Like that seems to be. I see. I have not missed very much. Okay, the strategy stays the same. You know. Different operators. Well, mine's back in a new form factor. It's not a new form factor. It's the exact same as the old one. And Loki, it's Loki the best. It's the best version. Well, I was sad when they took the 1.5, John, and this is the exact reason. The MP5, it deserves love. It deserves it. It's a great gun. I don't know about your personal opinion on it, and you know, frankly, I think that you should just have my opinion.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, my personal thoughts.
Right? Yeah, me too. Me too.
Expansive. So.
I will say this though, I am very happy that Oryx is falling off, because I was getting real sick and tired of seeing Oryx around.
Well, we still see him occasionally.
He gets some play. I see him, but his yeah, exactly. It's more for the flair of what Oryx has to offer for the rotations now, and not the fact that he has a T5 with a 1.5, and that makes me a lot happier, you know? A lot more palatable.
Hopefully makes you happy. Is going to keep the CYCLOPS roster happy as well, like I said before, as they maintain that bare minimum lead scoreline of 4-2. You'll see if they can extend it as they need the remaining half of rounds still in play here to try and lock things down at 3 out of the next 6. They'll be taking control of map number 1 of this series. Before we move onward to our further maps, just as a quick reminder as well, as I know it's been a while since we saw the map veto, it's going to be Villa and then Bank for maps 2 and 3 if we do need to go the full distance of this series as well. CAG get themselves off to another hot start, and it's continuing to out-harass the Talon roster as they're going to find the first strike inside of this half, knocking out Misa.
Continuing to check positions here. The key thing now for CYCLOPS is not really an info game going on, just kind of going through default motions, right? Applying utility where people would routinely play and just seeing if it sticks. And as of right now, not really finding too much past the Misa kill that we saw initially. So, Cyclops continue to try and progress on this bottom floor. Do still have Case in their possession, but remember, site is upstairs, so although they'll be able to work for the position down low, it's really just to try and get a pickup of, or rather a flurry of kills via these frag grenades, and, you know, just try and get a depth charge off and see if they can potentially get something going, but won't find too much from that. Instead, they're going to have to transition, and finally, actually, it'll be Athelete that picks up one with the frag grenade. Seems like they did have a spare down low that they were able to use and actually dislodge yet another position. Some nice shots, and actually, where the heck did that come from? Did he get him from down low, or is that from downtown? Either way, Cyclops absolutely deadly in this opener.
Yeah, and I see it on once again working the angle work there for Suzu specifically. May have actually come directly from the sub panel wall going into security itself. We can look back on that later. As at the moment, it is Cyclops just shutting down members of Talon's defense. One by one. Last one in play here. Now, Canis is going to get away with one, but there's that immediate trade setup now working into CAG a bit more strongly that they're on the attacking side as they immediately knock out that single lost player and quickly course correct on a bit of a few bumpy rounds, of course, in the first half to still keep a very assured lead here as they work past the first round of the second. 5-2, 2 rounds to go until they take victory, and that is going to trigger the Talon tactical timeout here as things are getting a little bit dire for them at this 5-2 scoreline.
Now, Athelete has found himself yet again, you know. He kind of slowed down there a bit and tacked on those 2 deaths and was kind of locked at 7 kills there for just a split second, but has rallied off 5 frags in the last 2 rounds, so he's accounted for at least an entire, you know, team worth of death in 1 round. So fantastic for him so far here in this game and shutting down Talon at every single avenue. So we'll see if they can try and continue this. As for Talon, they're now the ones on the back foot yet again, John. Cyclops are the ones being proactive, especially with this aggressive front that they're putting on initially. And although, you know, the majority of it not exactly backed up by info, it doesn't seem like it necessarily has to be when it comes up against Talon. These default checks that Cyclops are going through are hitting their marks, and it's really damning in the current moment.
No one really consistent to look to on a constant round-around basis from Talon at this point, too, to step up when that kind of is required of them. We saw Misa doing that a little bit on the entry, but Misa currently sitting at the bottom of the overall kind of scoreboard there, meaning that, again, we're seeing struggles with that, being able to repeat that level of success at least on a continuous round-around basis here, whereas we're not seeing so much for players like Athelete who have been popping off at positive 10 right now. We're going to see some interesting, at least initial operator picks come out from Cyclops here. I'm sure you guys at home have already noticed the blitz. We'll wait a few moments before we talk about that a little more, because there's still a chance to get 6 picked away, but on a Teller's attack, there's a pretty good opportunity that we'll actually probably see it stick in. So we'll have to just wait a few moments here to make sure it is indeed not going to get 6 picked away. Or re-picked away, excuse me.
All signs are pointing towards aggression, especially with the line coming in. I completely agree with you.
Rule I have now to wait with ops like this.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a valid point that you presented.
All right, it's stuck. We're good.
Blue.
We can talk about it now.
All right, so there's no frost. That's what I wanted to say. Your turn.
Well, for me, I was just going to say we have a blitz in play as well. But as you mentioned, the frost is going to boost the play potentially from Black Ray quite a bit here, as we'll see him potentially try to go for a very quick amount of control in the building. Expected to be held back for like 30 seconds to a minute here, as they're still
going upstairs with it?
Yeah,
I thought they were just going to go right to Tellers. I thought he was just going to hop the window. I was like, check the window once. All right, cool, we go. But no, they're going to send it up top.
There's a bit of a threat that the roam game bounces back against them, especially on the hatch drops back down into areas like the showers that they may not want to directly challenge outright, even with the benefit of the blitz. So we'll see that more than likely held back until that can either be dealt with or properly kind of rationalized for them to go directly downstairs. It does look like they're going to do what Stokes was mentioning, and try to go for the upstairs clear. Talon may have a potential counter to this, but we'll have to see how Black Ray looks to insert himself. There we go. The hot entry has been made. The rotation around the corner doesn't have a direct way to fight out the Azami yet, and she blocks the way, but Chibi strikes true to start. However, Black Ray has some unfortunate timing, is spun back around, but thankfully doesn't seem to be changing up the fates of the rest of Cyclops here, as they are outslaying Talon, bringing the overall player count down to a 4v2, and now opening up the site for a plan as well. Doesn't look like Suzu's going to have much in the way of interruption. There's a few crosses still to be made over by the main hallway to try and get them back onto the site, but it's all unsuccessful so far. Royboy finds a single trade onto Athelete after he tries to move out to pick up that kill against the player crossing lobby, and will be able to get that exchange, but now Royboy, as you can see here, very much off on an island. No easy way for him to get even close to the case, and he's stuck in a 1v3 with only about a third of his health remaining.
up the creek with no paddle. No information to go off of, and a low round gun with a high round necessity when it comes to the amount of bodies around currently. Trying to process things through the wall, but it'll be Suzuki that gets it done first with the V308 of Lion. They'll shut things down. A 6-2 lead now for CYCLOPS as they're nip it in the bud. Rolling into round 9.
Looking to quickly close this one down, not giving Talon much of a hope at all for a rebound on their own defensive side. They will potentially change up the site one final time from Tellers over to Customs. Oh, maybe not, as it looks like they are changing that now to go for an upstairs defense here as their last-ditched attempt to keep themselves in the game. Now needs to be 4 rounds in a row for Talon just to trigger overtime, and then still needs to close out in 3 additional rounds beyond that, or 2 out of 3 rather, of the 3 additional rounds beyond that one in order to still actually win this one inside of OT itself. But things are not looking good, to say the least, for Talon at this point. It's looking cool to see a complete rerun of CYCLOPS' strategy going into this round as well, potentially even doubling down on that aggression, as we're also going to see the guard.
There it is. I was wondering when we were going to get a Brava.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of Brava conversation going on over the last couple of months. What did you see from the Brava experiment at the major? Is she a pretty common pick?
She's just like a different Twitch. Is kind of
no, that's exactly what she is.
Yeah.
You're exactly correct.
She's just like an alternate Twitch. I mean, unless you want to get like really deep, specifically she contributes, but obviously.
Yeah, she's like crazier Twitch with an easier gun.
And it's more importantly than that too is like really good intel theft with the ability to like just sneak in and steal away like default cams and things of that nature too.
That's what I'm saying. Like Twitch is cool because like
Twitch basically is
exactly right because like. Yeah, because like Twitch F2's sick, right? And like, you know, cool little drone, and then, you know, now it jumps and, you know, whatever. But you zap things away and you destroy them, so that doesn't exactly benefit yourself. Whereas Brava, she just steals it for the team. So it's like, why not just take it for myself, right?
Other than the cam theft, though, I do think that her ability is, at least in terms of the actual play we've seen with her at the pro level, at least from what I've noticed, has been like a little bit underwhelming. Like we haven't seen any like crazy like Banshee thefts that like messed up a team trying to rotate back into a site or anything like that. Like I haven't noticed any crazy like 500 IQ level plays like that. It's mainly just been stealing cams for better intel, but even that's like pretty useful compared to Twitch's base functionality of just destroying things. So we're gonna see some play escalate here, but the cookies bad timing for Misa. Indeed it is. Chibisu walks right in. Misa unfortunately caught unawares. Sayori though elsewhere on the map is still gonna be able to maintain positioning on the inside of security, and will be able to battle back for that frag now and still equalize things down to a 4v4 at least.
Well, still plenty of time for CYCLOPS to try and get something going here. They're going to deal some damage to Marble. I do believe that is our player upstairs in Armory, and yes, indeed, it will be. Currently playing inside of Sandwich. Looks like he wants to try and prep for the hop out towards the bus side. Might try and take somebody out on vents if they do end up donning that mantle. CAG, though, they're in full recognizance mode, trying to see exactly how they can assert themselves over this top floor, try and get their positions to try and break up what Talon has going on here, especially for this extended position over inside of security. Tahiro won't continue to hold things down. They're going to try and go for the old reliable. It's going to be the frag grenades underneath. He's going to walk right back into it. Oh no, Anderson will pick it up. And CYCLOPS, they've found what they've wanted for so very long in this round, but with very minimal time now. Looks like we'll be able to see if they can run this last hot minute.
That was the cork plugging the leak, so to speak, was the delay being caused by Sayora. So now that that is gone, we can more than likely see a full commitment from the rest of CYCLOPS. But like Stokes said, minimal time to actually set up for the execute itself, and plenty of time for Talon to now reposition their remaining 3 players is going to leave them in a more powerful spot. As you can see, Royboy ready to take this engagement from the backside of Fountain, immediately slays out against Chibisu. Arcali, though, as consistent as he's been in this game, may still keep CYCLOPS in that pole position, and indeed he will. Slays out all 3 of the remaining defenders and takes the map along with it, as we're going to see domination from the CYCLOPS roster to start out this series on the first map. 7-2 is the final scoreline, ladies and gentlemen, as they take that 1-0 lead to start.
Arcoli's got that dog in him, man. He was on top of it. As soon as he saw that situation, you could see the comms coming through. Fantastic communication from the squad, and a huge benefit, you know, to Arcoli as he was able to take down 3 players in extremely quick succession. So very, very well done for the CYCLOPS player and CYCLOPS overall in this 7-2 matchup.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for map number 1. Do stick with us as we're going to have a breakdown and a little bit of prep for you guys to get ready for map number 2 coming up right after this, as we'll continue on with the action here at the Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six event.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream here as we get ready to jump into map number 2 of our initial series for the Korean and Japan finals here of the Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six bracket. Going to be looking, of course, to spread out the lion's share of that charity prize pool that we do have to donate to one of 6 charities, of course, that were pre-selected, and of course qualify the top team from this region into the main event at Gamers 8 in just a few months' time. Currently focusing things up once again on the Korean and Japan region. We have the other matchup going over on the Alpha stream as well, but here on this stream, once again, as we mentioned before, we've got Talon going up against CYCLOPS. CYCLOPS just taking a commanding lead in the series, the 7-2 victory on our first map. Now getting ready to rotate into our second map, which right on cue comes on screen there and is going to be Villa. Stokes, what's your take on things as we rotate over towards Villa and get ready to start our second map?
You know, I think when it comes to what we just witnessed in between these two, it's really going to be down to CYCLOPS and what we've you know, already had. If they're able to maintain pace, I really see this as being a pretty dominant 2-0 for them, given the circumstances of Villa. But we'll have to see. You know, Talon still has some things in the wings that they can potentially pull out. Villa plays a lot differently from Border. There's a bunch of different you know, ways in order to break this map down in comparison to Border, where it's a lot more streamlined. So we'll see what they you know, have to go with here on their first opener and see what their offensive side has to hold. But as for the offensive bans, looks like we're going to get Doke and Thatcher off the board. So pretty straightforward when it comes down to that. Azami to follow it up on the defensive end is she's still going to be bubbling up towards the top end of that ban list, as she is quite fantastic at holding down and just reinforcing a bunch of different positions, either, you know, on site, around site, or really whatever. It's really, you know, the world is your oyster when it comes to her utility.
Yeah, those top 3 defender bans, once again being reincorporated entirely for this new map, is Solus also getting removed from the defender pool as our second pick to come in from CYCLOPS. We were seeing quite a bit of CYCLOPS themselves actually using that inside of the previous series, so not wanting to deal with that. Once again, I think we did see it pop up for Talon once or twice in their defense for the game came to a close as well, so just not wanting to deal with that, especially here on Villa 2, where drone info is essential, especially when you consider just how big this map is and how much of that clearance is required, especially inside of the early and mid round. You don't want to be going up against the Solus, which can, as we saw, of course, over there on Border, mitigate like 4 out of 10 of your drones before you even spawn in. It's not something that you really want to be dealing with on a regular basis, so it's probably safer in the case of CYCLOPS here to just ban that out.
Absolutely, absolutely. But let's get down to it now, as we're 10 seconds out from our very first action phase on Villa. CYCLOPS going to be bringing a myriad of different utility to the table. Goyo coming out to play, not something that we necessarily saw a lot of inside of the last round. Does he still have the 1.5? I don't even know. They removed that from him. Is he back to just 1Xs?
For Goyo's sake, I think he still has the 1.5, but I honestly can't remember off the top of my head. It is 6 a.m. right now.
Definitely does still have those gas canisters, though, and that's the key factor here, is the limitation of you know, what they can potentially do around these stairwells with that. Ash actually going down quite early here. Misa, don't exactly, was he trying to hold the angle inside here? I think he was just trying to hold the angle there for the pantry.
Yeah,
and Arcully quickly grabbing that, huh? Yeah, unfortunate circumstances befall our friend there on Talon, and now the Looks like his friends are going to have to, well, reap the causation of that. So, see how they try and handle this now. You can see him trying to set up some angles around the map just to see if CYCLOPS will play back into anything, but they've been doing a pretty solid job ever since we saw some of those other defensive rounds kind of go the way of Talon at not giving up too many gunfights that were too unnecessary.
Talon is going to still try this very localized attempt to move their way through. Canos run into some serious issues, though. I believe that's Angles coming in from the library side of things here, and they're just not able to adjust quickly enough to be able to hard counter his position out. Canos walks into the player that already took away quite a bit of his HP earlier on and allows him to kind of finish off the job. So already CYCLOPS taking a massive lead here in a 5 versus 3 situation as Talon, like I was trying to say before we got interrupted by that fight, Talon kind of trying to group all their players together, focus up, and knock out one player CYCLOPS at a time. But again, before we saw that second player get taken down, I was about to remark on how that's probably not going to work from a 4v5. It's definitely not going to work, in my opinion, from a 3v5. So Talon are up the river and unfortunately don't have any way, or down the river rather, and don't have any way to paddle their way back up at this point, it seems.
It seems like they'll be hoping that the currents will take them somewhere.
It's taking them to a bad place right now.
Yeah, it's not taking them exactly. Oh, Marble. I'll be able to at least get one. But, Marble, what say you when it's you versus 4, my friend? Well, he answered a question from earlier as well about Goyo. Definitely has the 1.5 as Anaton. Well, speaking of, he'll find it.
Oh, yeah, he's got it.
So. Oh, positioning. Is won't check his corners, rotating in there, and that seems to be a pretty common error for Talon, just not really having the info game going for themselves to try and work themselves forward through. They're kind of flying blind and hoping these gunfights work out for them.
Pretty much an assured fate already at the end of the round, so don't fault the Talon player too much, at least for my view on that one, from the 1vx situation, as it was very much a desperate ask for that player to do much from that scenario. Anyway, Talon, I think, just trying to kind of forget that one and move on to the next round as they got outgunned and outpositioned entirely. In almost every single engagement we saw there, Talon attempting to kind of bring it back and just never really being given a chance to do so. So that is going to be a strong start, a continuing start from the strong stance we already had from CYCLOPS in the previous map. And looking to continue that for a very quick 2-0 victory against Talon. Things are going to remain unchanged for map number 1.
Yeah, well, things have definitely not changed for our Cully, able to add 2 more tallies to his kill feed here. And Anaton also stepping up in a very large way is the Goyo that we'd seen in that previous round. Looks like CYCLOPS wants to get even more aggressive when it comes to this AVG setup that they're going for. They're going to bring the Miras and trying to open things up over towards the study side here. Still have the Valkyrie in play as well. That'll try and wrap things up with a bow when it comes to some of these, closer outskirts to the actual site. John, try and keep some solid info on what is exactly happening for Talon on this offensive side, especially because what we've been seeing from them so far, right? It's kind of like what we'd seen on Border. They're going through their default checks and seeing if they could potentially get some kills through that manner just by acting quickly. As for CYCLOPS, they could benefit off that quite a lot, just given the fact that they are going to have a decent amount of this info game working, as well as those black mirrors that are so darn difficult to deal with.
Slow roll either way for Talon, as they do want to analyze the situation and try to make a best possible first strike here in hopes of eliminating outright one of those members of CYCLOPS, like we're seeing kind of do towards the tail end of their attacking half over on Border side as well. But it's still going to be that slow process of trying to make sure that everything is safe before they move in for outright control, and still will not be the case. Unfortunately, Anaton gets challenged not just once, but twice, and is able to succeed a third time as well. Talon, why do you triple down on that? Just full committing to each individual 1v1 with barely any damage done to Anaton throughout the process of any one of them. Black Ray now jumps in for kill number 4, and that's going to be Talon setting themselves up for defeat, unfortunately, right from the outset of that take on the inside of Master Bath. Royboy is kind of awkwardly left sitting, wondering what exactly he should do now on the outskirts of Laundry. So at least might be able to get the 1 kill built off of Black Rain. Indeed he shall, but that's the very lonesome start to a very long road to recovery here. He's going to need to try and work on over the next minute and 20 seconds, and work on it he will. Rotating back through, now going to try and directly challenge out Anaton, who slayed out the other 3/5 of his team here. A very scary window to jump back into for that very same reason. Speaking of which, Anaton pops back in and gets kill number 4 just by quickly peeking in and peeking out one final time to lock in the round for his team.
Once again, Talon just showing up and trying to show out with really no causation or rhyme or reason to why they're, you know, really doing things, John. They're trying to just swing really hard, swing for the fences, and hope that it goes, but it's really not working out for them. It's really just due to the info game, and that's really what we're going to keep defaulting back to. They don't really have anything going for them in that department, and it's mostly because they don't really know what's going on for CYCLOPS' overall strategy past that,
secret
right?
agent for Athelete as well now.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic, and it's the constant punishment here from CYCLOPS. Even inside these 2 rounds, it showcased itself perfectly. Talon don't really know what's going on with the strategy, and CYCLOPS are able to play it to its fullest advantage because of that. Constant aggressive swings off of angles that Talon aren't really ready for. They're not ready for a lot of these walls to be completely destroyed. They're just looking for gunfights, but even at the end of the day they don't know where they're coming from.
So Talon are going to continue to search for methods to try to get their first round on the board here inside of map number 2. Wasn't really short for any rounds on the board itself in the first map, even though it was ultimately a 7-2 scoreline. At least we saw them battling back every once in a while. At the moment, they've just bowed down to CYCLOPS two times in a row here so far, and have obviously allowed CYCLOPS to continue rotating around the map in the process. So they are now going to try and go to the 3rd point of that rotation triangle and head downstairs here for the one and only time we'll see it happen on this go-around. This round, of course, we're going to see CYCLOPS unlock AVG, and following that one up trophy as well. They're more likely to make an immediate return to the site, seeing how swimmingly those defenses went on the first attempt here. Slow clear here from Talon, of course, is there once again just trying to make doubly, if not triply sure at this point that the initial take that they will try to go for is not going to be immediately contested by Anneton or another member of CYCLOPS. Pretty much all of them will have full confidence to try and take those deals at this point, seeing as how they've been able to dominate inside of the early round. CYCLOPS really pulling no punches here, but does have an interest in keeping their extended game alive, so it's not going to immediately contest that walk-in play. Misa, though, will be first up to bat yet again when it comes to the entry power for this team. Player is going to have to challenge things out against the Astro hold, which there we go. Here's the proper angle support coming in from Sayora there on the side angle, and Misa's grenade will be able to properly position itself over the top of Arcali, eliminating him outright this time. That's before Chibisu can get back into the fight, though, and Sayora continues to once again have a great side angle to all this aggression from CYCLOPS. Cuts off a second member of the team now, and they still have pressure on the Astro players, too. Kanos is even going to cut off the rotation from Black Ray. That's that more focused take that we saw at least a few times back on Border that's finally coming out here for Talon, but Misa seems to at least missed, or at least did not respect the play from Anneton, still hiding up behind the Astro desk, gets away with it, drops the hatch, and escapes, and now Suzuk with the Nitro. They've evened it back down into a 2v2.
Well, Talon, they had it. It was in their hands, but now...
Oh, no.
It seems to have fumbled out. It slipped through the cracks. Butterfingers right now for Talon. Not able to secure things in the way that they so thought they could. Nitro Cell coming out as well as some big kills from CYCLOPS. A necessity here for Talon. He'll check, but that was the death blow necessary for CYCLOPS. It's a TCSG. Will
that's not
be able to deal the damage from downtown. No, it's really not. And again, I hate to be, you know, the person that's ringing the same bell, but they're falling back on the same things. They find these fantastic picks, John. They just don't go back to the info, don't go back to the drones to try and figure out what their next step is. They blindly step inside of Astro and immediately get eviscerated.
Which again is it's not something that, at least from my interpretation, we were seeing all that much of on Border. It did seem to appear that Talon had a much more analytical take to things on Border, and when they potentially made a bad entry or two, they would at least, like, you know, do exactly what you were describing. Take a step back, kind of reanalyze things from their drone's POV, and then if they have to, change up their positions and re-entry from there. We're not seeing that to any extent here on Villa. They are just, like you said, doubling, if not tripling down on certain scenarios and just walking face first into their own demise, unfortunately, at the end of the day, is what at least I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, they're face checking an awful lot, and that's really not what you want in Siege. And like, I mean, even past that, just to kind of, you know, continue to add some tallies into this this point. their drone game initially is not all that strong either. They're losing so many drones inside of the opening minute and prep phase. It'll make your head spin, man. I mean, like some of those rounds on Border, they were coming into the round down 4 drones already, and it's like we need some drones to be able to at least work off of. You know what I mean? And on a map like Border, like that initial info is all well and good, but wouldn't you want info that you can actually act off of?
Yeah.
That's what I pose, right? So, and that's the thing is like they're donating these drones to the cause, but it's not helping them at all because they can't actually do anything with what the drone's gathering them. Look, they've already, I believe they've already lost one. I think that's an X already on the top corner, isn't it? Oh my goodness.
Keep in mind this with no Solus in play either. Solus was outright banned out, so we're not even going to kind of chalk it up to the Solus factor as we often have been doing over the past few months. So this is just outright Talon blundering a little bit when it comes to their drone game, and even more so when it comes to the strategy side of things. CYCLOPS being allowed to kind of do whatever the heck they want inside of the early rounds here. The best example of that from the previous round is we were seeing quite a bit of the aggression from CYCLOPS being dealt with, but that player in Astro just allowed to exist behind desk and either wasn't noted in the Talon comms or was ignored when the entry power came through. And here we go again.
Nobody's
Chibi
checking drones.
just popping the peak off from inside of Art Studio, I do believe, and shuts down one. And
Nobody
has
is
his day
checking
as well.
the
That's a front door
drones.
peak, I'm pretty sure, and indeed it is, as we see it now in the observer overlay. That's going to drop a second member of Talon. They just can't keep themselves together. This is almost already a 4-0 start from CYCLOPS here, as Talon are going to have maybe one more fight they can try to recover with, but thankfully they do. Marble at least gets the exchange onto Anathin, so they're not completely out of this round just yet.
Funny enough, Kanos droned that guy. That's how that one worked. So
Well, there you go. When it works, it works, you know?
CYCLOPS are completely disrespecting Talon, and I mean, like, to be honest, why wouldn't you, right? At this point, like, there's no info network going on to where they're gonna know what you're doing, so they're just walking out of spawn blindly, and that's 2 free kills for CYCLOPS. They didn't even Talon didn't even slow down when they lost their first one, John. They're like, oh, that guy's dead. That's oh no, oh, he's dead too. Okay, yeah. So it's just unfortunate circumstances yet again for Talon, and like the easy thing, the big fight back that they need to do is just their info game. They still have 6 drones that they have access to. They're not even double checking to make sure that they can hop into Art for the hatch being open for the player inside of Study. It's just they're falling apart at the seams here, and CYCLOPS are simply just the orchestrating this entire thing. They're definitely showing a masterclass of how to try and play against somebody with really no info going on. All they have to worry about is the audio, and as long as they can try and make an aggressive play quickly with other things going on, they're more than likely going to take down Talon.
You can see that with the final play being made via a flank down through Study
Exactly.
as well. It's just no capability to multitask there. In part, of course, obviously due to the players that have been drained from their lineup earlier on in the round. But, I mean, we were seeing those mistakes made right from the very beginning of it with those 2 picks that, like you mentioned a few times, should have been pre-droned, or at least they should have had some intuition that there was going to be a play style like that thrown out there, so maybe would have held back their initial advance a little bit more. None of that, as Talon, once again, like I said during the pause, walk face first into their own demise and give CYCLOPS another round. 4-0 lead now for CYCLOPS because of that. And Anathin at 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is where if the entirety of CYCLOPS hasn't taken like the gloves off, right? Like if they haven't taken the limiter off, then I mean, just full bore. You know, get aggressive, swing everything, play together. Talon, this is where you pressure Talon.
It's not that Talon can't counter CYCLOPS in a head-to-head gunfight. We've already seen them do it, especially on map number 1 here.
Talon have lost full. They went back to the Finca. They thought about the Lion there for a second to try and slow them down, but the Lion doesn't really help them because Lion's really only beneficial if you pre-drone things. You really want, drone info to work off of in those circumstances. It helps out a lot.
Finish the point again. There's just no real coalescence between the members of Talon, especially when things get chaotic. It really builds on itself once they lose a player or two, it seems, and that's going to be a core issue that time after time again, CYCLOPS will abuse that if they sense blood in the water. As a result of that, CYCLOPS is continuing to dominate here on map number 2. A potential 7-0 is not out of the cards with the way that this game has been devolving so far, but Talon going to do their best to still try and turn things back around. With 2 to go on this first half here, 2 more attacks potentially still to make their mark. And hopefully make a second half comeback a little bit more palatable if we're going to see anything out of Talon at all. If not, like I said before, could be that quick 2-0 for CYCLOPS to send them right on to tomorrow's grand final best of 5. It's whoever wins the other game going on to the mainstream right now. Good early strike here from Misa. Catches the rotate from Anaton. Not initially aware of things, and now continues to put the pressure forward. Now it's CYCLOPS making the mistake of intel here as Jimisu gets caught with his pants down due to the advance of Misa.
Yeah, and they even kind of knew what was up with that, but just a little too quick to the trigger there. Ends up getting punished on the rotation. Chibi not gun up and instead choosing to sprint across tarps there. Now Talon, strong position, but we need to see them try and abuse it. They have so many drones this time around, John. All of their players existing. There is no reason shouldn't be able to try and find the next strike on this. Black Ray can go for the rotation here. This might be the key factor. Talon's so focused on this top floor. Black Ray, he just can't slow down. That's the key thing. He's so worried about somebody potentially holding his cross or some info coming out here, but move might be necessary. See the Nook moving back towards kitchen. Oh, Black Ray, he's got the timing, but it might escape him, John. They're gonna go through the escape hatch. This back door, it's working out for them. They're droning up now. CAG, he's gonna get a kill here. The pressure's starting to build up. His timing's fantastic. It's still working out down low as well for him. No drones came through. The rotation now upstairs. Arcully, he's in the position. He'll be able to find one, but he's going to get taken down from the bathroom as Kanos will swing on out. Be able to at least hold on when it comes towards Astro for the time being. Some assistants coming up the stairwell as well. Strong positions right now, though, for CYCLOPS. These crosses, they're going to come to bear. Black Ray with a big pickup. I think that was on one of the positions down low. A nice swing, but the TCSG, it's so very strong. Another one comes out from the SMG-11, and Anaton and CAG all over Talon on Villa.
Beautiful hold from CYCLOPS there to lock in round number 5 for themselves. For me, it's that second kill we see from Arcully is where things really turn around back into the favor of CYCLOPS. They had 3, I believe, players on Talon with an angle looking at least in the general direction of Arcully right there, but had to give away still at least one of their own players before he could finally be traded out. And that's on top of the free kill he got through the vertical angle about like 10 or 15 seconds before that one. So just letting him get away with far too much from as an advanced of a position inside of Astro that he was playing from there just cost Talon far too much, and they just did not have the player count, let alone the gun skill there to outfrag the remaining members of CYCLOPS once they finally traded him.
Yeah, it is tatters right now for Talon. I mean, they're probably just thinking about hitting the showers right now, I'll be real with you. Every single one of them is either 2 or 1 and 5. It is not looking too spicy at the current moment. And CYCLOPS, I mean, they are hitting their stride, aren't they? So many strong gunfights for them, some fantastic team play, and CYCLOPS are keeping the ball rolling. They're keeping the team play flowing, the comms flowing as well. It's working out in spades for them.
See that electrical, we're going to cheese upstairs here a little bit. Will be pretty hard for Talon to kind of sneak that one back out. So when we take a look at their ops, no Twitch or Bravo to potentially sneak in there and directly deal with that claw, which means that clearing out that initial extension on the second floor is actually going to be quite the task. The hard breach side of things, they really don't have an easy method to deal with it. I don't believe there's going to be potentially any secondary EMPs to get in the way of that either. We might have 1 or 2 sets of them, but we'll have to wait and see. And actually, no, we see that at the top left that we will not have that appropriate utility for the attackers, nor will it begin to matter, as once again, they're going to lose a big piece of what would have been that top-down clearance right at the beginning of the round. Royboy gets knocked out here. That's the sledge gone, and they don't have adequate utility to make up for his loss now is the problem.
No, he is the most important piece when it comes to verticality in this game, and they've lost him off rip. That's the big thing about Sledge, right? He is such a strong operator when it comes to all facets of the game, a jack of all trades. But when you lose him, it is definitely a death blow to your team. You can accomplish so much, but he is also a high-value target. So now Talon, worse for wear because of that loss of Royboy, and might come all through here, but no, the gunfights, it's not working out. Oh my goodness. Finally, we'll get something from Kanos here. Arcully will be able to pick up something. They've gotten some sight control, but oh, they didn't check the door frame. A lot of damage going out, and not really too much to do right now for Talon. They really need some kills. Marble, very aggressive here. They could have just went for the plant, John, but instead, 1 or 2 shots. They got the A deep rotation all the way through Ivy. Does this work out for them? No, it doesn't. The case is down. CYCLOPS, they've basically just gotten gifted the round here. Kanos has no bullets inside of the Commando. I mean, what a clown fiesta.
Full site stability assured at that point too, because the 3 players or so that had been taken out right from the beginning of the round was all of the range soft breach or just soft breach overall the team had brought to the table. So you saw that at the end, that like one top-down breach they made in the inside of Kitchen was realistically the best they could do at that point, because they just had no capability to harass out the angles the defenders were playing from. Their setup was fully secured because of that one, gave them even more confidence to just kind of swing out and take the duels against CYCLOPS. And again, not that they've been, or take the duels against Talon, excuse me, not that they've been struggling in those duels in the first place, but the way the site was set up there just made it that much easier for themselves. Talon, unfortunately, not a whole lot to show us here on Villa, already an 0-6 half, and unless there is a big change up to things where Talon are able to improve their own playstyle on the defensive side to give us at least a few rounds here, in my view, more than likely, this is going to be a quick 2-0 shutdown from CYCLOPS.
Yeah, we are quickly hurtling at victory for CYCLOPS, and not only that, they've brought some more unique pieces to play for this round that could really throw a spanner in the works for Talon that they're not necessarily comfortable playing around. And not only that, but they've brought some other things that could assist with this. And actually, as soon as I build it up, they're going to knock it down, right? That's why we win in these things. It was going to be the glass there, but the Jackal also a fantastic choice here for Anaton. And honestly, I like that a lot more. The clear coming through is going to be extremely potent, especially as Talon. I think CYCLOPS has definitely hit them hard enough to kind of make them system default, because they're kind of just going right back to what, you know, the household names, the favorites, even things that we just don't really see all that much in comp anymore, like Vigil, you know, kind of a self-serving character. He's going to come into play here, and Talon's going to see if they can potentially get some big gunfights out on more of their routine players, or characters, rather.
This is as basic of a kind of current meta delay comp as you can get right here, with maybe the Vigil being a little bit of a wild variety of it, of course, since we don't see Vigil played all that much anymore.
This is all like year 4 and prior characters, minus the Goyo.
Like we said, big focus on the delay over everything else. That's where the only real deviation from this one is, but it's otherwise a classic hold. Is actually Kanos is getting some pretty good angle work going here, at least from the start of his conquest over by the main bedroom doorway. Loses the plot a bit, but thankfully his teammates also picking up the pace here as well, just as much, if not more aggression on top of that. Beautiful Nitro sync from Kanos to get kill number 2 going here. CYCLOPS, looks like they got a little bit more work cut out for them here inside of the second half, as at least this first round has been put into an incredibly tough position based off of the way the Talon are showing themselves now that they've swapped sides.
Well, Talon have been able to at least procure something here in this round for their very first defense. Arcoli, mismanaged flash there, but Black Gray won't mismanage his throwable. Frag grenade hits its mark. I'll take out the mute. And now, CYCLOPS looking to bring it back yet again. We saw one big round from them inside of a 2vx. And this could be yet another position that comes to bear for them. Misa, able to hit some nice shots as the track on Arcoli works out. Black Ray, though, will know the position of Vigil now. Some drone work working itself in as well. Ready for the swing, and it's a miss when it comes to Misa. Black Ray, though, will be able to hit his mark, and, well, be a big rotation here for him. He's going to rotate all the way over towards Astro. He'll be sussed out here. The case down inside of Master. He's got a long way to go all the way towards site, but fortunately enough, just enough time to be able to try and accomplish this.
We'll certainly go for it, but this is going to be tough, of course, keeping in mind the fact that they started this working from a 2v5. He's got the read on the 90 player. The 90 player's smart, though, just backing away from the situation. Not going to directly take the duel, just bait Black Ray and waste out the remaining time sync to still left on the clock there. He'll try to, again, credit to him, just moves right into the play there, doesn't waste a moment of his time, but as you might expect there from the 3v1, works out pretty heavy-handedly in the favor of the 3, as they do ultimately take that control. And Talon with a very convincing first round, stealing some of that aggressive prowess from CYCLOPS' playbook. Make a dominant stance in the first round of the second half and avoid the outright 7-0 at least. But how long can they keep that going? That's now the big question here. Hopefully for the long term here. And if we see the outright 6-0 run back, that will be very, very impressive to say the least. But let's see indeed how things go for the next few rounds before we start talking about an outright comeback.
I mean, how hard can it be to be flawless in Rainbow Six Siege? Come on, it can't be that difficult, right?
Just two very defender-sided teams is what we'd have at that point, basically.
Yes, indeed. Honestly, I feel as though for CYCLOPS, if we, see this big push out of Anaton here on his making operator, we'll say, the one that really made his name, then that could be all she wrote. That for this series at least, CYCLOPS well within their right still to take this at any moment in time, and still seemingly willing to try and change some things up as well, making these big adjustments as the info game comes through, and doing a pretty successful job of managing a lot of these different portions of this situation here. Only going to be able to, or only rather losing one drone inside of this opener, so still plenty of info to work off of initially as well. So seems like they're at least going to be able to start on the right foot.
Expect a much more measured approach, at least for the first minute or so from CYCLOPS this time, due to the aggression that we got out of Talon back at the beginning of round number 7 there. Took it right into CYCLOPS' face, so expect a little bit more hesitance this time from CYCLOPS, mainly in the form of Anaton to switch up as well over to the Monty, just to make sure they can put their own force kind of directly in the way of that one and prevent the same level of success that at least CYCLOPS were finding almost for like the first 4 to 5 rounds here, before Talon was finally able to get their feet onto the ground. Once we switch sides now. Away from that, though, CYCLOPS still in pole position. Any one of the next 5 rounds comes under their control, and this game is done and dusted, but Talon going to certainly still try to get in the way of that one. Quite a bit of aggression leaned out from them over towards the red stairs, but not really lining up in anything they can execute onto the early clear from CYCLOPS, as they're being quite cognizant with their drone presence. And here we go, the Monty walking directly into some of those direct extensions out from the site to make them ultimately a bit of a moot point.
Well, transitioning in through AVG right now is CYCLOPS. Strong play here from Anaton thus far as he assists the team in clearing out this area. Drone game still solid for them as well. They're going to have Arcoli off on a deep rotation. Oh, Roy Boy had every single moment to try and land that headshot. We see why those are so very critical in a game like Rainbow Six. Arcoli decapitates Roy Boy. CYCLOPS looking for more. A deadly position now for Kanos. This will take down one. Looking for the shots now. It's going to be Talon and Misa, actually, to hit the next mark here as we get down into the last minute.
CYCLOPS, unfortunately, taking a little bit too much time to get into an execute position, and specifically for Arcoli to kind of pull this trigger on the back flank. And he's already been red as he goes for it, is the other problem too. Talon with a much better read of the defensive scenario right now. Although Anaton working his way in. We've been seeing a storyline, even looking back at the major about a week or so now, of these Monties being able to frag things out. And Anaton gives us a small piece of that there as he contributes to at least 1 kill. Tries to go for a number 2. That player tucks themselves a bit too deep into the depths of the trophy defense to make that feasible here. Anaton also now going up against a deployable shield. It is not looking like a situation he can really force himself through, but okay. Kill number 2.
Oh my
Absolutely
goodness!
No
they
chance.
know where he is!
The triple kill potentially coming in with Sayora as well. Takes
Oh
it
my God!
Anaton, oh my goodness, ends the game with a triple kill Monty round. What an insane finish from CYCLOPS, and they will take the cake, a 7-2 into a 7-1, as they more than earn their spot in the JPKR Grand Finals with a performance like that.
I mean, what else do you expect out of Anaton? You said it. We saw a lot of aggressive Monty play at the major. Who is Anaton? He's the originator of that. He's been doing this for years and years, and just another representation of why Japan is one of the most awesome regions to try and keep up with. They have a very unique play style, and man, when it pops off, there are some fireworks.
It certainly shows its stuff in the best of forms. Their beautiful play from CYCLOPS, not just, of course, inside of that round as well from Anaton, but throughout the entire course of the series, they're really just dominating when it came to especially their early round presence as well, oftentimes shutting down Talon's hopes before they could even begin to build it up there, especially once again inside of that first half of the second map there, really bringing it to them with a perfect 6-0 shutdown there. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that is going to close things down here for our first series of the evening. We still have our European series coming up, though, in just a few moments. Stick with us. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to get you folks ready for WYLDE up against Wolves here as we wrap things up for day number 1 here of the Rainbow Six Gamers Without Borders event.
keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Gotta keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's, who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
A regionally appropriate good afternoon, but a very good morning as well to everyone. As now we shift over to our European side of the bracket for the focus for our next matchup. Before we get into that, though, we will take a look at the bracket for the European side of things and get you guys ready for this matchup, which is, of course, going to be between Wolves and Wild on this side of the bracket. Once again, just like the Korean and Japan region, we have invited or qualified 4 teams into this direct event. We will actually take a quick look as well at our South Korea and Japan brackets, of course, so that has now come to a close for the day. Sandbox finding their own 2-0 victory against Crest Gaming to earn their spot in the grand final tomorrow. And of course, as we just saw here on the stream, CYCLOPS with the very swift 2-0 at 7-2, followed by a 7-1 there on our most recent map against Talon here to earn their own place in the grand final, setting up that best of 5 between both Sandbox and CYCLOPS, which is going to be going on tomorrow. And I believe the two of us will be bringing that final to you, of course, over on the main stream tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed. Bound to be a lot of fun, but now it's down to the nitty-gritty of what we have here today. It's the European semifinals, John. We've got Team BDS up against M&M Gaming and Wolves up against Wild. You and I will be handling the latter half of this bracket, Wolves versus Wild, which is quite interesting, actually, because these two teams face off against each other most recently and the last stage of the major last chance qualifier. The final of that actually went to the Wolves in a 2-0 fashion, as they were one of our European representatives at the most recent major.
Yep, Wolves were able to deny a major entry to Wild. Wild obviously going to be looking for some revenge on that today, as they'll attempt to deny Wolves their own possible berth into one of the only near major-like events here in Rainbow Six outside, of course, of Ubisoft's primary calendar. We'll see if they can get that outright revenge, or if Wolves will reign supreme with the repeat victory themselves here. Last time these two teams faced off, it was a 2-0 in the favor of Wolves, as they won both Oregon and Villa to close down that series. We'll, of course, take a look at our own map veto for this series in just a moment, and we'll talk more about those maps when we get closer to it. But that is the marker here that Wild is looking to improve upon. You can see our teams once again in front of you here. Wild looking to try and improve that 0-2 start, if not look for the outright victory here today, so that they can be the one to move forward and face off against M&M or our other team from the other side of the bracket.
Well, here we go. Some of my favorite Frenchmen in the likes of the Wolves, as well as some of my favorite legacy players in the likes of Wild. John, what do you have to say about this? Personally, for me, I gotta give the slight edge to Wolves. They looked pretty good at the major, and when it comes down to Wild, I definitely think they have that play style that can stand the test of time when it comes to Europe. But Wolves have just been so strong throughout, the last year, and that's even with roster changes coming in. I don't really think that they're gonna miss out on an event like this.
No, I agree wholeheartedly. There is obviously the issue of Wolves having shown their hand, as it were, at the major itself, and unfortunately not being able to make it probably as far as they would have liked, squeaking out only that first stage finish for themselves, not being able to push it any further than that, I don't believe. So going to be looking to try and obviously give themselves a second berth for some more prize pool to be potentially earned, of course, not only through our charitable donations today, but of course through the main event itself if they're able to qualify for it. I do believe we have the video ready, though, talking to one of our teams. So let's go ahead and throw it over to that now and see a little bit about how Wild, I believe, was getting prepped for this event.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull. I'm a professional Rainbow Six Siege player for WYLDE, and I'm 21 years old. On WYLDE, I play as IGL and hard support. I think our strengths as a team are we're very unpredictable. I think teams are going to have a hard time prepping for us. Weaknesses, we haven't been a team for a long time, so in the best of threes, best of fives, you know, they can be tough, but we've shown ourselves in the best of ones, and in the past best of threes, we definitely put up a fight, so we're coming for the win. We're feeling really prepared for GWB and gamerswithoutborders this year, so we're hoping to show you guys what we've been working on. We've had about a month since our last game, so we've had a lot to prep in that time. So yeah, our last game against Wolves, they won. It was a close defeat. All maps were pretty close, and we're looking to take revenge on them. We know what we messed up on last time, and we're going to fix those mistakes this time. For us, we wouldn't really be satisfied with anything less than qualifying to gamerswithout. GWB, we want to win. We've been outworking all the other teams, both in the server and outside of it. I know that for sure, and they better be ready, because we are. Our motivation for this tournament is really just to prove ourselves and redeem ourselves for not qualifying to the most recent major. We were so close. We had 3 chances to qualify, and we just barely missed out on each one. We were really disappointed with ourselves, and we're hoping to kind of redeem that with GWB. I think all the teams in GWB are top teams. Anyone can make it, so we don't have anyone particular that we're looking out for, but I know all 4 of these teams can put on a good show, and we're excited to play each one of them. Thank you guys to everyone that's been supporting WYLDE, either new fans or long term. We've been putting in a lot of work, so we appreciate that you guys can recognize the work we've been putting in, and we're going to do everything we can to win this for you.
So as we come back to us one more time to get ready for the commencement of the matchup, ladies and gentlemen, we can talk a little bit more about maps, I do believe, as we get ready, of course, to jump into this game itself. I'll have the video up on screen in just a moment, and take a quick peek, of course, at where these teams have selected to play things out. Will be a best of 3, so that's going to be one thing for WYLDE as well. They mentioned it there over the course of that interview that is one of their weaknesses. They are a newer roster, as those more extended series can be a problem. We're going to have to hope that they've patched that up, of course, as that's really all this tournament is long-winded series, as you'll have that best of 3, and as we mentioned, of course, for our Japan and Korea matchup earlier, it goes right into a best of 5, so you're going to have to hope that your wits are about you for that. Here is where the map videos took us, though. We have changed out one of the 2 maps from the previous attempt that these teams played out against each other. Villa has stayed in from that previous attempt. We have now swapped out Oregon for Chalet as the initial pick instead from Wolves this time around, as they're going to be looking for the 2-0 shutdown yet again.
Chalet, Villa, and Cafe. So something to do with snow here. We also are, for some reason, taking a trip over to LA for a little bit, but we'll have to see what they can get done here. Or rather, we're taking a trip to Italy, not LA. I was thinking bank there for just a split second, but no. We're going to be headed on over to Italy for Villas. So a lot of different circumstances here. I definitely like that we're starting things out on Chalet. Quite the map, especially from the offensive perspective, and both of these teams quite strong when it comes down to maps like this. So definitely interested to see what both of these teams are bringing to the table today.
Just to talk about things from an individual perspective, again, looking back to the last time these 2 teams played out against each other, there are certain players that WYLDE needs to get control of if they want to find repeated success on a round-around basis as well. We were seeing an example of how that can become a problem with players like Athelete, of course, being allowed to do what they do best and kick some butt in that previous series there. And those players are going to be, again, looking over at the Wolves side of things. They're going to be players like P4, who had a 27-19 ratio over the course of the 2 matches played over the previous series. Quite a few of them as well, still able to, even aside from him, kind of keep themselves in pretty positive shape, so that needs to be contained. Players need to find a better footing there with that unpredictable play style and get around the more structured play that we were generally going to be getting out of the Wolves, of course, having built up their roster over years and years, and with a decent amount of organizational support coming in behind them as well from the Wolves in the form of like analysts and very strong coaching support staff. So it's 2 very different sides of the same region here that we're going to be getting, and it is that ultimately that inter-regional matchup too. So there's not really going to be, at least in my opinion, a whole lot of things that these teams will necessarily be able to hide from each other, especially with such an impromptu best of 3 happening today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think the key thing is that these players play against each other very, very often. And I think that the most recent showcasing of what the Wolves had to offer up against Wild will probably rear its ugly head once again here. You know, we didn't see too much out of Wild when it came down to it. Just a strong showing from the likes of Aces, but past that, not really all that much happening from them. And that's really what you expect out of Aces' rosters usually, as well as him popping off and then everybody else kind of in the midst of things. A couple of people bubbling up to the surface. T3B having 18 kills inside of that last series, but past that, everybody else kind of falling towards the wayside when it comes down to it. So hopefully we have some stronger, you know, roster showing out of Wild when it comes to this matchup here, especially on a map like Chalet, which we'll jump into here shortly.
Yep, so once again, that does put the pressure, at least for me, as we shift our focus rather towards predictions here now, that does put the pressure onto Wild to improve their own performance, because I personally think the Wolves, even with their recent struggles at the Major, of course, still should be able to take a pretty to be able to handily take, excuse me, getting a little late now, control of this matchup here and be able to try and earn that spot in the grand finals. But we'll have to see as Wild, like they mentioned again inside of that video, played a very close series, even though it was ultimately a 2-0 against them. Maybe going to be able to extend that into a third map or potentially flip some of those maps outright into their own favor to steal that glory away this time, especially considering, of course, they're looking to make another return to G8, being one of the teams that went there last year.
Yeah, you know, it's really just, does Wild have the answers for what we'd seen previously from Wolves? Because the key thing is that the Wolves are very, very strong at their team play, although sometimes it will take them a little bit of time, right? But they can still get some really, really big plays going on, even if the beginning of their round takes them quite a anything to say about that, what circumstances befall them throughout this series. The good news is that once again they have a best of 3 to try and iron out some of these details and see if they can try and get a couple rounds over on the Wolves.
Just a little bit of a housekeeping refresher, as it looks like we're just waiting a little bit longer, folks, for some of our players to hop into the server. Should be starting momentarily, though, assuming that there are no issues with the server. So we got snagged up a little bit, of course, on our previous series. But, of course, we are going to be continuing on with the action tomorrow for Europe, having both of the best of 5s being played. We will not have this stream, the Bravo stream, tomorrow. And we're going to be focusing up having both of those regions get played out over on the main streams. You're going to have one pretty lengthy best of 5 played for the KR as well as Japan region. And then on top of that, we'll shift over to Europe and play that very same best of 5 for the European region. Important to know, of course, we'll have 2 sets of casters on that stream tomorrow. So we will be splitting the workload, of course, with X and Demo over there. And then as we move over, that would be a rough day. And then as we move over towards day number 3, of course, we shift the regional focus, doing the same exact thing we were doing today and tomorrow, of course, for the Korean, Japan, as well as European regions for the North American and South American regions to qualify those 2 teams, one from each region, of course, over to the main event at G8 and give out those regions worth of the charitable prize pool as well. All that, of course, unfolding not throughout just the rest of today, but over the next 3 days here as we work our way through the entirety of the Gamers Without Borders primary event to wind ourselves up, of course, for the main event at Gamers 8 in just a few months' time as we head into the summer.
Yeah, huge event last year, and a lot of teams really, really excited to try and get in this year and see if they can win things out at Gamers 8, try and bump up that prize pool for the whole year and see what they got going on. I'm excited to see what they have of some of the, you know, funner tidbits, you know, because last year, John, didn't they have like $100,000 for the person that had the most kills, which is just... That is incredible. So I'm excited to see if they have some things like that going. You know, maybe the team that plants the most has like another bonus or something like that. You know, I don't know. It could be pretty cool. So we'll have to see exactly what we get on down the line with this whole setup.
I think Shaiko won one of those, at least if I recall last year.
I am not surprised in the slightest. Look me in the face. Do I look surprised to you? I don't look.
Is that a Shaiko or one of the Falcons players? I forget which one ended up having it. I think.
Do the Falcons players have had a heck of a year? You know, at least coming from this time last year to now, they've been looking great, man. They're starting to get a lot more representation across the globe in Rainbow Six Siege. It's a really, really cool thing.
Yeah, I would like to see them gone a little bit further at the major. I had my hopes pegged pretty high for them, actually. But again, I think that's just that. Same with like the team from the Mexico region as well. I think that's more of just an experience difference more than anything there that needs to be made up. And hopefully now that they've had that experience over in Copenhagen itself, they're going to be able to kind of build on that as we wind up for stage 2 getting into the fall, and maybe see a little bit more of a further push from both of those teams realistically when they hit the USA major sometime deeper in the fall, I do believe.
Yeah, a lot of these teams with quite a bit of time to try and figure themselves out, do some soul searching, and see what they can do with this end result. You know, that there's so much time to try and change yourself and see what, you know, you liked about your play style, what necessarily wasn't beneficial to what your outcomes were, and see if you can try and make some adjustments that can help you on down the line. So, and that all starts here today, especially for these two teams. These two teams are hotly contesting a lot of the squads in the EU region, not only this last stage, but also at the, you know, most recent SIs. So it'll be high time for us to kind of get a little sneak preview of what they've been working on, you know, for the Wolves here for the last couple of weeks, and for Wild, well, about the last month and a half.
Yeah, Wolves obviously come into this one a little bit less stressed out, you could say, from the major themselves. They've been able to kind of focus up on this qualifier specifically, more importantly for their specific opponent today, a little bit more so than Wolves have, who only just came back from the major like about a week and a few days ago, and have only just now been able to kind of shape up their focus for this specific game, and of course, potentially for the follow-up game tomorrow if they end up going up against M&M or the other team on that opposite side of the bracket. Still, two very lengthy games to prep for, though, so quite a bit that can be prepared. Today is going to be the lighter of the two pieces of fare, so you can expect, obviously, if either of these teams do make it through, for them to be a little bit more prepped for that game tomorrow, as that's the big one, of course, not just for earning the prize pool to donate to charity, but to potentially qualify for G8, where you're, just by qualifying, going to lock in a pretty considerable prize pool, I do believe, for yourself, once all the information has gone out for that event. It's definitely one of the biggest events of the year for Rainbow Six in terms of player-given prize pool, so teams are not going to want to miss an opportunity to get a nice little boost to their salary, especially as things are going to be looking a little bit dry aside from that, at least as far as that have been announced here on the competitive calendar throughout the summer.
You gotta avoid those GTRs somehow, man. You know, you gotta make sure those car bills are
that's more NA,
paid.
we gotta talk about that, but
Yeah. I mean, dude, Europe, they still get some pretty expensive cars over there. Okay, I've seen a couple of things. I think Goga's got like one of the most beautiful Subarus I've ever seen in my life. He's got a 22B, and so nice. He spent some you know, some pretty good money on that thing. But yeah, man. Gamers 8 definitely one of the bigger events for the year, like you were saying, and one that definitely a lot of players looking and keeping their eye out for, as it's one of the more you know, wallet serving ones of the year, let's say. So. But, you know, what's even cool past that is, you know, our little qualifier here that we have going on as well. Not just, you know, helping them try and go on this journey to see if they can potentially compete at Gamers 8, John, but also some charity going out here as well. Potentially $300,000 to the winner here, going to the charity of their choice. So pretty cool stuff all around going on with Gamers 8.
Once again, folks, just waiting on players to join the server. We are, on the production side of things, all set and ready to go here. Oh, and I think we are just about ready to hop into the game now. So let's get ourselves into it, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll get started with map number 1 of this series. Change up from the last time these two teams played each other, which was quite recently, about a month and a half or so ago, for the tail end of the European LCQs for the most recent major. Instead of playing to Oregon for map number 1, though, we are going to switch that up, play into Chalet instead. But it's the same lineup, so let's see if Wild can get their revenge, or if Wolves look for the repeat of the 2-0 that befell them the last time they played against this opponent. Ying is going to be the first ban. Makes perfect sense. We've been seeing that massive increase to Ying play over the past season or so, and Chalet is one of her strongest maps, so knock her right out of the pool. Thatcher as well, very useful for taking out that insight utility, as well as a few of the kind of powerful reinforced walls that Bandit will be assisting with, so best to knock him out as well to remove that ease of access piece of utility for Wild here.
Two of these defensive bans are going to be this is the usual line that we'll see when it comes to bans on Chalet. Azami going to come out to play as well, and looks like we won't be seeing too much of her. And once again, just another very strong ban, as she can lock up a lot of different odds and ends of the sites, and we're going to wrap this up with a nice little Valkyrie ban as well. So a little damage to the info game. Won't be able to keep as much info going on the outskirts of the sites. So we'll see what Wolves can do with that. But now it's time for an EU bout between WYLDE and Wolves. Let's get into this.
Absolutely the case. Expect a bit more Solus play because of that one, although it'll be site dependent, so it doesn't look like we'll get much of it here on site number 1. It'll be a bit more localized into the actual site area itself, so that Solus won't have as much playtime with the enemy drones as she might normally be able to navigate. There's anything when it comes to directly countering out some of that utility entry power that we would normally get. Speaking of some interesting picks here, WYLDE gonna throw us for a loop right on round number 1 as Packbull at least soft locks the Blackbeard, but we are going to see that repicked out pretty quickly, as one might expect. Don't often get a whole lot of Blackbeard, although he does occasionally pop up more recently from time to time. It seems right now that they do need the basement attack utility, so they're going to bring the Capital in instead. The Track Stingers as well will be picked up by Hungry, which is another thing we don't always get to see. But for this site specifically, will be a very nice piece of utility, more than anything, if they're able to get to a post-plant phase of the round. If they fail to reach that point, going to be a little bit worse for wear, more than likely. But once they're able to get that case down to the ground, more than likely through Snowmobile Garage, that utility is going to become incredibly useful for just outright denying most of the attempts from Wolves to jump back out there and retake it themselves.
We're definitely into Europe, aren't we? There is a lot going on across the board when it comes to not only the map, but also what this offense is going for. Teb's going to begin breaking things down on the main walls. Trying to see if he can potentially get a nice little line of sight here. Find out if somebody's managing the two panels. But for Wolves, this is a full-on roam setup. We've got the escape hatch set up inside of Kitchen. Mowgli will rotate through. Hungry, as well as the ace of, aces will be working their way in towards Big Garage. So Mowgli's going to come down low. Nobody actually managing West Main. He's going to get away with this. He may be able to rotate in and drop right back into sight. I like the setup here from WYLDE. They were trying to address this from the Big Garage area, and try and direct it in towards that direction and have Teb kind of hold that counter angle over on the main panels, but it doesn't work out for him.
Hungry once again going to try to limit some of that rotation potential, trying to more actively block off some of the usual paths we might see players like what we just got out of Mowgli being taken. Unfortunately, a little bit late to the party when it comes to the Track Stingers, of course, on the West Main stairs themselves, so it's more to prevent future instances of aggression here. As we can see, T3B is also rotated away. Is now trying to work that sidewall. Pretty much has it pre-ironed out here, but there we go. There's the denial against Mowgli from what we were talking about before. Has to be quite loud to get in the way of that one, so that is a siren call for Aces to peek around the corner and pick up a second kill through the smoke as well. Beautifully found against Deadshot. This is a 2-0 lead for him against the one that's been found against Packbull. Aces continues to harass out all the presence from Wolves. Projects continue it as well. Finding Bibu, bringing it all down on the Shinka. Shinka battling back though. And no, oh my goodness, isn't actually able to deny the plant right there. Had an opportunity to try and extend the play, but it's a miracle he makes it in as deep into the setup as he was able to do. Ultimately, of course, seeing that round fall very comfortably under the control of WYLDE when it is said and done.
Aces with a detrimental play there as he is destructive to the Wolves setup. Not a single leg of that to stand for the defensive squad. They're able to at least keep WYLDE at bay initially, but Aces quickly shutting them down on every single gunfight that he can garner. And even the ones that he can't, he just sprays through the smoke. As simple as that. Takes down Deadshot. Very, very fantastic showcasing of Ace's ability in the opening round there. Now Wolves, they're going to quickly try and change up their fate. So they're going to go to Games and Bar. It's going to force them to hold on to this top floor. That's where Shinka comes into play on this Mira. Have to try and deal some solid damage to WYLDE early here. They were able to at least limit their play once again, right? But Wolves just not really able to get too much done when it came down to the actual gunfights.
The Aces just taking full control of things as well does not help their case in any sense of the word. Aces being given all the intel and more that he needed to play things out aggressively there from the POV of the Ace and just shut it all down. So beautifully done by him as he obviously leads the charge and some support that still came in very much warranted from Jegs there to keep WYLDE in a strong position to outright shut that round down. So a strong lead established for them. Now it's time for Wolves to respond, of course. They do go for a little bit of an out there hold in the basement for the first round. So now we return to what normally has been a much more defendable site for this defensive half. And we'll see if that remains the case for Wolves. They do have quite a bit of a heavy amount of presence in the basement, which is going to throw off some of this early clear from Wild here. You can see Aces, at least one other member of the Wild roster. They're going to cut some of this off. Aces just a little bit late there on that pre-fire going through the barricade, as he nearly is able to catch at least one rotation from Shinka. But like I said, missed the party by a few seconds.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Oh, Wild. Logic bomb out. Oh, I thought it was the Mav there for a split second, but it's Cap instead, as he'll take down Mowgli. Wolves, they cannot try and buy a single just advantage right now. Not around, nothing. Really coming their way inside of this opener here. Packball will work his way in down low. Makes himself a nice Mav hole. The second Logic Bomb available here to Hungry, and a nice addition here to the lower, bar stock areas. They'll torch a line there. Shinko will be able to at least take down one. So they fought back to an equal advantage, but Hungry, just really the question there, going a little bit too far now, and they've been punished because of it. And not only that, they've lost so many drones from this offensive perspective.
Time is still in excess, at least for the time being, for Wild, so they at least have that benefit to play off of. Like you mentioned, though, with minimal drone count, the benefit will be minimal from the excess time here. They won't really be able to abuse it by sending all their drones in to reconfirm Wolves' own positions. With that said, though, Jegs still strikes next with his Overwatch from outside of the big billiards window. Shuts down at least one more member of this team. T3B cuts off the rest of the defense from the other side, and this should be a pretty straightforward shutdown, but P4 trying to battle out of it, gets at least one more for his team. Ultimately, though, Wild will retain the control they've had for most of this round, similarly to the first one, and take things down, ultimately, into their own control to lead 2-0.
Well, Wild able to get things going so far on this offensive side. Yes, Wolves setting up successfully and having what seems to be a, strong defensive setup, but Wild able to bunker bust it every time with some pretty creative, plays here, especially coming out of the Mav torch that we saw down low, getting access to the garage and quickly torching the back room so the Mira isn't nearly as, a big of an advantage in the way of the defense. Just such a well-thought-out strategy from Wild so far. Not exactly giving the Wolves what they want, but yet still ending up with a result that they want at the end of the day.
Wolves are going to keep things interesting, or rather Wild, I should say, are going to keep things interesting here as well. Hungry with a very fun repick coming in there in spot number 4 of the attacker's side. As the Blitz may make its reappearance once again. For anybody who watched the tail end of our previous series, you saw what Athelete can do with an operator. Not even this one necessarily, just one with a shield in hand here. He's going to try to work it similar fashion as we'll try to blitz, no pun intended, their way forward into this opening setup that Wolves are going to try to play heavily into for delay and ultimately not allow that delay to occur. So let's see how successful they will be, as they are going to have to work for at least a few seconds here. Expect about a minute or so to be drained off the clock to try and open up a safe path, at least for Hungry, to start his push forward.
Well, T3B will ascend into the sky and hold the cross for now. Below at the upside down positioning here for him. Able to suss out the mirror window. Try and play that in towards its angle. Also Brava in down low, and this could be the big play for Aces, but Mowgli, he discovers him. No drones in play to try and assist in Bibu. He doesn't even need the glasses, John. He's a heat-seeking missile. He takes out Packbull. Hungry will be able to at least take out one, but not really too much to go off of now, as Mowgli will garner another, and P4 shuts him down. The repeat, the aggressive take. Gonna be another smoke out here for T3. He'll take out one, but the Nitro cell out to pick up the big round now for the Wolves, as they'll finally get it done. They'll find the entry point of Wild, and they'll nip it in the bud.
See that shield ADS mentality is spreading now. Wild are trying it too, after we've seen how successful it could be at the major, how well it worked for Anaton at the tail end of that previous series. It doesn't work for everyone, as we see right there, though. Wild unfortunately losing that player and a heck of a lot more in their first overstep so far on the attacking side. They're going to be allowed to do that, of course. They've already got the 2 rounds onto the board here. Going to be expected to pick up about 3 or 4 from this half, so already outpacing that sort of expected scoreline here. As long as they're able to quickly rebound on a course course correction, just kind of slow things down, keep playing that more methodical strategy we saw in the first 2 rounds, and then build that snowball onto the site once you feel it's appropriate. They're still going to be in a commanding position, but at the same time, Wolves subverting their own expectations, finding a little bit more power out of the aggression they tried to bring to the table there in the early round. Wild will still have to contend against similar things like that. So we'll be expecting a default setup to come from Wolves here on their kitchen hold.
10 seconds to go.
Reconstructive surgery still to deal with on site for Shinka, but Wolves are probably very happy about the previous round's result, as it was kind of difficult for them off rip to try and get one over on Wild, but definitely not now. Mowgli, he stepped away for a second, John. He went to the bathroom. He looked himself in the mirror and he said, "Are you going to lose to Wild?"
Have any window open for that kill, or was that just
Oh
like,
yes, he did. Absolutely.
was
He
it the bathroom window, I guess? Or?
It was all the windows, John. That was,
But that's what I'm saying. There's only like one window broken right now. They still on the
no, there's two.
barricades
There's
up.
one in master and there's one in bathroom.
Oh,
Check
okay.
yourself.
All right.
Check yourself,
Check
sir.
It's a little hard to do that, but a little slow to check myself right now. We're going with things, but we'll see if I can improve that now. It's T3B obviously being very careful on that window angle, given what just happened to his teammate. I think from the same window.
Yeah,
if not
Jags
the
is
bedroom one.
definitely not happy. He is not happy with what just happened to him. He took probably like 3 steps out of spawn and immediately died. So yeah, unfortunate
You stepped
now.
the wrong 3 steps today, sir.
Indeed, indeed. But now Aces might be able to do something about this. He's going to sludge open the door. They've got some verticality working to the floor there, so actually if somebody's sneakily worked their way in towards Fireplace, they could get away with this. T3B getting away with quite a bit, actually, as he's going to garner himself quite a few pieces of utility. Oh, that was a little awkward with that window there. I thought he was going to get shot in the back for a split second with that window there for West Main, but Wolves player not checking it. Might not be open either, as there's quite a few of these different array of windows that we have seen get some play, at least inside of this round. Wild not really wanting to try and step inside the building yet. A lot of their drones still up for the cause, but nobody really dedicated to them at the current moment. We do have Hungry trying to drone around as of now, but I mean, nothing found and therefore nothing gained.
Wolves have been able to make Wild second guess most of their attempted aggressive advances here, and you can see them trying to build up the confidence to rebirth into it, but by losing half their nades, they haven't necessarily set themselves up too well to do that. Thankfully, T3B still strikes true, is able to finally make his mark against Deadshot, who's been struggling a little bit when it comes to the potential fragging power so far in this game at 0-4 here. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more out of him later on in either the game or the series. P4, though, is still up to the challenge, just like he was the last time these two teams played each other, and strikes first here for Wolves inside of the round. With a pinch coming forward is going to continue to challenge not just him, but Bibu as well, as he gets taken down on the stairs. Shinka with an exchange back, but once more, Packbull taking command here from the backside of the dining room push, knocks out Shinka as a response to the kills that Wolves just found. Keeping it even, down to a 2 versus 2. Hungry tries to deny the presence, but it'll in fact unleash it onto the site as Mowgli takes out both the remaining members of Wild.
That nitro cell from P4 was so very close. Milliseconds from going off as he destroyed it, but unfortunately not enough for Wild, as quickly the Wolves have been able to right their wrongs and tie this up 2-2 now on their Chalet defenses.
Just a little bumpy dealing with some of the more forward aggression from Wild in those first 2 rounds. They have, once again, as mentioned previously, kind of corrected upon that quickly, making Wild second, or rather double, if not triple check a few of these things, and that's slowing down the pacing enough now to where Wolves are finding their own capability to make aggressive plays and either trade out some of the early advances from Wild or stop those advances from being made in the first place. Kind of making them respect them a little bit more here and slowing down the pace to a much more normal take speed here. We'll see if that applies to some of the other sites here, as Wolves finally extend back over to the basement as well, where we saw that first round get played out quite convincingly into the hands of Wild, and they'll look to repeat that same success yet again here to still maintain the lead and what would be a 3-2 scoreline now for either team, regardless of who takes this round.
Are we going for it? Oh, we are indeed. Shinka gonna set up the dining room for an aggressive look over towards the fireplace hall area is actually going to drop off as well, and there's really no means for WYLDE to try and solve this puzzle, at least from an outside perspective. They're going to have to try and hop into kitchen or, you know, this tail end of the map over here towards the north side to try and get rid of that mirror window from the, you know, disadvantageous side of it. So see what they can do with that. We'll seemingly go back towards very similar circumstances as before. T3B will make his torch line and try and set up here over on the south side. He's breached the garage and then start transitioning up towards the library end of things.
Very slow fallback there from T3B as he does not want a repeat of the same mistakes made by WYLDE. On the outset of a few of these previous rounds, not wanting to get tripped up by some of the early aggression from Wolves. Give credit to Wolves, though. They have pretty much peeled back most, if not all, of said aggression here for their basement holes. They need to focus up more on the inside setup. They were getting tripped up by trying to get flashy with their play back on round one, so have now curtailed that, it would appear at least, in an immediate correction. Try and not get tripped up in a similar way. With that said, though, we do still have kind of the natural extensions up onto the first and second floor, where Wolves are hoping that if it gets ignored, which is currently happening, they can then collapse upon that through the west main and other staircases and put the pressure right back onto WYLDE. But you've got those track stingers in play for the attack, so they have a pretty safe hard counter themselves to those re-rotations from the Wolves. So this is going to become a little bit of a game of whose strategy pans out best. And unfortunately, we won't really know the answer until we see the kills come to a stoppage. Cinco, though, putting some immediate pressure back onto some of the advances being made by WYLDE. WYLDE only able to sneak off one kill so far to P4s, now two that he has also found. WYLDE down 2 players overall. On top of the damage that was done by Shinga, but he's going to get burned out of position. Thankfully moves pretty much instantaneously, and no actual bullet damage will come from that. Just going to be the position cleared back out, and as well the rotation back down through West Main denied, as WYLDE are still doing a good job of holding onto those angles.
Might have the angles, but do not have the bodies as of now. It's going to be hard fought to try and work their way back into this site, but there's one beneficial factor, and it's the fact that some of these Wolves players are slightly injured that could definitely assist them in these circumstances. But Deadshot's going to be the first one to find his mark. T3B fires back through these mav holes that you've made on the boiler side. Jags, he's worked his way in towards Big Garage, knows that there's one around the fridge, but no, the stuns come out. Bibu will swing in. T3B's been discovered as well, as he's still stuck between a rock and a hard place in his previous position. Wolves will take advantage of Chalet after a 3-round-in-a-row burner.
And with that round, both in terms of the scoreline and the overall pacing of play that we've been seeing here, it's really safe to say, at least from my POV, that Wolves have started to take command of this matchup, shifting the pressure over to WYLDE now to kind of adapt to their own play style and find those direct counters, as Wolves will begin to, of course, re-rotate through the already won site, starting off with a bar here. Need a better way to clear out not just the natural extensions, which WYLDE don't seem to be struggling too much with, but it's more that insight pressure that WYLDE are having a little bit of an issue clearing out directly. They need to try and either speed up their pace of play or bring better utility to clear out the insides of that site to try and correct that issue and still keep this a close 3-3 scoreline by winning at least one more here at the tail end of the half.
Back to old reliable here for Wolves. The mirror windows will come back out to play, and it'll be back to the top floor for them. Some other pieces to this puzzle to try and slow down some other things that we could see out of WYLDE, like the flank play that we saw in lower garage. Those Banshees will be in play to try and slow that up, and some other hatch play to come out as well here for Wolves. So WYLDE will be quick to the trigger, so break up some windows on the library side, but making sense across the board here. Quite a bit of soft destruction here for them that could bode pretty successful, especially for breaking up some of these lines of sight and other things around the map that they'll be looking for.
Still playing out very slowly for WYLDE as they try to correct on the issues discovered over the previous rounds here. Wolves have been doing a fantastic job of finding aggressions at the right place at the right times. Never really throwing themselves, as we were seeing in the first few rounds at Wild. Wild cannot right use that aggression, but at the same time, not keeping themselves completely contained to the inside of the site either, whether that's off-site anchors or something similar. It's generally been working out okay for the Wolves here the past few rounds, although we are going to see a pretty decent start for Wild, especially if they can recover Jegs. But oh, that's not going to happen, unfortunately. P4 now finds the direct exchange onto Wolves with an aggressive advance onto one of the windows by the front lobby. An unexpected position to be sure, but it unfortunately catches Wild off guard here. Thankfully, they are able to correct upon that, trade it back, and they do complete the recovery of Jegs. They're still not in the worst position possible. Wolves, though, with a little bit of potential aggression from Bibu coming up through those blue stairs, has to call it off, though, as he spots a drone about halfway up the staircase.
Well, slowing things down now. P4 looking to see if they can find the next mark here. Aces with a fantastic cross, and he reads it well. Won't be able to take down P4, but now mismanaged here. Almost a kill coming in from lobby, and that would have been the big strike that Wolves needs to try and bounce back to claim this round. On the hot streak right now, do not want to allow Wild to tie this up, and looks like both of those chances will go to the wayside. P4 with a big adjustment. Let's have Jaeger down low as well. Shinko with a nice cross, but he's been discovered from Jegs. Probably just saw the top of that helmet, and they'll hop 2 in towards sight. Nice angle here. P4 claims 1, but it's going to be the hatch work now for Wild as it gets knocked down into a 3 versus 2.
Massive game of patience being played by both teams right now, but the problem is Wild is on the attacking side. They ultimately have to change up that pacing sooner rather than later, and that potential force of their play is putting them into a bit of an uncomfortable position, but they're still able to excel on the corrections now. The slow changeup has worked out brilliantly here, although Bibu still leaves himself untainted. More of the case, though, as he is shot out a little bit in attempting to play things out from the inside of the bar. That will leave a room open for the plant. T3B was downed by a Wild shot from Bibu, so at least that exchange has been met, and now the second kill has been found. Hungry is all that remains for Bibu to knock out here, and this retake is more than doable. As of that, the Tracers come through, tries to follow it through, but the backup happens, and Hungry is allowed to reposition himself to shut down the fight and still give this round over to our attackers, as they do indeed reignite the 3-3 scoreline going into the second half here. Beautifully played by Wild to recover like that.
Yeah, strong round there from Wild, and very well done from Hungry. Keeping to the fundamentals, trying to play that down on timing as much as possible. So, strong showing from both of these teams right now. Wolves, again, with a very quick 3-round heater, but past that, it's really been the Wild that have been in the driver's seat. Both of these teams quite dominant in these rounds that we've been seeing them take as well. It really hasn't been too hotly contested, minus the clutch up that we saw there from Wolves a little while ago. But past that, both of these teams quite dominant in their own regard. So we'll see if that changes up as the times are changing here, John. 3-3 at the half, and Wild will now be on the defensive end.
See the scoreboard here a lot more even as well now that we have come to the full halfway point compared to the bit of domination we had going on there for Wild, and then eventually Wolves as well as they started to take a bit more command. The teams then on relatively even terms. Once again, I think a good way to describe the overall outcome of that half very much became a game of patience from both teams, and just who was able to take command of the situation better when they finally diverted from that patient style of play and tried to take outright control of a situation. That's what made the difference, it seemed, more times than not, and we ended up on an even keel, so really neither team ultimately ending up as the winner from that scenario, as we do need to get that directly even scoreline of 3-3 for the halftime switch. Time to see now if these teams are going to be stronger or, of course, weaker on that potential second half side. Some nice analysis being done here by P4, spotting out quite a bit of the rotation and positioning work as well. Does get full view of that cap can, so should be a nice reminder from P4. Someone else in the Wolves that, guys, double check those doors, as you do not want to be the member of your team that walks into a double stack with like 20 seconds left to go and kills your chances of a clutch.
It's very true. You can see the trap-centric lineup coming out from Wild here as well. Capcan, Frost, and Legion all coming to play, and even some more limiting factors being applied to the offense with Mira coming in too.
Speaking of that player.
Yes, indeed. Jegs will actually be up here trying to hold things down on the Mira window for the library. Wolves have dealt some damage to him, and they're starting to coil around this top floor. A breaching charge out. Won't discover too much there, though. don't exactly know if he was trying to get rid of the shield. I think he was trying to get rid of that right over in the corner. And yes, he did. The timing play, and it worked out for the Wild player.
Deadshot looks away or steps back for just a split second there, and unfortunately, that's the split second we saw the banister hop from that member of Wild. Nicely rotated by Jegs. Knew he was in a hot situation with that nade pressure already on top of him to knock him below 50, and knew his time was pretty much limited, so finally got out of there. Wasted over half the round away too, so I'd say a well-wasted amount of said time. Packbull kind of patiently waiting for his own opportunity to strike. Where it'll come from, though, he's not entirely sure. Bit of a panic throw with the Nitro. He's trying to play it on timing more than anything else. There's the timing, perfectly placed off of the team comms, and that's going to knock out P4 up on top.
Well, Wolves recoiling now. They don't really know how to act in this last minute. No easy kills coming their way. They'll be able to get rid of some of these cap cans, though. That should make their execute inevitably easier, but as of right now, they're dead in the water. Wild doing a great job of trying to not show too much face, but as soon as I say that, Jegs, as well as Packbull all down. The gunfight's now flying through. Wild, the death blows. It's coming through too quickly for them. It tolls, John. The bell, it tolls. Wild all left up to aces. They had such a strong positioning, but the prediction from Wolves, it's proven to be too powerful for Wild to try and deal with. And now the case is down on the ground. Aces has to try and deal with it. Yes, he might be able to pick up one kill, but still so much left for him to do.
Aces certainly was good intel to read into the situation with. You can see that pre-fire going on to the second out of 3 members he needs to take down. And okay, the down, he's not going to realize it, unfortunately. It's probably coming in a little bit too late for him here, but he does actually down Mowgli right there. Like I said before, though, more than likely not actually going to come to the realization of that until it is too late. As you can see him hopping down to make the play now. Deadshot still needs to be eliminated. He's only got about 3 seconds to hop on the counter defuse. So there's the confirmation on the Mowgli. At least gets the credit for that, but the round, unfortunately, even if he got that last kill, is already over. Beautifully held there by the Wolves as they take command instead here, and we'll get the lead after the first round victory along with that. With the way that round plays out, though, in close fashion, don't necessarily expect for the members of the Wolves to stay in that position, but we will have to wait and see, of course. If Wild is going to continue to potentially trip up, we could very well be in for a bit of a Wolves gauntlet run straight up to 7.
Yeah, Wild are definitely going to want that round back wholeheartedly. It's such a big advantage in their favor, and Wolves simply just walk into the site and start taking gunfights, and it works out time and time again with these nice little predictions on their sprays. So very well done from them, as they'll be able to pick up a round that they really didn't have any business initially getting. So
takes us into round number 8 here. Once again, Wolves have command of the situation while trying to play their own defensive first round. Of course, very similarly to how we're seeing the later parts of the Wolves' own defense play out. Just kind of wade into that default setup above the bar site, of course. Try to bait your opponents in, throwing out those random bits of aggression when you feel it's appropriate, and for the most part, they were ultimately just not able to get control of the clutch scenario going into the bleeding end of the round, right there, so Wolves still take it for themselves. Either way, a very closely fought affair, much like the previous series during the EU LCQ was between both of these teams. We were keeping up pace with that as far as it is concerned, but at the moment, of course, Wolves still having control of the current momentum. It's going to be a little worrying for the Wild fans at home, given the way that that went the last time these two teams played.
all right, come on, Bravo, give us something here. We're going to get some cameras stolen, but it seems like that's really all they want to attempt to go for at the current time. Continue to try and propel themselves in towards the bomb site. Find themselves what seemingly was, yeah, nice little setup there on the Evil Eye. Still have so much room to breathe as well, John. Nobody able to really do too much. P4 is getting away with a lot right now. That's all 3 pieces of that utility used up, and a lot gained from it as well, especially when it comes down to that Evil Eye. As you said, not only do you have that camera on site, but they also have to try and give over an explosive to try and deal with their own piece of utility.
So that's both the main horizontal flanks, one of the vertical flanks, and of course with the Evil Eye, vision into the site as well, at least partially. So that's a massive amount, assuming it doesn't get counter shot obviously by Wild here. That's a massive amount of intel for the Wolves to work off of, especially if they can keep those two defaults, which are arguably the more important ones versus the Evil Eye, in my opinion there. If they can keep those up in the midst of them executing, then they should be able to get every piece of intel except for maybe like hatch drops on the kitchen hatch that they would potentially need to play out a post plan here. So it's all about Wolves follow through at this point. So try to capitalize on that intel. Speaking of which, nice done here by Bibu through the drone hole. Had to wait for the lineup from T3B, but he's going to get it. And that may prompt the quick follow-up XQ2, assuming they still have those default intel built up. But no, Wild puts a complete stoppage of play back in favor of themselves. Bibu's going to try to kind of subvert things here, but it's Deadshot actually that picks up 2 of the remaining kills that we still get from the Wolves roster. Ultimately, though, still Wild shutting everything down, despite the intel that Wolves may have had, does not assist them as they try to work their way into the site.
As a cage match right now in between these two. As soon as there's some blood in the water, they are throwing Hail Marys left, right, and center. Wolves not able to pull the wool over Wild's eyes there as they quickly dispatch every single body that decides to throw themselves in towards a trophy there. So very well done from Wild as they keep that one pretty tight-knit when it comes to their team play. Keep the guns hot. So 4-4 now here as Wolves try and fix some things up from that previous round. Really just wanted to try and throw it at the Wild site and see if they could try and bowl them over after that initial kill from the drone hole. A little cheeky classic there, but nothing really coming from it past that.
Keep it close at least, as both these teams once again still keep themselves at even odds with each other with that 4-4 scoreline coming into play. Wild now shifting downstairs. We'll see if they kind of take the same cards that Wolves were doing, especially on the later second attempt that they made on the basement hole there, where they peeled away from this aggression that we're now seeing from Wild is more similar to the first attempt we got out of Wolves. They did have quite a bit of an extension up onto the second floor. They didn't really get trifled with too much, but Wolves were able to collapse that back down onto some pretty serious aggression against Wild, who were using, of course, the track stingers to try and subvert some of those rotations that had, again, like I said, mixed results due to the kind of very slow method that Wolves used to peel those players back into the site when everything was said and done.
Wolves will be starting things off like we've seen quite a few rosters do over on the library side. Mowgli will try and assist from down low as well. Some counter angles here to try and build up this offensive matrix for themselves. Have some air jabs come out to play here too. So just making sure none of these flank plays can boil over and trying to harm them later on. Wolves will be able to clear out a large portion of this map, quickly sweeping through the fireplace area too. So Wild will be on the hind legs here, at least when it comes to this area of the map. They do have T3B trying to hold things down in blue, and Packball has some nice angles in from Wine over towards the main breach once they go for that, as well as the actual main stairwell. As for Wolves, though, not too much really to call on at the time being. A big moment here for T3B, though, as the main wall is going to be opened. And what is his move going to be? It's actually going to be Aces to go down to P4. Bibu's going to try and spring forward. Jags will fire back as well, as this is starting to be quite the interesting affair.
Bibu, an incredibly important player right now, not only because of his capability to potentially knock out this player on the other side of the blue shelf, but also the one rotate he just took down here. Doesn't catch the intel onto Packbull, though, that's sitting behind that shelf, so that's an adjustment that needs to be made by Mowgli. Instead, who thankfully gets that kill and one more on top of it, doing huge work here for Wolves to make sure they stay in control of this basement assault, and indeed they do, mainly off of the profits from Mowgli. They're once again taking full command, just like we were seeing him do back during the major for Wolves as well.
Well, Wolves now up on 5, looking for that penultimate point up next, but Wild might have something to say about that. Rook looks pretty menacing, and I don't even know what to say about Doc. He's got a whole different case going on over there, doesn't he? Well, it's going to be up to the master defense here for Wild, and Wow, what an interesting thing we have going on here. Some aggressive looks out of Jags and Packbull, the ACOG bros of old, but now with some different magnifications on those two respective guns. I think it's a 1.5 on Doc and a 2 times on the MP5 of Rook if you so choose. But really, we're just looking to the aggressive front that they're going to take in the gunfights. That's what this is just saying in red, white, and blue across the board here, is they are going to be going for the big swinging, high-flying plays.
Yeah, to me this says we may potentially give up that that usual extension into potentially library or a few other areas easily, but we are going to defend those immediate extremities of the site to the absolute death by bringing both the Rook as well as the Doc into play. Doc obviously is going to do what Doc does and probably try to spawn peek here and whatnot, play things out pretty aggressively for the opening bits of the round, but also more likely going to try to keep at least 1 or 2 of those stim pistol shots in the pocket, ready to support a teammate if the same thing happens to another one that wants to get a little bit more adventurous or potentially gets challenged quite heavily in what's going to be a bunch of little pseudo mini bunkers on each of those side rooms for the site here.
Yeah, you know, it's like we may lose the round, but we may also just completely destroy them.
Yeah,
so
this is going to be a war that the Wolves have to take in order to win this site, essentially.
Indeed, indeed. Wild are also going to have a little bit of a roam game going on here. Oh, it's nice of evasive maneuvers coming out there from the drone game. Let's at least get that Rotero drone to go off. Some explosives on into the site, creating a little bit of verticality for them to try and abuse if they so choose. Deadshot will continue to look for more with these drones as he quickly propels himself into Solarium. He'll get rid of some barbed wire over on this end as Wolves are quickly building up their case for this round.
Got a nice intel effect coming in here from P4, whoever is potentially taking control of the Brava for the Wolves at this current juncture of the round. The defaults, or not the default, excuse me, that'll be the bulletproof on the inside of the site that'll be taken away. So all of that office intel, such as the player hiding in the corner right now, intel being given freely over to the Wolves attackers. Not necessarily going to make up the difference, though, as they lose a very powerful piece of their entry game. Mowgli goes down first this time to Wild. Wild is certainly going to be very happy about that. A sigh of relief given over to some of the interior site players. They are not going to have to contend against Mowgli, who's got 3, if memory serves me correctly, just in the previous round. That's currently leading the kills overall in the server at 12 and 7 right now.
Swapping mags.
Well, here we go. Deadshots and the rest of the gang. 1 minute remaining here. Wild have been able to stave them off, at least for now, shutting down Mowgli as well, the top frag for the Wolves. Breach is open, though, and Wolves with an opportunity to try and pick up this round, especially with the logic bombs that Bibu still has at his disposal. He's going to pop that off, which more than likely means an aggressive showcase here to rear its ugly head in the moments to come. Hungry will go down, and Shinka not really too mobile so far here on the balcony. Going to have a nice pickup, though, here from the Wild members. Is be able to at least garner 1. A nice grab from Jags as well, and that will be the case. Triple kill for him on the round. It's all left up to Bibu on the window here from Master. This round more than likely going the way of Wild as the timer ticks down. So looking more and more like we could get overtime for our very first map of the day in between these two.
More than anything, just a bit of a domino effect failure of the strategy coming in from Wolves. The initial loss of Mowgli takes away the only set of grenades that the team had, which then makes all of the in-sight utility destruction that was being done by the Rotero drones a little bit of a moot point, because ultimately that was just to kind of set up the nades to take out a player or two and make the entry game that much easier, which obviously never happened because the nades were the first thing to get knocked out there, and as a result, they were just grasping at straws to try and find a kill or two to try and make the actual entry game a little bit easier. Ultimately never really happening because of what we said with Wild, really just playing like a full-on bunker strategy where they didn't really have to move, and it just compounded on itself, not really giving Wolves much of a chance to make that round work by the time it was done, unfortunately, due to the initial timing loss of Mowgli.
Well, all right. 5-5 in between these two now, and a kitchen defense on the board here for Wild. have the routine lineup of suspects that we'd see when it comes to their operator lineup. Frost working her way back in as well. We'll see if that's beneficial to them, especially with the way that Wolves went about things the last time that we saw them attack this site. Pretty aggressive showcasing over on the trophy side of things that ended up leading to their demise. Could obviously be the exact same case here coming up pretty soon. So Mowgli is actually going to transition his way up onto Ego as they'll begin breaking down a lot of these windows around the top floor and start working their way in towards the office space.
Was a little bit less utility vulnerable this round as well, with them now bringing the sledge in. Obviously, a bit of a requirement to attack this site specifically, but just having that second set in the event, things don't go that great for Mowgli, which, to be fair, has been a bit of an uncommon scenario for him. They at least have the backup in the form of Bibu here, so can try to make up the difference, especially considering we're still focusing on clearing out the same partition of the map. There'll just be a little bit less do-or-die attitude coming in from Wild, obviously, as it is just the vertical extension this time versus the whole actual site, just like on round number 10 here. So we'll still moving about things relatively slowly, as you might expect them to. While it does have a little bit more of a free-flowing lineup this time, but they still need to be moving a bit between floors at least, so that's why you're going to see the current lineup of operators they do have. Don't be filled, though. It is still very much a focus on defending those interior parts of the site and those natural vertical extensions that I've described in those seconds prior.
I'm about halfway through now. Have to start getting this motor running for Wolves. Have some of the info working its way in on the top floor. Shingo with the cross down low, just making sure that no one can try and rotate through onto these players that'll swing in for Solarium. Deadshot's got a more aggressive angle up onto the bathroom. You can see Bibu trying to help this as well. And this is what Wolves' buildup is. They're trying to clear out this portion of the map, and it works out at least initially. They're going to lose Deadshot, though, and they still have to try and worry about this flank that could potentially come through. They're going to have to keep that flank up for now until they can try and clear out the remainder of this top floor. Then they can start trying to transition this in towards this bomb site, but a lot of this verticality will assist them quite a bit. Oh, some big shots coming out here from T3B, although he does not know it. Someone is right next door to the area in which he was just working on, but it's actually going to work his way over towards the actual stairwell of Trophy. A nice cross here from Packbowl that he can continue to offer up. Going to be quite difficult for Wolves to try and bust this one up.
Wolves are going to run into an issue of timing, but thankfully that patience pays off, at least for the start of the engagement. 2 for 1 so far, as P4 also adds a second kill in for Wolves against the one found by Wild. Timing now becoming a serious concern, especially with vertical pressure still being against this execute. Hungry has also held the line on the back end of Dining Room. P4 just guessing about where his opponent's going to spring up from, and with that Frostmat claiming the only other member of this assaulting team, Wild hold on. They persevere yet again to find another successful defensive round, taking us to round 12. I believe with them having the only match point here.
Yes, indeed. Wild with an opportunity to shut this down in regulation, although it will have been hotly contested from Wolves, but I'll have to see what they have to say about it. It's going to be a bar gaming defense, and, well, Wild going to be showcasing very similar cards to what we'd seen from Wolves. A lot of the same operators coming through. We've got the Frost here. We've got the Mira. Some more traps, though, as well as Hungry bringing, you know, Malusi to the table as well here with her Banshee play. So see how that works out for them.
Wild have been doing a fantastic job once again of playing pretty much a perfect defensive half here, right in the middle of that kind of aggressive or very defensive weighted marker here, not playing it too heavily onto one side or the other, so always making Wolves second guess their own advances. Double, triple, quad checking things on drones to make sure it's going to be a clean entry attempt when they go for it, and just when they think that they're safe, someone from Wild jumps out into the woodwork, subverts those expectations, and resets the whole process for Wolves. That's causing so much delay, and at least for the past 2 rounds now, has caused hesitation on the Wolves' attack, so much so to the point that they are brought down to that very, very rough, like 20-second execute marker, but they just really have to force the issue, regardless of whether they're actually ready or not, which, as you might expect, has led to some messier executes in that null time, and has given this past 2 rounds over to Wild. Oh no.
Oh my
Mowgli, what are you
goodness,
doing?
Mowgli, that's the most common one. That is the most common frost
Mowgli
mat.
thinks he's like beat the frost to the punch, that he's like here before the frost even has that one down. No, sir. It's a miracle you even got back up. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit surprised someone from Wild on the inside of bar there didn't hear that. But either way, Mowgli will be given a second chance at life, just obviously with significantly less HP.
And that is a huge negative here for Wolves as well. This is their top frag we're talking about. They really need Mowgli to get into the nitty-gritty of things, and they really want him to survive a lot of these affairs. So
P4 kind of can take up some of that aggressive mantle when it comes to the entry game, but the problem is P4 is usually prepping that phone call about 5 or 10 steps away from where you'd want the entry player to be. So it doesn't really work on the current operator he's playing with. If they switched up those roles and let someone else take over the Dokkaebi duties, and this could work okay, but the problem is Mowgli's now at low HP, and yeah, P4 is going to be a little detached from some of the direct entry capability that he could potentially capture with the assistance of that phone call right now.
I think the key thing is now is that Wolves don't really know which direction to, kind of fly right now. They're looking upstairs, they're looking to the side, they're looking down low, but there's really no direction. They're aimless. Frag grenades out, aces will go down, BB with a big kill, and this could give them some semblance of something. A nice little swing here from Mowgli, but he's got to pick and choose his battles. Oh, Wild. I think that they are trying a little bit too hard, maybe too many cooks in the kitchen, but as soon as I say that, 2 big kills, make it 3, make it 4, my God, Wild, shut them down as it's up to Deadshot now. The only one that was not aggressive in the way that he tried to play into this round, and therefore the only one alive now for Wolves. Gonna swing in here from Mud. He's got a frost mat. I really hope he doesn't walk into that. That'd be a terrible way to end this round and end this map, but as he's going to get aggressive down the line. Oh my goodness, there's no way that he gets away with that. That audio play there, John, so very smart at a dead shot. He knew somebody was going to be playing on that other end, but does he know about the player around the mirror? He pre-fires on such low HP. Pack-Bull is he going to swing into him? He does, and he gets him. It would have been curtains either way, as there was a cap can trap on that door, but it's the bullets that get it done first. And the very first game goes the way of Wild.
Honestly, a bit of a cerebral play there from the last player alive for Wolves in those final seconds there. The fact that player stops before that bullet spray comes in as well, that was just dodging the trap in the Indiana Jones dungeon thing kind of right there. Nicely done. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get him the outright clutch, but still either way, some very nice play to tee it all off. Either way though, it is the surprise victory for some at least that will be going towards Wild as they take control of this first map instead. Don't even need overtime for it as well. They bring it back under their control and close it out 7-5, and that is going to take us, of course, to the end of map number 1. We still have maps number 2 and potentially 3 coming up in just a few minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, so do stick with us. We're going to give the players a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the second map of the series.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child, and investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since, and they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We are back at you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back once more. Stokes is going to fix his focus real quick there. There you go. Little makeup trick, you know, little product show-off trick. In case you need to refocus your camera, just take the hand, camera sees the hand, and then guide it back. See, look, I just did the same thing. It's crazy. It's like magic. Cameras.
The Force.
How do they work? Anyway, we're going to get ourselves ready for map number 2 here of our European matchup on the Bravo stream here today. We just saw WYLDE spoiler alert, take control, a little bit late for the alert, but there it is anyway, take control of map number 1 of this series against Wolves. Wild, of course, looking to get a bit of revenge, as we did see Wolves take the qualification away from Wild for the most recent major, of course, inside of the primary R6 circuit at the tail end of the European LCQs for that event. Now Wild has their opportunity to potentially earn their spot back at Gamers 8 for what would be the second year in a row. We saw some footage earlier, of course, of their run during the 2022 event. Now they are just a few maps away from potentially earning that slot. Heading into our next one. Speaking of which, looks like we are ready to jump into it, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the returning map from the last time these two teams played it. It did end up going over, of course, to the players from the Wolves the last time this was played, but it needed to go the full distance in overtime for that result to come out. While once again, with the opportunity for revenge, let's see if they can capture it.
Well, big shocker, Ying is immediately going to get removed, and a big ban there from the Wolves, and definitely a strong ban up against Wild as well, as Ying used to be one of the staple operators of Hungary, especially. So Thatcher going to get removed as well, so right as rain when it comes to these operator bans so far on Villa.
Once again, being the last attacker ban, takes us right up to our defender bans. We're not expecting anything to diverge as well. This is another very roam-centric map, so because of that, the 3 most commonly banned defenders right now do tend to be roamers. So that means more than likely 2 out of 3 of those are going to get banned out here. As we already saw, if memory serves me correctly, back on map number 1, one of those has already been taken out, but oh, a surprise! Cade is actually going to be knocked out here as the final defender. So 2 of those 3 kind of triangle points of the most commonly banned defenders are going to be left back in. That's Solus still being allowed in play. And potentially more importantly for this specific map here, Valkyrie is also still going to be allowed most potently by the Wolves, who we see that get pretty much immediately locked by P4 here, who latches onto that opportunity as soon as he gets the chance.
Looks like they'll jump on in here, and we'll see if there's any real adjustments here from Wild off rip. I don't want to talk about them too much, John. I'm going to adhere to, the days of old and, just not trust any professional player until they're forced to lock in their operator. So just act like it's not there, AVG is going to be the site that we're going to be at least adhering to when it comes to this. As for the Wolves side of things, they are going to be bringing a little bit of denial for the info game, a little info game of their own, a little play around the smokes, just a lot of things going on that they can try and counterplay with here. And I really like what they have going on, especially with the Jaeger working in as well to try and prevent some of these more impactful utilities like the frag grenades working their way in from Aces and Jags. And when you know it, John, good thing we didn't talk about those 2 operators because they're off in the ether now. T3B will pick up Flores, and Yana will be donned by Aces.
All right, so Wild, once again, on the board for the first attack of the game here. Time to see if they can keep that momentum rolling from map number 1 and try to take command of a decent scoreline on this attacking side of our second map of the series as well. Jegs wasting no time heading into the basement, by the way. Already taking some very swift control of the entirety of that floor. Wolves do not have the immediate counter room, so this could be dangerous for them if they don't have another way to latch onto the intel. The Jegs has already taken this forward control. Thankfully, Wolves' roam game, at least until right now, has not been rotating into this part of the map. You guys can see it there from that top-down view we just went to. Bibu is right around the corner. If Jegs takes a few steps forward or Bibu a few steps back, that could be an early kill for Jegs if Bibu does not otherwise check this backstairs position.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, Wild trying to make sure that the next few steps
Bibu
here
wins
are
it.
stable ones, and they definitely aren't, are they? Jags will fall down flat on his face, and Wild really no way to recoup with that either. He came to the darkness, John, and he surely found it. No real way for them to try and bring this one back to light now, and they're going to have to try and search for other means to try and get themselves back into this round. The Flores drones now work their way in. The Rotero will claim at least a cluster of barbed wire initially. Frag grenade out here from Aces, and wow, my God. I think he got that one to sit on top of the shelves down there, Johnny boy. Able to get that frag to work his way into his favor, but still needed that shrapnel luck there up against Bibu.
Oh.
The ADS. Oh, what a creative way to get that done as well. The breach through the floor with the ADS. It'll eat things up in piano. make it to where Wolves will at least be able to stave off another elimination, as they're coming in pretty hot and heavy right now from the offensive side.
That nade was on point as well, so more than likely would have been a third member of the Wolves roster going down had that not have been there. Beautifully placed, of course, by Deadshot to save his teammate's life. Aces, though, still slaying out like most of Wild is doing at the moment here. Mowgli just losing himself in the movement there. Can't even escape the bullets, and Shinka falls down as the final domino here. Wolves, even with the issues, clearing things out initially, still take very confident control of their first round here and are able to keep that momentum rolling right into the second map with the opening round going into their pocket.
Dining room kitchen will be the site for the Wolves. Not feeling AVG after what we had just witnessed. And I mean, really, why would you? Wild are on it right now. They are playing so very well together on all fronts. And I think the big thing to highlight here is that, especially for Aces, I mean, he has been able to do this for such a very long time. And it seems as though this team able to back him up in an extremely efficient way. So we'll see if they can continue working with this throughout these rounds. But I mean, from Chalet to now, you've definitely been able to witness what this roster can put together. And if they get off on the right foot, I mean, they can just catch fire and just remove the remaining members of any squad from a server, it seems.
5 seconds for Wild to continue the momentum they've already built up in terms of the first map victory, but this first round as well, but they take very swift command. You were mentioning it very much on Aces there to take most of the prowess from that one, but we also still saw some great contributions from T3B. He's very much been sometimes that go-to player when it comes to the initial entry power out of Wild to make their mark in the early, mid, or even late round sometimes too. He's been great with his contributions there. Aside from that, though, things are going to be relatively quiet, of course, at the beginning of round 2. Good drone placement there, does catch the cross for at least one member of the Wolves. I do believe we have shifted over towards the trophy side, so that's not really going to be actionable intel. This calls out, of course, the early rotation away from the extension in AVG. It should give a little bit more clearance for some of these members of Wild to commit themselves to that side if they're going to want to be using it a bit more.
Well, this round will be building up to be quite something. Asa swings in with the Gara hook. Gonna find what he'll potentially discover on this top floor. Nobody in earshot of it. Transitioning in, no real traps around, an easy shot for him. It's 1, it's 2. Is anybody awake? Hello? Somebody's got to save somebody. Some nice shots. Mowgli will go down. Aces, he's dismantled the entire team, John. Oh my. It's up to Deadshot, up against 4. Such very low HP now as well, as Jags will shut him down. What a round here from Wild. The disrespect to Wolves and their setup. Not a single person even aware that he's flooded in towards 90 at all, John. And they're at home. This is home audio. This is not a LAN. Oh my goodness. Wolves.
Just from Aces specifically, what he was able to pull off there was absolutely insane. And in all honesty, probably still would have gone just as well, even if he wasn't there. Oftentimes just kind of capturing a fallback we were seeing from quite a few of the other members of the Wolves, and just no one catching the advancement from Aces there whatsoever. 5-1 already for him after just 2 rounds having been played out. 2, of course, picked up on the most recent round, and the initial 3K he got to enter his team into that first site over at AVG. Speaking of the devil, by the way, we are going to make a return towards that, as Wolves will try to course correct quite quickly here to what is very quickly turning into a Wild-centric game as of the first 2 rounds.
Wolves still trying to brave the storm, though. I think that they can take it to Wild. They're going to extend towards the north. Slam up some of these reinforcements on the triple wall. Do they try and keep things soft on that far side, though? Try and keep that angle over towards the master closet. Wild gonna try and show a different face here after these 2 successful rounds, seeing if they can round things off with a great third here. They've added the Nook into play, but T3B has done a decent amount of shooting already this round, so anybody with some good ears will know that's the FMG9. Will likely recognize that that Nook will be in play. Wolves has changed it up a little bit for them as well on this AVG setup. They brought P4 in on the Clash Shield now. This is something that has started to work its way back in more for professional play. We kind of saw everybody more gents rule her away, I'd say, right, John? Just nobody really fancying her all that much for quite some time, but now it just seems like Rainbow Six is a lawless land when it comes to the way that some of these operators work, and wouldn't you know it, Clash has worked her way back into a lot of play in you know, the recent history. So Bibu's actually going to go down here. Potentially Deadshot.
Deadshot doesn't want this is the problem.
Oh, he
and he's smart
doesn't.
to assume that.
Oh, yes, indeed. Some nice angles adopted, but oh no, it's going to be Mowgli that actually picks up one Deadshot and has to work his way back in towards Library, but oh, it could be nigh time for him. It'll be Mowgli instead to take out one. Deadshot to swing back out for Ace's position, but a nice little angle being adopted through the door will take out yet another player. 7-1 right now for Aces as we enter the 3 versus 3.
Good bait, not immediately knocking out Deadshot. Not sure if that was intentional or not from Wild, but it did great work to kind of draw in. Deadshot, and ultimately Mowgli as well. Mowgli allowed to obviously get away with his own shenanigans, but Deadshot immediately trapped, as we saw there. Yeah, even before he had realized, like, yep, I probably shouldn't go for this res. He was already baited into the library, and that was where he was pretty much locked into his own demise. The good news is, like we said before, now we're seeing Wild make up for these differences, trading out onto him. Mowgli finally just being dealt with. He was the one thing holding this Wolves defense together, and now that he's gone, it does not look like P4, especially being on the Clash, you're going to be able to really do much to subvert the outcome of the round. Aces with the drive-by on the pistol to end it, as we'll see one more time here on the replay. Nicely done as well, transitioning right off of that kill that he had gotten a few seconds prior. Locks in another one for Wild as they still lead here 3-0 against the Wolves, rocketing onwards towards that potential 2-0 unless Wolves do something to stop this soon. Surprised we're actually not getting the early pause, but expect it in the next round or two if things continue to go without interruption to Wild's success so far here.
It seems like the gloves are completely off for Wild now as well. You know, they were getting pretty creative there for a bit with the way that they were trying to sauce things up towards Wolves, but now look at this lineup, John. This is just pure bare knuckle. All right, it's time to throw some haymakers and see if we can knock out. Exactly. This is a street brawl now from Wild. They are ready for war when it comes down to it. You got the full lineup of our routine soft breachers. You've got grenades galore. Even with that change, they're actually getting even more aggressive.
Okay,
from what we saw, they're going to add the Togepi in as well. Wild is getting wild. That's what's happening right now. Wet and wild. It is crazy.
Have to prove their namesake, of course. We'll see if they can do that when everything is said and done here. This is, of course, going to be to see how this plays out for Wolves with so much of an extension down below for what is still ultimately going to be that second floor hold, just trying to subvert the attention away from the direct site take, hopefully allow for Wolves to kind of piece apart this setup that the members of Wild are, of course, trying to go for. Wild, like Stokes had mentioned, though, as of like 2 rounds ago at this point, just zero respect for Wolves' plans. Ace is carving his way through this first floor setup without any hesitation, of course, until he reaches that tarps area, and I really shouldn't have had any hesitation, too. Would have been great sport here, potentially counter out Bibu. Either way, Jags just goes right forward, goes 1 for 1, and Aces with the mid-range shotgun usage here. 2 pumps gets the job done against Bibu, knocks him out, and I believe that's the entirety of the first floor extension already dealt with now. And we're still less than a minute into the actual round.
I can't think, John. I can't process.
Speed is palpable from Wild.
When you're faster than light, you're always in darkness, John.
They're fast. The question is, are they furious to take down the 3 members of Wolves? Sorry, it was low-hanging fruit. I had to take it from Wolves now on the inside of the site. We'll see if that'll be the case, as Ace has already kind of blown out his secret hand in the form of the potential Gar hook usage. Still a little bit of it that could come out, but it more than likely will almost certainly lead to his death if he tries to go really crazy with this one, but we'll have to wait and see. Could at least go for a quick repositioning. Another kill is going to be found regardless of the plans of the Gar hook, though, as T3B seeks a winner against one of the remaining members of Wolves upstairs.
Aces and Wild are dismantling Wolves, and you're going to hit me with Fast and Furious puns? That's what you're going to do to me?
Yeah, we got to keep it interesting.
Oh, well, they definitely are. Let me tell you that. Shinka's going to be able to pick up 1, make it a 3 versus 2, make it a 2 versus 2. Mowgli be able to get one of his own. Hungry's hungry, but he can't get it done either. T3B left up to him. Do they know where he can come from, though? A lot of opportunity here for him. He has to get something done with his Hell Presence sensor. Has the rotation. Oh, the big plays. Oh, my goodness. He's going to rotate trade off a pre-fire. He tags Shinka. He knows where he is. He knows where Mowgli is as well, but he's got to make the move. Some damage onto Mowgli, but he can't get it done. Mowgli guns him down. He doesn't have the clutch gene. Quaking in his boots. And finally, the Wolves will get something for all of this effort on Villa.
All that loose play comes back to bite Wild finally. Ultimately, their mistake to not kind of bring themselves together in a little bit more of a cohesive fashion to close in on that. What I believe at least was a 4v2 at one point there that Wolves managed to turn around into their own favor. Had we seen a little bit more of a push together from the remaining members of Wild, probably would have gone off into their favor, but I think they were just feeling themselves a little bit too much inside of that scenario through a bit too many individual 1v1s at the members of Wolves, and as such, lined them up for still a very nice comeback, but ultimately a comeback that was probably more under the control of Wild with a bit more pacing in the play there, in my opinion.
Device primed. Keep an eye on door.
All right, slam a few walls, destroy a few drones, and we'll be back into the action here for the Wolves. Have the Valkyrie in, as well as some traps to try and slow up some more of the aggressive tendencies from Wild. I've really been liking what we've been seeing out of a lot of these teams recently, bringing some more Kapkan. Not a lot of people enjoying it as much, John, but the thing about Kapkan, right? The reason that this character exists is that he is a limiting factor for teams that are overly aggressive and do not check doors. That's the key thing. There's a lot of utility in this game that destroy Kapkan traps, and they get destroyed with a singular bullet. There's really nothing extra to their utility. It's just the fact that Kapkan traps are always there at the worst possible time.
He's basically like the siege version of like a skill check dice roll if you try to execute with a limited amount of time left. It's like, okay, you've chosen to run into the site without properly droning it, and now there's a 50-50 chance one of you is going to instantly die on entry.
Exactly.
And there's nothing you can do about it because you've used too much of your time not clearing it out. Nice setup here on the glass, by the way, to get things started for Wild. T3B once again making up for the fact that he was not able to clutch things out there, but he's at least going to be able to still be as stalwart as ever when it comes to the entry power, knocking out a very powerful member of Wolves in the process. Mowgli, who's often been a thorn in the side of Wild's earlier advances, goes down without any effort to put forward this time, unfortunately, as he's hard countered by that glass setup.
Yeah, this man was so happy that there were some smokes going off. He's like, oh, my opportunity has arisen. Yeah, and then immediately got removed. It's like, oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, glass play going on, but see if they can try and right their wrongs here. Coming into the latter half of the round. Aces going for the grenade. Not too much coming from that. No step up there from the Wolves member. And in fact, a few paces back. And why wouldn't you? The floor just exploded in front of your eyes. And not exactly the point that you want to be. A lot of time still on the board for Wild to get this ball rolling, as they are right on the cusp of making some very crucial decisions for this round.
Reboot. The timing play, a little early. Thankfully not spotted as far as I'm aware. It does appear that the Wild members got some intel out, though, so there may be a drone scouting Ebu's position eventually. Anyway, but no! Still is able to get himself out into the open. Ace's second nade, though, does also land, so that kill is immediately countered out from Ebu's perspective, as it is still going to be Wild leading by one player here. The advances made, of course, by the other member of this team. P4 tries to go for the impact trick, does not get the second Selma, so I believe he's not going to find the impact he would have wanted from that nade. Ebu as well, patiently waiting for his opportunity to still frag out from the opposite side of this deployable shield, trying to subvert the expectations a little bit, get the direct angle to play against things, but now he's exposed himself into the open, has to hit the deck here, no other choice if he wants to stay alive and try to extend this play into that 20-second margin, which more than likely he is going to be able to hit. That's where Wolves start to get a little bit more of their power back, and may still be able to clutch this, but the peak timing is just not where it needs to be. Packbull wins out a very pivotal fight. Deadshot finds a counter, but again, Wild still up by a player, no longer the case, however, as no, it's going to be Wolves holding the line instead as P4 closes it down for his team.
And Wild on an absolute tear, but Wolves finally able to battle back and get some pieces picked up here for themselves, bringing this scoreline just a tad bit closer, making it a little bit more manageable for when this side switch comes in. And speaking of that, this will be our last round for this half. So Wild still with some potential to try and, you know, garner an even more advantageous lead for themselves and prevent this tie, but for the Wolves, trying to make sure that they do exactly that. Bring this to bear, make sure that they have all 3 rounds that they can try and muster for this half of things. And that's where they're going to head down to a site that we don't see all that often, but is quite successful when we do see it played. It's going to be Library and Living Room.
That is the key message to take away here, is regardless of the outcome of this next 6th and final round of the half here from Wolves, WYLDE are still in a pretty good position no matter which way it swings here. 3 rounds attacking side of Villa is still nothing to scoff at if you're coming from the defensive perspective on that one. So assuming WYLDE has their pieces together, so to speak, on their own defensive half, they're still on the path to victory as far as I'm concerned. 4-2 just doubles that down even more so. So it'll really just be bonus points for WYLDE if they're able to really lock in that other round. It's a bit disappointing considering they started 3-0s. They probably would have, in hindsight to that, would have liked a little bit of a better scoreline than what they currently have now, but nothing they could really do about it.
Well, we'll begin transitioning into the bottom floor here. Widespread, just trying to figure out exactly what the Wolves have done with this map. They'll get good initial intel onto the actual physical site here. Just as a reminder as well, Pack Bowl will have some opportunities to try and fly up from the basement hatch, and that's what they're looking for at the current moment. P4 can actually try and play into this from down low as well. Some nades out. Pack Bowl, let's see it, my friend. Nades 2. Nobody gonna pick up a gun or anything just yet. Finally, he's gonna fly in off of that. P4 gonna fly down, try and get aggressive here, but he didn't see him. They're not seeing each other. What the heck just happened? He still gets away with it. P4. What has just happened in the basement of Villa? I've never seen anything like this in my whole life. WYLDE still have an opportunity too. D3B is still up, but he's gonna go down to P4. And it's going to be a tie on the half. What was that in the basement?
This is the only time we do not have player cams that I really wish we do, because I would do some very rough things to see the look on P4's face after that right now. Just being like, A, how am I still alive? B, how did I get a 3K there? Because none of that makes any sense from the POV that we saw that breakdown from. He got out camouflage as he ran down the stairs. There's a player with a camouflage I don't think you can normally use in other tournaments that's being used here, and it just completely threw him for a loop as he walked directly by that player. And as a result of that, nearly lost his life. Thankfully, the player on the other side of that one made the same exact mistake. So it just turned into a very awkward encounter where P4 just happened to be the first one to bring his senses back to reality and figure out just what the heck he needed to do to come out of that one alive and with a few kills in his pocket.
What a wild affair there. That was definitely something to behold. I'm happy I woke up at 3:45 in the morning to witness that.
So it is now a dead heat between these two teams after a very chaotic final round of the half. 3-3 becomes the scoreline. Like we said before, still a bit of an advantage, in my opinion, to the WYLDE roster coming off that attacking side, but considering the rebound that Wolves have now made 3 rounds in a row for themselves, that could very quickly turn against them if that momentum carries over here, of course, onto the attacking side. Let's take a peek at how Wolves' initial round is going to go, though, before we make any more long-casting judgments like that.
Well, with the way that these two are playing, we might not be casting for long. I don't really know. I mean, for Wolves' perspective, man, they're so hit or miss with their rounds right now. You know, they're having these big sweeping victories, but then immediately after, WYLDE are able to just take it to the house. So it's really hard fought, but I really think it's up to these adjustments that we're going to see coming in on these next couple of rounds. Hungry? Down inside of Master, I do believe, and I think he was off on an island too. The only supporting player over inside of Bench. He's been forced back as well. Jags took some damage from another means. What the heck has been going on here? It looks like T3B will actually be able to get a Nitro from down low. We did have him down inside of the Tetris area. So, looks like they'll at least be able to equalize here, but still some considerable damage dealt to WYLDE, and especially damning for Wolves here too, with what we see coming off here from Mowgli. He'll end up losing his life. Still playing so very well, especially from what we'd seen in the first game here today.
We've been chasing down a fairly clean entry path up through those main stairs into the site as well, so another member of his team may try to take capitalization upon that. For the sake of the Wolves, we'll see, of course, how all that follows through. As I don't unfortunately think they had anyone in position to play it outright there. They didn't want to take a step into the bar area itself due to the risk that would have been involved with that. We had a few members of WYLDE still kind of actively keeping their wits about them in that department, plus there wasn't really enough study factor at that point in time. So they had the confidence, but now that has changed, and WYLDE strikes first, but it's an immediate strike back from Deadshot to trade it 1-for-1 as the team works their way into the site. Deadshot continues to hold the line on the back flank, but T3B does the same from the interior of the site. Packpool also delays further action with those toxic babes that'll chuck out there. Does not have enough to bring it down to the null timer situation, though. So Wolves, with patience here, should be able to outlast that utility, take a step back, reconfirm their plans, and try to go for this 2v2 duel outright. The drone moving forward is going to be a big piece of this one as well. These are the only 2 drones that sit remaining. There's another one on a dead player that can be watched by the 3 dead players on Wolves as well, but that one we just saw moving is the only active one that are still movable by the 2 remaining players. Either way, Deadshot sneaks in here, finds the plant angle, but he will be denied. Not enough of an overwatch from Bibu, and as a result, he now sits on that island that Stokes mentioned at the beginning of the round here, just trying to play out the 1v2. It's a clutch play from him, but this might be asking a bit too much, especially trying to work the DMR in this situation can be rough. So time getting low, and unfortunately no case plant as of yet. It's more than likely, and indeed it will be confirmed now, going the way of WYLDE to start things out in the second half.
I mean, WYLDE are playing lights out right now. When it comes down to these crucial moments and these crucial rounds that are really the deciding factor of who is going to win out this series, it's WYLDE every time that we see lighting up the scoreboard and taking the big, big moments. So we'll see if they can continue on this reign of terror as they'll shift on over to dining room and kitchen. But as for Wolves, it has really not been all that fantastic, minus some of the bigger streaks that they've been able to put together. It's really been WYLDE that has been able to temper Wolves time and time again. So, see if the adjustments will come through here for Wolves. And now they're going to be bringing in the Brava. We've been seeing this a couple of times so far, as well as Habana coming through as well. Really like this IQ pickup from Bibu on top of that.
Should be able to find out quite a bit of what the setup is going to be looking like for a model, especially the things like those EDDs and whatnot, which can be tricky, like we were mentioning before, if you're going to end up in a suboptimal execute position, which is how most of these executes have honestly gone. So that's probably going to be very much warranted here to counter out T3B shenanigans. And then on top of that, getting the early scout on the jammers positions, any inaccessible walls that may come from that will also be very much needed. Of course, with the obvious counter to the Valkyrie cams that are going to be placed around the map by Packpool as well. Slow play once again to start things out here. Wolves won't be going for any crazy 5-man push shenanigans right off the bat. It'd be quite insane, in fact, to see something like that specifically on this site, as you have very limited execute options from the attacker's POV. This is definitely one that has worked in the long term, unless you get a very lucky early position, both not only inside of that pantry spot, but for instance, like in the back of the Astro stairs as well. If you can combine those 2 and then swing off some early pressure in through laundry, maybe you can make a quick take work, but it's still at very high risk because of the usual extensions that the defenders usually go for upstairs. Speaking of which, Wolves have started the process of clearing that out with the initial elimination of Aces, having a bit of a rougher time making that early round mark compared to what we were seeing on the attacking side. He's fallen off just a little bit here in the first 2 rounds that we've seen played out, but indeed it is only 2 rounds, so plenty of opportunity for Aces to recover that, just not hitting his mark here on 7 or 8.
Although WYLDE will be down 1 player, they do still have quite a few opportunities to try and nip this in the bud.
Nice pre-fire.
Wolves getting aggressive, and yes, indeed, what a pre-fire that was coming from P4. This will shut down T3B. Hungary also under fire as well, as he's starting to take some heat downstairs. It's a little bit as of right now. Wolves trying to transition this into an execute here as they're going to rotate off the building. Looks like Mowgli's actually worked his way into sight. Excuse me. As Looks like we'll have the case here soon enough, and this is exactly the circumstances that we want to try and play out on this offensive side of things. They've set up the crosses, and now the plant's working out. Some big kills here from Mowgli, a nice one from Packbull, though, as he'll keep their hopes alive, especially after Jags goes down over on the other end of things. It'll be all up to him, but Mowgli will be the one to actually end this round. And, well, looks like the offense will finally get something going on for themselves here, as Wolves will be able to claim a round on their kitchen offense.
Nothing fancy when it came to the overall setup from Wild there, just unfortunately trying, I think, to get a bit too loose with their positioning, especially upstairs right from the very start of that round, and Wolves just wasting no time playing around with that, quickly dealing with that one, as we saw. Again, Ace is getting dealt with nice and early on. This is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Like I said, it's only happened 2 times so far, but if it's going to become symptomatic of the rest of the half, that will lead into some pressure issues from Wild, trying to slow down the overall pacing from the Wolves, and as a result, Wolves will be left with more than enough time to not only actually execute into the site, but then to set themselves up properly to do that in the first place, meaning that those executes themselves will be a heck of a lot cleaner, unlike what we were really seeing from Wild, where their time was really being stretched to the bitter end in almost every single encounter, even though they had an advantage for most of the half.
Bomb located by attackers.
Not too much of a change coming out here for the Wolves, Pav. A couple of things happening here for Wild, though. Maybe bringing the Bandit to bear, and a couple other things to try and slow down the aggressive front of Wolves, especially when it comes to the throwables. You're looking at the frag grenades and some more of the launchable things like dead shots, breaching rounds that you could end up using a little bit later on. So we'll see if Wild can stand the test of time here, as they have plenty of utility in order to do so. Wolves are going to start wide and work small, as we've been seeing them do time and time again on these offensive rounds.
Slow wind-up from the Wolves, though, but all with a good, hopeful end to that build-up. If it's going to be anything like what we saw back in round number 8 there, Wolves able to quickly execute out most of the extended presence from Wild here, and this is a big part of it. P4 showing us some great Bravo usage in the previous round, able to bait in the previous round's cap can and knock out that player outright, which obviously gave him a pretty clean path into the site from that point forward. Just one example of how Wolves were able to take control. Not going to find it so much for free, though, on round number 9 here. As you're going to see, not a whole lot for P4 to scout out. Even with the stolen camera, he just took directly above him at the moment, so still going to be waiting for his opportunity to strike. Biba, though, is finding quite a bit from that bottom to top angle, of course, using the IQ scanner in the process to try and knock out all of that mitigation utility that she has mainly scoped out so far.
Well, slow and steady for the Wolves so far. Mowgli, though, will be tripped up in the process. Gonna get taken down from Aces, as he has constantly been the bearer of bad news for the Wolves, hasn't he?
It's very much like him or no one as well, which is a bit of an issue for the Wolves, is that it seems, at least going off of this round, this may be a bit of a forward statement, but for the Wolves, it very much seems like it's either Mowgli making that initial play, or they just kind of slowly build up towards a team execute. Like right now, look at this, Deadshot has attempted to take up positioning, but he's been found out very quickly by Aces, so now he's free to kind of make his own mark because he's been detached from that initial duel against Mowgli, and it's just a bit of that domino effect. I think I described something similar a few rounds back here for the Wolves as well, where once again, because Mowgli got knocked out early on, the team just didn't really have much else to show for it. Shinka thankfully going to subvert those expectations a little bit with that first pickup he finds against Aces, but again, T3B, stalwart as ever on those trades, going to come back with another one here to still keep Wild in a +2 kill advantage position on the defense as well, so shouldn't be too much more effort required for the closeout. P4, correction here to trade things back out, still keep him in the fight, and a pre-fire to nearly get himself personal kill number 2, but team kill number 3 out of 5 here. Not able to capture that player as swiftly as he would have liked. This is where it slows down to a death crawl. More than likely a death crawl for him as well. And indeed, that would be the case as Hungry completes the set for Wild, locking in another round for them.
And just what a good showing from Wild here today. You know, you can definitely see that they've worked on quite a few of the things that were befuddling them before up against teams like Wolves, where they would end up just giving over their advantages, not really able to claim everything in, you know, some of these more crucial situations and see some of the better lines and opportunities that they could take. And now it's working out extremely well for them. They're able to try and battle back up against big names like Wolves and, you know, take the fight to people like Mowgli. But I will definitely agree with you in this. I think both of these teams are kind of falling to this right now, and that it is, you know, kind of that one-man show-esque kind of thing happening. But, you know, the key thing is that I think that Wild is doing it better at the current moment, where the people that are stepping up to the plate after aces are just finding more success in their positioning, right? I think it's very similar circumstances where it's not a lot of big clusters of kills happening, right? Like there's no big sweeping executes happening or, you know, big team play moments happening from these defensive ends. It's really just been like big multi-kill happening from a single player that gets a good string of gunfights going for them. So we'll see if that could be an adjustment that they try and look at. But as of right now, it really seems like, you know, both of these teams are pretty hyper-focused on playing off of one position and trying to make the most out of that.
Feels like very early BDS style of play right now, which obviously is a bit ironic looking at Wolves and like their roster's heritage at the end of the day. But even for a while, I'm getting a few hints of that as well, where it just seems like a lot of the play focus is on CYCLOPS and like CYCLOPS only, and they've obviously fixed that tremendously in the last few years. It's no longer, at least from my POV, a primary issue for that team. There's some other stuff that potentially is holding them up in the long term, but that's a discussion for another day. Wolves is showing us primarily that very one-sided play, where it's very much Mowgli makes his mark or the team falls together, it seems, in at least 2 different rounds now. We've seen that happen for the most part. So all the focus is once again going to be on him to see if he can strike true yet again to keep his team on correct footing. It's only 2 rounds to go here for Wild, but Wolves is right behind them at a 5-4 scoreline.
Able to find a few pieces of utility here through the wall on the scanner of IQ, but past that, not really too much going the way of Wolves. They're wrapping themselves around this base floor, or for the library side of things. Have the logic bomb still to try and work things out for main stairs, and some assistance actually coming in from the Wild players. There you see that nice crossfire being built up from them. So Wolves kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place now, and they still have all of their bodies, so we're really looking for them to try and get this play going here. P4, he's going to make the aggressive play in. He plays you reverse window. Fantastic. So well done from him. Knows the hops there. Very well done thus far from the Wolves, as they'll be able to claim the entirety of the basement off the back of their efforts.
Gotta give props again to T3V. He was surrounded in like a 1v3. He still got his 1 out of that situation. So stalwart, as I said at least once before for him. But yeah, stalwart as ever for T3V there. Like I said, always making sure that even if he's gonna go down, he's at least almost, you know, 9 times out of 10 here, taking one of his opponents with him. And that's some great stuff to see, that level of consistency, even when under extreme pressure, like we saw just there. One more member of Wild is going to get down, however, recovered now, because that was Packbull Mira getting knocked out for just a split second. Important to note, too, that one of the 3 remaining members is a clash that limits that player's potentiality to frag quite heavily. Realistically, from a gun perspective, it's kind of a 2v3 we're looking at here, and it's even worse when you look at the fact that Packbull really can't pop his head out. So Wolves with 2 strikes. Packbull responds with 1 on his own, but still 3 more to knock out here, and that case is very quickly being planted against his own favor. That was the one saving grace he would have had, but terrain gonna terrain, unfortunately. It blocks his nitro and blocks his chances for a clutch, as Wolves rebound with the tying point at 5-5.
I'm just having flashbacks of Chalet now. You know, I think it seemed like we had a nice streak going here for Wild, and that the Wolves were kind of puttering out, but now we're back on the teeter-totter.
The same thing happened on Chalet, didn't it, though? At least at the beginning of the map, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly?
I think it was reversed, though. I think Wolves were the one who kind of shot ahead, and then, you know, so... the shoe's definitely on the other foot, but does that mean that Wolves are now going to be the one that wins Villa? That's the real question.
Well, we got 2 rounds to find out, especially if they do it the same way. So.
It'll definitely be interesting. We'll have to see what comes of that. We've definitely had an awkward back and forth in between these 2 teams, you can say, when it comes to Villa thus far. We had that Pretty curious moment in the basement. You know, one thing I've literally never seen before in my entire life. I'll be real with you.
It's a bit of a Looney Tunes around there.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty cartoonish. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. But past that, we've had a lot of highlight moments for some of the bigger names on both of these respective squads. So we'll see if they can try and keep on keeping on. But as for Wild, we really got to see a little bit extra out of the lower portion of this scoreboard here, but the same can be said for Wolves. It's really, crucial time right now for both of these teams. This is where all the kills matter, to an nth degree more than what they did previously. Yeah, you did end up winning round 1, but when you end up winning round 11, that feels a little bit more crucial in that moment.
Yeah, it's very quickly become now 2 players kind of just taking the bulk of the heavyweight lifting when it comes to fragging power, at least on either one of these squads. It's P4. It's more recently become a bit more relevant in that respect, especially in this half for the Wolves, and we're potentially about to see them stay relevant here. Aces, on the other hand, obviously the go-to player from Wild, continues to excel. So he'll be the number 1 for that team, knocking out the number 2 from the Wolves as P4 gets eliminated first this time around by Aces. Obviously will have some limited potentiality inside of the basement itself, but we can already see him having rotated away from that, if I'm reading the silhouettes correctly. Mowgli really not going to have a choice but to kind of pre-position himself there. There may have been a spot onto Aces a few seconds prior from down below, but he ends up changing the trajectory of that nade up 1 flight. More likely was some barbed wire or utility, otherwise positioned there. Aces a little bit late for this one, unfortunately. That's been a common problem with his nitros here, just like a second or two too late. Thankfully, the bullets are right where they need to be, and he finds the direct counter to his mortal enemy in Mowgli, knocking him down, and that's built up on top of another kill as well. So already leading 4-3. As T3B did finally falter this time around. That kind of perfect trade ratio going down a bit here, as it does. I do believe he is taken down outright this time.
Indeed he is, and now we go down to the last minute to decide this. 4 versus 3, while they built up this advantage, and they've only had to donate T3B for it. Looks like they won't be able to find too much more, though, as Aces, he finds himself all the way downstairs, just seeing if he could potentially pick somebody off outside. He was feeling himself a little bit too much there, John. And now might come back to bite them. Wild, they had everything in their advantage. They just had to play it out from sight, but obviously not the case there for Aces. So now an adjustment here for Wolves. They'll throw it over towards the study side to see if they can try and solve this puzzle.
2 Toxic Babes still in Packbull's pocket here, so hopefully the delay on top of the even player count is going to be enough of an advantage for Wild to win, but Aces definitely more of a questionable move depending on the outcome of this round to try and go for that aggressive swing right there, really playing heavily into the player advantage. We'll see if that gamble ends up being a more well-weighted one, if they can easily put a stop to the play. Here so far it's not the case as Wolves take out 1, but now the response is coming back in primarily from Jegs, but he's also been dropped, and this is now going to become an incredibly awkward 1v1. A race to the clock here, which Deadshot is just not going to be able to win, unfortunately, due to the clash in position. The operator's selection ultimately wins Wild the round, as it is an unwinnable 1v1 for that attacker.
And you can see why Clash is starting to work her way back into play. She's just so dang annoying to deal with, especially in those crucial moments. Not only does she have that shield to block the bullets, but also she has the electricity to slow you down, so you can't even get to her as quickly as you initially could to try and get that shield out of the way to kill her. It just becomes such a problem, especially inside of those 1v1 moments. Wild, able to get out of the thick of it, even after that pickup onto Aces coming through from Wolves, still able to secure the round. Very well done from them, and now looking to secure Villa in the same fashion that we saw them secure Chalet.
Just like Villa, of course, it is, or rather just like our first map on Chalet, it is going to be one and only opportunity that Wild have to get this done. Otherwise, Wolves tie it up, and we go for 3 more rounds to find the true winner out of the series inside of overtime, and potentially trigger that 3rd map as well if Wolves are able to bring the rebound back into their control. Rounds have been a bit more teeter-tottery over the past few encounters, so Wolves are certainly not out of this encounter just yet. Like we've been mentioning, though, the pressure is on to those big fraggers, whether it's going to be Mowgli or P4 making the first impact. It more than likely has to come from one of those two, as we just have not seen a whole lot of highlightable play from the other 3 members of the team as of yet. Could always change that.
strong IQ play coming out here from Bibu, and he's discovered a couple of things here. This will also help with quite a few, actually, in all of the utility on board for Wild. Every single one of those battery-powered and or electric. So looks like they'll be able to at least solve two different ends of this. DS's and my discs more than likely taking priority alongside those Valkyrie cameras, and you can never forget those Capcan traps either, is those things are trying to bite you in the ankles, deal some of that extra damage, and soften up some players for some easy gunfights. Looking for some extra utility inside of Study, but Deadshot won't find the Valkyrie camera until his second glance. Trying to get some better looks in towards the AVG area, so continue to try and clear out this space. P4 will add a cam into the works here for Red to make sure they've got the cross angle covered.
The interior AVG player has already dropped down, but I think it's taken Wolves a few extra seconds to fully realize that Mowgli gets the better, just barely, it looks like, too, of T3B there. He was just about ready to strike back, but never mind. T3B gets his health drained far before he gets significant damage onto Mowgli there. So a clean opener from the Wolves, exactly what we needed to see from them to stay in this game and trigger overtime. But again, like we mentioned before, that's just the first step here. Although a very important one. We need to see the rest of that follow through, and in good pacing as well. Don't want to be running the clock down and trying to rush their way into a 45 engagement. Even with that player count, they could still turn back against them pretty quickly if they don't have the appropriate amount of access. Thankfully shouldn't be too much of an issue here, assuming that they are able to get the angle clearance they need on that primary triple wall going into statuary, which again, like I said before, should have more than enough utility to facilitate that opening. Hungry though, strikes back now, and it's against Mowgli as well, so that entry power that we were talking about before now is removed from the team. Any nades that he would have had, which I think he still may have had one more in the pocket, also goes with that. Do we still have mute jammers on the other side of that hard breach? That's not the big question. Well, it doesn't actually matter. Never mind. As Deadshot, zero respect, just plays his hand directly into statuary, and even better, it works. Hungry coming in on the flank. Aces immediately counters and walks right into that setup. Hungry doing all the heavy lifting right now as he's up to a triple. This will be an outright 1v5 if he can clutch it, but Bibu tucks his head away behind the chassis and closes it down instead. Wolves rush their way into an overtime here by retying it back up at 6-6.
Well done from them, but oh my, Wild with an opportunity there that they are really, really going to want back. Hungry getting so much done. And as you said, a lot of the heavy lifting for him from that round, and just nobody else really there to try and help him claim what was rightfully theirs. Wolves able to get so much done in such a quick amount of time, and no real chance for Wild to try and recoup from that, minus what Hungry was able to accomplish. But with a one-man show like that, it's pretty easy for the Wolves to still try and solve that puzzle, even past the big triple coming from him. So now Wolves with the forced overtime. The good news for Wild, though, John, they have the guaranteed 2 defenses if we end up going the full breadth of this. Oh, Hungry? What? He's using the Express?
The shotgun here. We'll see how this pans out. As thankfully, again, more likely just play the Thorn to a pretty tight angle. But that's going to be like deep inside of Study or somewhere else closer to the site by Bar. But should be able to work out fine as long as the roll meshes with his current position of play, and I believe that will be the case. Not something we get to see every day, like Stokes mentioned. And that'll be combined with the usual M590 from Packle as well. It's really doubling down on the shotgun pressure. Expect one of those to be kind of holding the gun vault side of things by Death Door, and the other one to be on the usual bar spot. More than likely is how they're going to try and spread that out if they don't want to throw them out into the open hyper aggressively, which Hungry is still out and about, but yeah, it's more likely making a return to the site now, it looks like. Slow play yet again here. Wolves still take their time really analyzing that first pick if they're going to be able to localize it. We're seeing quite a bit of success earlier on in this what would have been the regulation attacking half for Wolves, with P4 bringing the Brava into the fold, kind of going in to steal that Mudroom default or another one, and then using that to bait in for a first kill, but no, it's going to be Mowgli just taking it directly yet again, and once more against Aces as well. That kind of like 1v1 coefficient between them has been dictating a large part of this game, but so have been those trades from T3B. He gets the better out of that #1 player from Wolves, and is able to take him down on the exchange. Going to cause a reset of the status quo here for both teams now. They're going to fall back to the site for the defense, and Wolves will position themselves to start crunching that insight setup here. Obviously without any real advantages to play off of anymore, since they have been traded out.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Well, with 1:10 remaining now, Wolves do have some chance here. Try and push this on to the penultimate point. Try to make this a very difficult round for Wild, as we'll be ending up switching sides, and they haven't played an offense for some time, so it might be a little jarring for them. Oh, that's the angle P4 was able to find. It some big shots here, a crucial moment back and forth, 2 versus 3 now for Wild. They will at least be able to try and battle back for the time being. P4 as well as Bibu will start trying to work their way in towards Study. Some big kills here from Hungry, but he gets taken down from P4. Packbolt has 1 smoke remaining. Case in hand. P4 will start planning this in behind the maps table. Off. Oh, and he knows where he is. He's going to bear down on it. Some nice shots. P4. Oh, the Thorn Trap. Won't get him. Has to work his way in. Has to get up onto the table. Big shots here. Oh, the SMG-11. It gets so much damage off, but Packbull, he shuts him down.
You can see
such a moment, John. Yes, you saw it. You saw it too. Oh, it was stuck to the pillar. He tried to get it out, but it was stuck. Oh my gosh. He was trying to play that cover so very tight-knit, so tightly, but still able to get it over on that lone member of Wolves. So very well done from Packball, as he'll make sure Wild maintain the advantage.
Just trying to play it as hyper passively as he could there. Knows he has that limited amount of ammo coming from the SMG-11 as well, so plays it, basically waits and is going to be the second reaction out of that fight, which I think is the very smart way to approach that situation. Allows for the member of the Wolves to kind of waste most of the clip that they have inside of their gun, and then he pops out for a second response. Had to really play the patient game there and play heavily into his game sense to know when the right time to pop out would be, and thankfully he chose correctly there. Beautifully done by Packbull there. It's a very important win for Wild. Now has set them up for victory. They can even breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief if this one doesn't necessarily go their way on the attacking side. And we saw a little bit more of a tumultuous run towards the tail end of their own regulation attacking rounds. But at the same time, will still have to come back and give us a bit more of a convincing second defensive win, as that one only comes out from the clutch right there. I know you're wanting something a little bit more convincing to try and lock away not only this map, but this series, if they could potentially do it on that next round instead of this one.
Now, that was a pretty wild one there coming out of Wild. Yeah, no pun intended, honestly. Like, that was just really, really crazy. So, we'll see if they can try and pull the wool over the eyes of the Wolves here again. But as of right now, definitely in the driver's seat. They're actually going to come through with a pretty funky operator lineup as well. Not something we see too often, especially with the Glass Blitz Amaru coming in. So we'll see what they can exactly get done with these ops. Looks like they're trying to build things up over for a study take of sorts.
Is going to be one of the first direct insertions in the study we see if they're putting hyper-aggressive pressure onto it. Mowgli tries to take the challenge from the inside of the map room window there, as well as towards the outside of the connector. And unfortunately pays the price for it. A little bit of damage going out, but way more going back on him, as he's now brought down to just about 20% of his overall HP. So we'll have to think twice about going for those aggressive swings and trying to make those more forward plays in the future, which opens up a whole bottle of possibilities for players like Aces and some of the other kind of mid-round heroes here like T3B. But T3B, similarly to Mowgli, is going to be limited by some of the damage he took off the rip too.
Slow and steady now for Wild, as they're looking to address Wolves' defensive prowess for this very last round. Mowgli and Deadshot already decently low. These fights could spell demise for them. Frag grenade land on deaf ears for Jags underneath. His position will now be known. Still have that other frag grenade to try and solve another equation on down the line, and plenty of drones to try and suss out some of the harder positions to discover of the Wolves as well. Miles will be up now, upside down on the window. Another smoke out here for T3B. Aces will continue to try and back him up on the far end here as he'll harass Bust Door. Knows if there is a shield in on this. Could potentially have an aggressive player up close and personal for him. He is swinging back and forth, and Ace is completely caught off guard. Mowgli gets full control of this, and it's going to be a swing in onto the actual stat area. Be able to take down one and study Mowgli. He'll reposition here. Glass in as well. I don't think anybody knows he's in on this portion of the wall. Mowgli with some huge kills and a huge round for the Wolves. We're going max OT to try and solve it here on Villa.
Too much hesitation, unfortunately, especially from the outset of that study take from Wild there. Trying to wait for that moment of opportunity has oftentimes put our teams in the losing position. We see another example of that right there on that round. It's Mowgli that takes command of his own destiny in that round and decides to take the swing for himself with perfect timing to counter out the similar aggression that we were getting at that moment from Aces. Aces just not expecting that play, and Mowgli continues to subvert the expectations too. Jumps out a second, third time I think before he finally reaches the end of his kill streak on that round and never actually goes down. I don't believe by the time it finishes off. I think it's down to like the last second or two, but his job was more than done by that point. So the pressure shifts now right back over onto Wild, who do need to find that solid second defense. Keep in mind, of course, as we were mentioning before, it was the clutch that ultimately gave them the previous round win there from Packpool's POV inside of the 1v1. So going to be wanting something a little bit more convincing here, especially considering the site that we are on as well. Wolves can very easily take full site control if there is a domino effect fall apart like we saw in the previous round.
10 seconds left.
Yes, indeed. We'll have to see, though. These teams have been so back and forth with each other. Not only that, but Wild have also brought Clash to bear as well, and we've seen how that's worked out in recent history for a bunch of these teams. It's not boded too well for them, has it? So, see if too much comes from that. But as for Wild now, and well, Wolves especially, as they're out and about on the board now, Boot will be working his way in with the rest of the squad from the studies side, trying to address things when it comes to this bottom floor. Still have a couple of things to try and cross and make sure they don't end up crossing too many things over and get themselves caught off guard from this top floor setup of Wild that we see currently being held down inside of AVG.
Uneventful so far for the first minute as Wolves once again try to wind themselves up for one fell swoop execute, which seemed to work out very well for them on the previous round. Got a few players with at least a slight insertion into the building just to establish some initial positioning, like Deadshot. Working his way with like 2 drones bracing him as well, so like double the insurance policy here as he carves his way through. He's more of just kind of a second thought to maintain the actual positioning more than he's actually taking this full control for himself. The drones, for the most part, have done that, and now that he reaches a potential contention point at 90, immediately has a teammate group up with him here. So it's really just that initial shape-up happening for the Wolves right now. They're trying to build up the confidence to go for their actual execute at some point in the next 33 seconds. Aces! Those nitro cells have been evading him, but this one finally sings as he's able to knock out a very important player, P4. Second to none when it comes to those mid-round trades, and oftentimes the second to Mowgli if he falters in the early round as well. Now eliminated, but Mowgli himself still in the fight. Bibu currently being slowed down by Hungry as well, just on the outside of Death's Door, and Deadshot, again, a no-respect play. This won them at least one round previously for the Wolves. Deadshot's going to try to line it up once again. Now his teammate joins him with the case in hand as well. Deadshot shifts his focus to the rotate through Astro instead. T3B picks up one, but Aces falters right after the fact. It's still an even fight between these teams, and Hungry is trying to hold Bibu back, but quickly we're seeing Hungry get pressed into a corner. That'll lead to his elimination on top of the loss of T3B. Jags is all that remains, but Jags has not been discovered yet and immediately gets a pre-fire headshot off on a Deadshot. Removes the advantage of his position on the inside of Trophy. Jags, however, doesn't have the best of intel to play it out from here. Has the pre-fire read, but looks away at the wrong moment. Doesn't get that second kill out of 3 he needs to win this round and win the game along with it. Win the series on top of that as well. It's looking more and more like a Wolves round than a Wolves game to send us on to map number 3. as he delays. Wolves' position just gets stronger and stronger. Retake coming back in. There's kill number 2, but the immediate repeat from Bibu to shut it down triggers map number 3 as Wolves get the job done at the bitter end of overtime and send us onto that third and final map that was dodged during the EU LCQs, but now is finally going to be played here at the Gamers Without Borders semifinal.
Now back and forth we go in between these two, and you really thought that Wild had it, especially with the big pickup there from Aces. He'd been in the driver's seat for the majority of the game, and usually when they have those big advantages, not really a moment there for Wolves to try and battle back. But inside of this circumstance, obviously not the case. The Wolves able to bring it back inside of overtime, even though they had to try and win things out from two different offensive perspectives. So quite creative ways that they were able to get things done there for themselves, especially with them being able to break things down inside of that last round, find some of the more disclosed fights, especially up against Clash. Hungry getting cornered all on his lonesome and getting dispatched because of that. So just very, very well done across the board from them.
That's going to do it for map number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 3 on Cafe is coming up right around the corner. Stick with us, and we'll have the conclusion of this series starting right after this.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We're back once again, ladies and gentlemen, with the Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six event, wrapping things up for day one of our qualifier action here as we work our way through these semifinals here in Europe now. Already worked our way through the Korean and Japan semifinals a little bit earlier on, of course, with secondary games going on over on the primary stream. We got the same thing going on now for this series as well. Eminem playing things out. In fact, may have already finished their other matchup, but we're focusing things up here between Wild and the Wolves. Wild taking control of map number 1, but the Wolves battling it back, going to a full 15 rounds, but ultimately taking control of map number 2 of this series. Sends us to our third and final one on Cafe Dostoyevsky. Stokes, how do we think it's going to fly here? As it's been a little bit more of a teeter-totter, I would say, transitioning away from the bit more streaky nature that we had to start things out on our first map.
You know, it's funny that you said fly and cafe relatively in the same sentence, because I think that's exactly what's going to happen is we're going to see some high-flying things on cafe that could involve flying out of windows, John. We've seen some crazy stuff happen in between these two teams, some crucial blunders, some crazy moments. I mean, it's definitely been quite the fun affair here so far on Gamers Without Borders, especially for our European representatives. So very excited to get into this and see exactly what they have to offer us on Cafe.
This is where, again, those potential weaknesses for the less experienced teams, in this case, kind of pointing towards Wild there, to potentially have those weaknesses show up. They mentioned it themselves in the video we showcased before we went live with this game as well, that for this longer length series, like best of 3s, and of course, the potential best of 5 they're going to play into tomorrow, that's where they may potentially get beaten out there just in terms of the long game. We'll see if that ends up being true. We're already seeing potential signs of struggle for a few of the players going into a deeper series now, such as like Aces and whatnot, not being able to keep his entry game together as consistently as he was earlier on in map number 2. That could have made the crucial difference at the end of the day. That's very much been part of the storyline here. Is there too much effort being focused on just one, or in some cases 2 players? And does the rest of the team need to potentially step up to make up that difference? We'll be finding out if those same issues echo forward, of course, and what new storylines will also come to bear as we go live with map number 3. Right now, let's get into Cafe as the bands are going live. So far, not a whole lot changing, of course. Wolves keeping tradition with the Ying band that we also had on the previous 2 maps, and I would imagine things will play out pretty similarly aside from that, too. No real reason for things to suddenly divert despite the map change. And actually, alright, man, it's making a fool out of me. Wild bans out the Yana, which we've been seeing used quite a bit, of course, by Wolves' primary member at the moment.
Very well done from them. I like this more creative band that we've got on the offensive side. Are they going to try and change it up in defense at all? No? We're going to go with the Azami as well, so...
This is where things tend to stay a little bit more straightforward. We might see the Cade band here just to make the play on the inside of Kitchen a little bit easier, but nope. triangle ban. Valkyrie was used quite a bit once again by another member of Wolves here, but this time obviously Wolves throwing that ban out themselves. That's more of a self-handicap more than anything else. WYLDE's ban obviously a bit more targeted towards the members of Wolves themselves, specifically with the Yana knockout going in the way of Mowgli's playstyle, as we were seeing for the previous 2 maps. Obviously he'll have a pretty confident backup though, so that shouldn't be too much of a subversion for him. We'll just have to wait and see how he adjusts.
All right, well, let's get into this and see what they have to offer us up on Cafe. So, Aces and WYLDE coming off a pretty strong showing, I'd say, on Villa, especially for Ace's sake. He just really wasn't able to shut it out in crucial time, was he, John? He was able to get the big pick, but not able to find what was really necessary to close out the remaining portion of that very last round. That's where we saw Wolves finally able to get it over on WYLDE and claim their big map and get us on over here. So we'll see what the WYLDE are capable of on this offensive side. When it comes to the offense of Cafe, it is quite a lethal map. It is very, very difficult to process. A lot of repel game coming into play, quite a few windows, and just so many different areas that the defense can really exploit you, especially if the big picks come through from the defense. You know, there could be some big moments that we see, you know, just simply go away because of the utility that WYLDE end up losing. So we'll see exactly what comes to bear in between these 2 teams, but just be aware of what WYLDE have to really consider coming into this and just how beneficial a lot of this utility is to breaking down a map like Cafe.
Usual initial setup being made by WYLDE, although no real map control being taken, at least for another 10 or 15 seconds. As you can see, they try to set themselves up for a quick rotate into upstairs Cigar here and take that control quickly past that point. There's a pretty direct counter to that take route from Wolves, though, as you see not just 1 but 2 players countering that push from the inside of either Pixel or the bathroom directly next to Pixel there. So WYLDE gonna have to work a little bit harder for that initial control. Usually see teams able to get it earlier rather than later, although we're almost halfway through the round and still no sign of WYLDE having the confidence to make that forward play. Just as of yet, they need a bit more of a hard counter on the potential Whitehall rotate from Wolves. Otherwise, they're going to continue to assert their pressure. Thankfully, works out for the members of WYLDE as T3B gets the first kill of the game against Mowgli of all players.
Well, Wolves will be starting off on the back foot here, and unfortunately enough, it's going to be the Wamai as well, as he can continue to add discs to the equation and make things a little less easy for WYLDE. But although the offensive perspective a little difficult when it comes to Cafe, doesn't seem like too big of a task to manage for WYLDE thus far, as they've already taken down 2 crucial pieces to this puzzle. Shinka soon to falter as well, as a Nitro Cell will go wide. It does deal a little bit of damage to Jags, but now Bibu, he's stuck inside of Pixel, trying to get this gunfight to go his way. The pre-fire's coming out. Shinka with a nice Nitro Cell onto Jags will finally get them something, but they need a lot more in order to take this round.
Patiently waiting, but the swing comes through, and he is not prepared for the fight, unfortunately. So T3B gets his 2nd kill of the round because of that. Shinka at least responded with another pickup. So WYLDE only had that small +1 advantage to work off of here as they come down to the final 25 seconds of their execute. Deadshot giving no information over to WYLDE in the process of continuing to hold the very far primary bar table. Pop up like this and surprise perfectly to knock out Aces. Of course, it's a short-lived surprise from him, and T3B continues to excel in his own way. He takes out 1 more member of the squad there. Some great start from him. Much better solidarity being found from everyone on WYLDE for that execute to work out and give them round 1 of this game.
Yeah, WYLDE keeping the guns hot and the plays aggressive and coordinated. Really like what we're seeing here, as they're able to process this top floor quite handedly, I'd say, John, especially for that position that we saw from Bibu, able to keep him limited over inside of Christmas and not allow him to, you know, kind of play that counter angle. That could have been a really, really big issue for them going on to the later portions of that round. Instead, they quickly get the transition over towards Long Bar, get that problem dealt with, and then push that into a very, very nice entry onto the actual site and a cleanup of the last few bodies that Wolves had to offer. So Wild still bearing teeth here, it seems, through Cafe. It's up to the Wolves now to try and keep a dog in this race.
Had to reposition quite a bit to make that attacking setup work, but eventually did force the issue, especially through primary bar as well. That's often a very risky push. There's one facet of the flank open, and that whole setup is going to fall to pieces because of the multi-frag potential of that player on the flank, but does not end up coming true this time for Wild. They make the execute work, and they scare Wolves away from retrying the same site as well, so they're going to continue to be able to execute as needed. Now on to the first floor hold here. We can expect a bit of a top-down clear to quickly come through. Wolves are playing almost entirely, it looks like, on the horizontal angle, just keeping, again, as far as I can see so far, Mowgli on the third floor extension, of course. This is going to be the player you want in that position on the Solus specifically, as he can see pretty much everything coming, specifically when it comes to drones. He'll be that surprise late addition when it comes to the flank game, more than likely, as Wild waste the rest of their own time trying to clear out the horizontal setup, all focused on the first floor.
What an angle here from Aces. And a great gun for it as well. He's got the 417. Able to deal some considerable damage from a range like this. Even if he tags him, John, it's got to be over his half his HP bar with a single bullet. That's a scary thing. See how long he wants to hold on to that for is... I mean, really, at any moment, it could be the initiating factor here for the round. Jeg is going to take a lot of damage. He might still have the opportunity to win it out, but the impacts, the Pokeballs from P4, he'll claim his life. So very well done. P4! Pack Bull. He's feeling himself, John, but shouldn't have been at that moment as he's just trying to pick up the pieces. P4, he's going to evacuate the top floor. He gets back inside. They drop down the side here. He is back inside of prep. He has made it out alive. It's going to be Mowgli that dies next to the hands of Aces.
P4 in the meanwhile saying, all good, guys. I got this. I just base jumped my way back to the site. Meanwhile, Bibu's slaying out as he picks up another kill here. Ace is left alone. If anyone can do it, it's him, but this is probably going to be asking a bit too much, realistically. The 1v4, he has to start it from the outside position. The Case is down on the third floor. He has less than a minute to make this play, where Case may actually be down on the roof. Can't tell for certain right now, but we'll get some intel in a second.
It's in Narnia. That's all you need to know.
It's too far. That's the problem here. And for Aces to realistically go pick that up and still work the outright retake of the site as well, with 4 players barely being touched on the side of Wolves. I think that was a Nitro coming back out there. Attacking directly onto Ace's position just a few seconds early. Ace is just taking some pot shots in the meanwhile here. Not really anything that he can do, and I think he's finally realized that. So just wasting out the time, allowing the team to kind of talk about things inside of their own comms. Well, he tries to stat pad a little bit with the remaining 20 seconds. The round is pretty much over, though. Wolves are going to tie it up at 1-1.
15 seconds remaining.
And not really much for him to do. I mean, like, might as well talk about the round.
There's not really much of a chance of a clutch, so just waste out the time. At least let the in-game leadership kind of talk about things while he's continuing to wind down the clock with no consequence to that. And yeah, otherwise just kind of accept your fate if you're in his position.
Yeah, big chillin' right now. So looks like they'll end up losing out the round. It's going to be a 1-1 in between these two. But to be honest, are you shocked? Are you surprised? Because I'm not. These two have been back and forth for the majority of this game now. You know, Wild did have that really, really solid streak for themselves there on the beginning of Cafe, right? You know, attached to the tail end of what we'd seen on their initial map. Or rather Villa, but you know, past that, it's really been back and forth ever since that mid portion of Villa coming into Cafe. So I honest to God think that we're just going to continue to go back and forth on this kind of roller coaster in between these two. This teeter-totter is just going to keep on keeping on. You know, it seems like we have a lot of constants here, and it really seems like a lot of these crucial gunfights have been kind of a coin flip in between these two teams.
Once again, the time continues to tick down. We see no sign of either team taking full control of this matchup, but they continue to exercise their own prowess as necessary. Have to wait and see which part of this cream rises to the top. takes control of this series along with it to surge forward into the best of 5 grand final tomorrow. It's going to be X and Demo, I do believe, covering that matchup for you guys. It's bound to be a good time, and just like we saw for this matchup as well, it'll be the second game of the day when we get into tomorrow's game. Starting things out with the Korean and Japan final that myself and Stokes will be covering bright and early tomorrow morning as well, or tomorrow evening, of course, for those of you watching from a local APAC area. Away from that, though, pretty slow play once again as WYLDE just kind of winding themselves up, taking up those initial positionings that they even need to get just to be able to kind of drone things properly, so there is going to be quite a bit of dull time on this map while those teams build up towards that point.
I thought we were going for the aggressive look there for a second, Aces. You were scaring me. No, I'm going to go for the repel instead and see if he can work his way up towards the heaven window. Jags and the rest of the gang, though, will try and dawn things over on the far side as they'll work their way to the top of the red stairs and work their way in towards Christmas. Bulletproof will suss out a couple of the players up top here for the offense, and defense might be able to recoil because of that. And what a shot there from Deadshot. This is exactly what he was looking for. As he was the one that was constantly on the camera there looking to see what he could potentially get done, as he'll deal the death blow to Hungry there. P4, though, will also go down in the meanwhile, as WYLDE is trying to process this top floor as quickly as possible. They have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, but a lot of sledge work to do, and Wolves potentially looking to try and reclaim up here.
I know a minute to go for WYLDE. Still quite a bit of clearance needing to be made, but Aces could speed things up dramatically. Once he gets that thorn out of his leg, of course, a little bit of delay for him. But still in a great position as there's no counter to it currently from the Wolves being lined up over by pillar side here. He is clear as crystal to make a push, and you can see it in this freedom movement he has due to the, to be fair, continued upstairs presence from the Wolves themselves. But if he starts things out well, the rest of his teammates can follow that through, and we should be seeing that any moment now. Ace has struck first down below, cleared out a path over towards Dining Room, but does not have the courage to push himself further than that. Never mind, he's worked himself towards Hell Door instead. Or not him, but T3B is going to find the next pickup here against Deadshot. Now he can begin to postulate a potential direct swing into the site. Even if he goes down here, should have a teammate ready to work on the back end, and indeed we do. Bebo gets one. He runs out of ammo for the second pick, but is still able to make things work, thankfully, as he has some support coming in there from Packbull, actually, who closes things down into his team's favor instead.
You really got to feel for the smoke there. It's just not enough bullets in the SMG-11 to try and claim both kills there. Tries to switch it over to the shotgun, but does not have enough in the tank, and WYLDE are going to take the round because of it. 2-1 now for WYLDE, as we're going to head on to Reading and Fireplace Hall, one of our most successful sites when it comes to the history of Cafe, and we'll see if that is going to be the case here for the Wolves.
WYLDE continuing to excel in the meanwhile, though, after that great kind of last second, quite literally, I think, last second clutch comes in there for a member of WYLDE as well. They keep themselves held together. Now, as a result of that one, we find ourselves in a leading scenario here, obviously, for the WYLDE roster, but still could very easily find that broken. The historical nature of this series is anything to go off of so far, but back to the third floor extension, because we do play into that similar second floor site for the Wolves. WYLDE will call that one, or rather, Wolves will call that one as a little bit of a fluke, and head right back down into the same site for a retry.
5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Out on the field we go for the WYLDE, as we'll see what they can potentially get going in this round. They're going to have the air jab wielding Nomad back out here for T3B, as well as some new additions, especially when it comes to the hard breach here for Packbull. We'll be on to Habana for this one. So Hungry as well as Aces will be bringing up our soft breachers when it comes to the party. Be a really big key piece of this, as well as Jags, as they're trying to assault onto that reading room area. A lot of the verticality on this top floor meaning so very much to the success of this round, as you can dislodge a lot of the players on that second floor, make their life a heck of a lot harder. You can end up claiming that top floor area.
So much like round number 3 here, WYLDE initially not showing a whole lot of aggression out, wanting to challenge a potential hard point for the Wolves here. P4 with a bit of an early toss of the impact to try and counter any roaming drones that would have worked their way down the staircase, although I don't believe there were any. More of just a premature move than anything here. But either way, Wild begin to flutter in, at least to the top floor positions. Start to set up as they do focus on this clear downstairs. P4 gonna have an angle to potentially counter this advance, but the drone kills any of the surprise he might have had from down in the corner. And he realizes that too, so gives the respect over to that one and backs away quite quickly to give that room for T3B to make his play instead.
New angles being adopted here for Wild as this play is beginning to build itself up to claim the top floor. Aces, he had it the first time around, John, but he just wanted the info, not the kill. All bread, no butter. It looks like, well, at least for the Wolves, they're going to ultra back just a bit here. And as for Bibu, continuing to try and hold on to the top area, playing right in next to the ladders. Swings back through here for Cocktail. Doesn't really have too much cover to try and play off of. The aggressive push through. The drop down now. Nobody really trying to suss him out yet again. This might be the perfect opportunity for him, and it will be. Ibu keeps the top floor. He's going to actually be able to claim yet another here as well, but that'll be from Shinka's perspective instead, and Wild falling apart now. Bibu trying to hold on to that top floor continually. Pack Bull will actually have to try and help out with this onslaught of Wolves players that are trying to reclaim the site at the moment. T3B will be able to pick up at least one, but will be traded out from that up top position. And another one coming through, and it's going to be Bibu inside of Laundry. To finally shut this one down is quite an awkward affair as it's back and forth in between these two, not only in the round, but also on the round count, as it'll be a tie yet again in between them.
Yeah, Wild just kind of losing themselves there in the final moments of the fight from the 2v2 specifically. Wolves just with better positioning to play off of there. And as a result of that one, they trip up Wild multiple times and slowly whittle down what remains of that attacking roster in those dying few moments. That finally completes the rotation as well. For the members of Wolves, just need to go one extra round and try and lock away that initial second floor hold. So now they complete the set and make a return all the way up to the third floor here. We're going to try and go for round number 3 and lock in at least the tie point for halftime, which we're very close to, if not outright at that, for the majority of this series. We got a 4-2 and then a 3-3 previous map here. So we're very close to that yet again. This series is keeping itself quite close. The highlight right now, though, is once again what you see at the very top of the screen there. T3B taking over that kind of all-star role here for Wild right now and making up the huge difference when it comes to the impact power. Just not enough, at least as far as the last round was concerned.
5 seconds. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Pretty aggressive front being shown from Wild here, at least operator line-wise. We'll have to see what they can potentially get done here. Pack Bull be bringing in the F7, or F7, my goodness, the 417. To see if they try to adopt the earlier angles, but not too much coming of it right now. Just going to try and transition up to the top level and see if they can try and work their way in towards Christmas and everything that comes with it. Still have some claymores to try and place down as well to try and assist them with any hop outs that do come to bear, but nothing at the current moment at least. As for the rest of the gang, though, looking to see if they can potentially get an aggressive look on the far side, and it'll work out initially, but yeah, Ace is going to get quickly punished, and that's going to be a huge piece of what they had going for them going into this round. But they've also gotten Mowgli off the board as well, and although 0-5, he has been playing quite well throughout this series so far.
E1D is now gone. Obviously, as Stokes was mentioning before, needing to try and use the Twitch drones to get some of that intel instead. They know there's not much of a threat of a rotation through Freezer, so that should be a pretty straightforward go-ahead for any players on the inside of Cigar itself. But they only have one in that position is the problem, and there's still 2 elements of this third floor play that has not really been accounted for yet. They're going to read it as 3 elements because they may not be aware of that player rotated downstairs as well. Too much to deal with here. Good counter from Hungry, though. Even with the sidearm, that's a bit tough to control the aim right there. And he gets it done regardless against Bibu's own aggression. Beautifully countered out there to prevent Wolves getting the 1-up on Wild. Now it's Wild getting that very same benefit by punishing the aggression of the defenders.
Well, this last minute will tell the tale of what round 5 has to offer for us. Wild have at least been able to build it up this far. They've got some solid positioning around Cigar. But they still have to try and find some of these harder fights over on the other corners of this top floor. Pixel still well in the right of Wolves. Although some top angles befuddling Wild at the current moment. Deadshot. Rocking a hard place right now. Packbold bears down his location. He'll be able to take him out. It's going to be all left up to Shinka, as he does have at least the cross here for Cocktail, but not able to find crucial shots. It'll be T3B instead to take him down from heaven. Very well done, as Wild are putting together a heck of a case to try and build something up here on Cafe.
3-round minimum confirmed, a chance to make it 4 here, but only one chance, of course, to do it, with Wolves being right on their tail. Had to force the issue a little bit to get some of that initial control over on Cigar's side, but actually once they had maintained that for themselves, aside from the early loss of aces, Execute went off without too much of an issue, just your expected trades on a pretty closely fought site, as it often is upstairs on that 3rd floor. Wolves will not make the reattempt as we usually expect from them. They're just moving right along schedule, with the rest of their site holds already having to play one extra site hold on the 2nd floor choice. So we won't get to see that one replayed. They did it a little bit early, obviously, and now we're just going to see them play the final round of the half out down on their kitchen hold, where once again they're looking to repeat the success from a previous round.
All right, well, Wild are going to be working something in that's pretty unique, but one that we see quite often when it comes to Cafe. It's going to be the Gridlock coming out for Hungry. That's going to help them out with a lot of the stair play, making it toward those track stairs. Will soak up a lot of the rotation potential from Wolves. A lot of these impacts can more than likely be used to try and dislodge that, but we'll see if P4 still has those at the end of the day, as those could be used for some other means of rotation later on in towards the round. So Ace is going to try and work his way up towards the roof with the remainder of the squad, as it looks like they're going to be going for the traditional method of clearing Cafe, the good old top-down. You know, especially as they have brought Packbull and Jigs as well, the Sledge and Buck. This is seriously going to help them as, you know, they get that top floor cleared out, potentially some frags coming through. P4, a lot of damage onto him. Aces will pick that up, and this makes it even easier for them to try and break up this flooring and make it so very difficult for the defenders to try and work things out on that base floor.
Good quick shutdown of the extended roamer. Thankfully, all of P4's utility would have more than likely been used in the actual setup phase, of course, in the form of those Banshees. They've had a few in the pocket, but Mowgli now also going to get caught as well. We start to see a much greater effect of the overall in-round economy being made, and that at least one Nitro cell there being knocked out before it really has a chance to be used. That issue continues to devolve here, as well as unfortunately rotating into sites that they're now losing the majority of here. As we go over towards Shinka's POV, having just lost Bibu as well. Shinka is next up to bat, and he unfortunately will be not able to stand up to the challenge. Deadshot with a neat little 360, or rather a 180, as he discards his position on the 2nd floor, but is also going to discard his own life in giving away that position by trying to fire some shots from the SMG-11 onto that Cigar take. Nicely done once again there from the Execute on Wild side, as they still give us a very convincing half. 4-2 at the end of the day, although we have seen this once, I believe, from them already here back on map number 1. So now it's time to see if they can capture that advantage with a nice little 3-round run here out of the remaining 6 we still have yet to play in order to win this map and the series along with it.
Now, the world is their oyster, but, you know, if there's one thing that we know about the Wolves, they have definitely been able to play spoils to Wild in a lot of these circumstances. So we'll see what they can potentially get going here, but the Wild are going to start things off on the base floor.
Find out what you think about oysters.
You know that Parker eats them a lot?
They're gross. That's all I know about oysters. So
yeah, Parker would definitely hate you for saying that, for sure.
Just wanted to make sure that statement was as pronounced as possible, in case anybody wants to challenge me on that. But anyway.
Dude, this oyster hate. What's up with all this? You don't like salty snot? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, I don't like snot that tastes like seawater.
That's really it. That's exactly,
that is
what it tastes like. And I love it. I eat them all the time.
They're like,
so.
Here, put this sauce on it. It tastes much better. Well, then we're not eating the oyster then, are we? We're eating the sauce. There's a conundrum here. We need to
how about you eat oysters Rockefeller and you live with it? How about that?
I thought those aren't. Someone told me those aren't real oysters. So.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're real oysters. They just do a bunch of stuff to them, like put cream cheese in them and stuff.
That's cheating. All right. Anyway,
Listen, that's what I'm saying for you. Oysters Rockefeller. There you go, man. You're welcome.
Moving on from that, we do see.
No. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
They're sent up to the top floor now. They try to start that top-down clear. They do have to be a little cognizant, as we had one member of course, Wolves playing their position up on top of there. Usually in the form of Solus. Does not look like Wild have really done that, however. They've just gone for the pretty straightforward horizontal setup. So Wolves, once they detect that, will be pretty clean and clear to focus entirely on destabilizing the first floor play from Wild.
Well, drone work in here for P4. At least one of the Brava drones is looking to steal a little bit of utility away, as well as gather some info. We'll get rid of the Wamai disc here for himself inside of Small Bag. And so far, all good on all fronts for Wolves. Not too much going on when it really comes to any of the team or any of the members right now. Everybody's really dedicated to their crosses and making sure that Wolves can't overplay their hand and end up, kicking one past Wild here.
Wolves winding up a little bit of aggression to swing in over here through Garage by White Stairs, and they're indeed going to commit themselves to that smoke to cover off the cross and focus entirely on knocking out the player inside of Christmas. And in fact, not even going to need their guns to do that, but T3B not needing any respect to get back into this game either. Jegs with 3 of his own now. I believe he's the player inside of coach check. Just dab it out here for pick after pick after pick, leaving it all on Shinken out for the Wolves in a 1 versus 4 scenario. Nothing that he can realistically do, as that was an all or nothing take attempt from the Wolves, and unfortunately it is blown up in their face, and that is taking it lightly now. Probably going to potentially have to go back to the drawing board on that one. Would not be surprised in any sense if we see a very quick pause coming here from the Wolves as well, as we now reached a dangerous phase of the game. Just 2 rounds to go, and there's quite a demanding lead built up for Wild.
Yes, indeed. 5-2, I do believe here. And yes, indeed, Wild jetting ahead when it comes to Cafe, as it seems all of the circumstances that Wolves have been dealing with at the moment just really not something that they can try and deal with. I mean, like, they have not been able to solve a lot of the different fronts that we've seen from Wild, as they've constantly been able to take away a lot of the key pieces of utility that Wolves have had. And it makes it really difficult for the Wolves to try and work their way through the map. They're not really able to apply pressure in the same way to Wild because they're down so many guns, as well as they just don't have the utility to really try and work the map in the same way in the first place. You're losing some of your soft breach, you're losing some of your hard breachers. There's just not nearly as many access points to the site and to these valuable kills as there are, with the other circumstances that you could potentially have, actually having those things, for the later portions of the round. So we'll see if Wolves can potentially try and right some of their early round wrongs coming into round 8, but no tech timeout allotted here for them. They're feeling as though just bullheading their way into this is the right way to go.
Wolves, yet again, like you mentioned before, not taking the tack timeout just yet, but certainly they want to consider it soon. They are looking to get themselves back into this series. Modicum of adjustment to their overall strat game, especially if their out-of-game leadership wants to give input in that regard. Move themselves forward. I think they just eat up one of their drones. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's 2 of their drones now being shot out. One of Bibu's, I think, accidentally takes some team fire right there. So not the best turn of events, but they still have... It's going to be 7 more, I believe, in the pocket, so they're not really reaching for drones just as of yet. We'll check back in on that later into the round, of course, and see if that's potentially going to become more of a stressful problem when we get down to that, 30-second mark, whatever. Wild, of course, just living life on easy streets so far up on the second floor. No longer is that going to be the case, though, as Deadshot has suddenly woken the whole neighborhood with his opening pick against T3B.
Oh, Jags! Be able to at least keep things equal. See if Wild can try and get a leg up here now. Deadshot doesn't want to step too far into the den of the defense here. A lot of damage being dealt. The Wolves are going to come out on top. Deadshot very low HP. An opportunity, though, still here for Wild, as they do have some verticality coming into play. This shotgun could be the difference maker if they come right over this rotation. It doesn't seem like that's what they want. A drone will get taken out here. Hackbolt looking to see if he can still try and get this pickup. Jag's trying to play as much defense as he can for his friend. Trying to see if they can exploit more of that verticality at the current moment, as they still have so much time to try and solve this puzzle. Deadshot still trying to work that verticality. No real aggressive front being shown from Wolves just yet. Where do they want to try and put this plant down?
Hesitation once again has killed the potentiality for Wolves to win out rounds in the past. Could very well send this round down the river yet again. Wolves trying to hyper-analyze their execute. In this case, it'll work out, though, as they get the pinch against the janitor player. Jags is all that remains inside of the clutch scenario. The first 2 kills needed. Goes directly for the second one. It gets the down for it as well. Deadshot is all that now remains. Keep in mind, of course, the damage that he sustained earlier now comes back to bite him in a massive margin, but no! Ends up just barely clutching it out as he sinks the last bullet instead here and gives a very much-needed round over to the Wolves.
I cannot believe he sprinted. I just can't. I can't. It's hurting me. It's hurting me so bad. I just gotta say it. Oh, it's hurting me so bad, John.
Call it out.
Oh, man. Why did he run? Why did he run?
Sing your song.
Oh, why are you sprint? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. A good throwback, too. I miss that guy. Miss that guy a lot. But what a round there from Wolves. One that almost got shut down. And I mean, I really thought they had it, but somehow, some way, Deadshot stays alive. I mean, what is that? He has 0 HP. He's been existing on 0 HP for centuries. Just too aggressive of a look from Wild. They end up losing it out because of it. So Wild still with a heck of a lot of opportunity in their pail, John. But, I mean, this bucket's got a leak right now.
Certainly does. They're trying to find a way to plug in here. Wild quickly looking to get themselves back on track, and they will attempt to do that with another third floor hold that they incorporate themselves into here for round number 9. Wolves, in the meanwhile, we're going to expect the roster to try and take quick control of this one for the Dokkaebi to give them that informational play as they try to push themselves down those critical areas like Whitehall and deeper into the bar area, potentially not trying to get flanked out while he rotates through the freezer. The Nook to potentially add that critical backstab, as it were, into this execute, whether it's going to be from like White Stairs or potentially another area of the map as well. Finka also making a bit of an unexpected appearance here as well. Don't get a whole lot of her anymore, but considering that Wolves have been struggling a little bit to kind of keep themselves in the fight, as it were, especially when things get a bit tense in terms of map control, probably a pretty welcome addition to the current lineup, in all honesty.
You know what else would be a very welcome addition, John?
What's that?
Mowgli getting a kill. That's what I'm really looking
Honestly,
for right
yeah,
now.
it's getting a bit ridiculous at this point.
It is. And like, listen, I'm just saying this because Mowgli is a dear friend of mine.
Oh, here we go.
I really want him to get a kill. There it is right there,
Thanks,
Mowgli. Oh, well, I mean, hey, he got his frag.
Yeah, he got his one, so it's all good. And to be fair, it's pretty much a done round unless we see some crazy shenanigans coming out from Hungry and T3B.
you better slow it down there, Buster.
Hungry's already given us a pretty crazy round before, and T3B has been the go-to player. And considering T3B still has cigar control,
I'm
I honestly
scared.
don't think this is over yet. It probably is, if I'm being a realist about it, but that's
We're building this up for
that's
no
no
reason,
fun.
but
Let's
that's
play the
fine.
storyline game instead.
Exactly.
T3B with an aggressive hold. Now pushes forward. No clean angle. Player is tucked in the corner, and now he's been spotted. So that'll be the end of it. Deadshot takes him down outright in the first duel. And Wolves sustain their pacing here as they are slowly bringing this game back to a palatable point.
Isn't Deadshot a superhero or something? I think 90% positive. Wasn't he in Suicide Squad?
so.
Like 90%? Yeah. He was played by Will Smith, wasn't he?
Don't tell Ubisoft that.
If they make Deadshot change his name, that would be absolutely hilarious. But But I mean, I was just gonna say this guy literally cannot miss. He is firing on all cylinders right now for sure. Deadshot has found himself, and that version of Deadshot, well, he's carrying Wolves right now and trying to find them big dub here on Cafe.
It's actually Headshot. It's just the H is pronounced as a D. That's just a very strange pronunciation. That's how you.
Are you serious?
No.
Don't troll me like that.
Covering him up right now. You're blowing it. You're blowing
Don't troll me like that. Don't troll me like that ever again. Oh man, I don't know. He's French.
A culture where they mix up
Listen,
the
my
H's
wife
and
might be
D's
French,
for
but that doesn't mean. I was gonna say my wife might be French, but that doesn't mean I know the enunciation of French. Like.
Well, enough of that, as once again Wolves sit just one round behind Wild's overall scoreline at this point. One more successful round on this attacking side, and we are right back to that even keel that we found ourselves in for maps 1 and 2 of this series as well. Neither team able to find the ultimate point they need just yet for Wild. Still in that pole position, they will not remain there for much longer. However, the path the Wolves are currently taking to bring themselves back into this one. Already bringing it back from a 5-2 to a 5-4, so already some impressive comeback potential being built off of that. It's only going to continue to grow unless Wild puts a stop to it here and now with their kitchen hold.
Wolves are looking to continue to try and cultivate this bountiful harvest, as it has been coming to them in massive sweeping loads here so far. A huge nade, speaking of which, and once again, bountiful harvest for them. Wolves looking to tie things up now, and this could be the big issue for Wild, now rearing its ugly head yet again. It does not seem like they can get away from the 5-5 scoreline no matter what they do.
P4 trying to sneak the little hack tank into the site. We'll see if it works out. He's still dodging that Warden. He's also kind of actually droning while this is going on too. As you can see, Mowgli winding up for a play in the silhouette behind him. But oh no, the Magnet eats that nade right up. Thankfully, doesn't eat up a whole lot of damage onto Mowgli himself. He gets himself out of the hot seat pretty quickly there. P4 is also now taking care of the player that was a worry point. Aces does get revenge though, so they're not going to be able to gain absolute prowess over Wild just yet, although Ace is certainly paying the price for that peak. As you can see, he's been brought down quite low. A nade goes forward, gets some considerable damage on a pack bull as well. So all three remaining members of Wild are about half HP or worse, which is a good wind-up, but keep in mind, Wolves obviously don't have this intel directly, especially with quite a bit of that damage coming from the nades. So Wild realize this, and they're going to play right into the faces of the rest of Wolves to try and subvert those expectations and get the better of them, and indeed they shall. A double kill suddenly turns the tables. Despite the low HP for Wild, they still win it out and give themselves that penultimate round. Two opportunities here to close it down on match point.
Wild snap awake in a cold sweat, aim to win the last bit of that round out and take it, getting themselves onto the penultimate point now, looking to shut things out and guarantee themselves a bid to Gamers 8. And not only that, John, but some fat cash for a choice, or excuse me, oh my goodness.
All good.
A charity of their choice. He's getting a little bit early here for me, bud, you know. But yeah, a charity of their choice, you know, just running that up as well. But just as a reminder, you know, this is our semifinals, so still some chances, some opportunities here to be had for them to make even more down the line. So still a lot to be had here for not only the Wild, but potentially the Wolves if they're able to push this on inside of this round.
Just quick housekeeping, right, folks. Looks like happened. Rocket. It's about 2 a.m. local time, and it is almost 10 a.m. So your patience with any of our vocal fumbles at this point of the morning, as it were now, is appreciated. But it does look like we are starting to come to the closing end, even if this comes back for Wolves as well. Just a few rounds left either way. So let's try to give it the best effort we can as Wild looks to close things down here and now. Another second floor hold for themselves. Wolves, of course, trying to get better of that one, but really love the sudden change up from Wild there that we got at the bitter end of round 10 right there to suddenly throw that aggression out of absolutely nowhere into the face of Wolves. They knew they were low HP. They knew if they kind of waited for the XU to come through, they weren't really going to be able to peek out and support each other on trades because of that low HP. They would still more than likely end up on the losing end of a trade battle. So they just just say, all right, well, we don't really have a choice. Let's jump out. Let's get in their faces. They're not going to expect that type of play this late into the round, and that was ultimately a very smart choice, as that's exactly what happened.
Exactly that. We'll see if they can potentially get something going in a similar vein as what we'd seen inside of that previous round. As for Wolves now trying to get the early progress going on, especially off the back of this drone game, an aggressive front, as we'll have Mowgli rolling in for Library, but I do believe a little bit of damage coming out onto him via potentially his own nade. T3B will actually be able to line up a kill for himself. 11 of them now to his name, 10 for aces respectively, as well as these two have been able to deal so much damage to Wolves throughout this series.
Wild striking true with that opening kill. No real damage going out onto anyone aside from that. However, it's going to change. Shinka is caught in the open, as is Bibu. He'll actually fall outright. Shinka's still in the fray, but now at very low HP. Wolves' opportunities are slowly falling asunder, but just when it seemed like they were down for the count, they sliced their way right back into the round. Shinka, despite being at sub of 10 HP, still is able to pick up one of the 2 kills that were most recently found there. It's caused an outright freeze from Wild's own aggression. That won't necessarily be the smartest play when you consider how weak and vulnerable their actual site hold is now. Just one player holding the connector between them inside of Train Yard, and another player at the bottom of Whiskey Stairs, and of course that third one in Kitchen. He's more than likely going to stay there. That's Packbull, of course, as he's playing on the pulse right now, trying to give as much intel to the 2 other players as possible. But how does that Whiskey player reascend? That's the big challenge right now. Or do they just put all of the pressure on the one singular player holding in the middle of the rotate? Well, there's the answer for it, as Aces has already been found out at that midpoint. He can no longer clutch it out from the 1v2. It's going to come down to Hungry and any potential rotate we may get from Packbull. A good start from Hungry as he strikes true with that first kill, sees the rotation coming forward. This could send it down the river, and indeed it will. The double nitro confirming the one down player from the POV of Hungry, of course, and then knocking out the one that had gone to revive him. All the pressure's on for Deadshot. He needs to slot this thing down onto the ground with as much excess time as possible, and thankfully he may be able to do just that, but never mind. Jumps off the case, no longer has a choice, has to stick it, and the shots from below from Packbull end the series in the favor of Wild as they shut it down, get that ultimate qualification revenge against the Wolves, knock them out of the running here to qualify for Gamers 8 and send themselves onward to the European Finals tomorrow morning.
Very well done for Wild. I mean, what a showing, especially from T3B. I haven't got to see too much of him in, recent time. And, well, it was a really nice little capsule to be able to get acquainted with him and kind of the play style of Wild. Very fun series here and, quite the game for Wild at the end of the day.
And we're going to take a look at the bracket one final time, ladies and gentlemen, and see where exactly everything sits at the end of our show for today. As you can see here, Wild taking a 2-1 advantage over the Wolves. You can see that other series as well over on our main stream. If you're watching us on Twitch, just delete the B from your browser and you can go and watch the rest of that game, as it's still ongoing from the looks of things against BDS and M&M, winning to get our second challenger out from that. But the winner of that game will be going up against Wild, of course, in the European Grand Final. Once again, just alongside our Japanese and Korean final that's going to be happening immediately before that. Those will both be best of 5s, both on the main stream as well. So expect a pretty lengthy show tomorrow. Sam and I, of course, will be on board for the Japanese and Korean final. And we'll have, I believe, X as well as Demo on, of course, for the European final. Other than that, though, I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to pretty much close things out. We may have a schedule for tomorrow to take a look at. Do we have that production, or no, are we skipping that? Okay, all good. So I believe that's going to do it for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much for tuning in. The Bravo stream once more time will not be live tomorrow, so make sure you are tuning in for the main stream and all the action that we have there as the Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six event continues on.